What's up, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. We are live, just barely, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. It is Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. But not in Thailand. In Thailand, it's almost New Year. There's a different calendar, chat. It's a different year here. Like, I'm not even talking about, like, you know, the international date line where it's like one day ahead of you. It's like a different year. And the years are about to change. It's about to be a different year. But yeah, we're here to clean up the dregs, to finish up the leftovers, as it were. Not the leftovers of Ethan and Hassan, the leftovers of Sam Seder and Patrick David. Speaking, though, of leftovers and Ethan Klein, we do have a little something that kind of... Something that I didn't see was that 2 days ago, Hassan Daily posted this video of Hassan...
After numerous ceasefire...
Oh my god, they're reacting to what? They're reacting to... I think they were reacting to Noah's video. But anyway, we got it really quickly. I just wanted to get into something and watch this. Oh my god, move. Yes, we have bonus content too. Yes, the bonus goal needs to be adjusted. To 0, back to 0. We get to 100 on that, then we get bonus content. The stream will be slightly longer. Other than that, we're in for a fairly short stream today, so, you know, don't blink or you might miss it. Anyway, so what do we got here? We got Hassan and that's Lol Overruled, who is... The music is too loud, isn't it? I feel like the music is too loud. But yeah, I can visually see that it's too loud. Lol Overruled is an attorney, which might give us some insight on this cease and desist. It's not a cease and desist letter, though. Like, it should have been. You'd think it would be a cease and desist, but it wasn't. That's not what we got.
Violations on March 8th.
It was a what did he call it? There was a name that was given, like a request for a retraction or something like that. That was the... So it's not even rising to the... Like, if you don't know, a cease and desist is kind of like a strongly worded letter, but it also crosses your T's and dots your I's as far as, you know, being able to file a defamation suit for maximum damages, right? That's generally what's done is, you know, that's a box that you check before you go forward with a case. But Ethan did not check that box. Instead, he literally, I mean, like, I don't know what this thing that he put out was other than a strongly worded letter and a chance for his attorney to virtue signal using ChatGPT. I don't know, chat. But anyway, this is Hassan and Lol Overruled. Looks like reacting to a Noah video, I would guess. And they're gonna... I think this is maybe it was right when the Ethan Klein letter went out to Noah Sampson. So let's see what this is about. 18th,
Israel finally unilaterally ended it with a record-breaking...
I have to call him.
Yeah.
Called Noah Sampson.
I linked him up. I linked my lawyer up with Noah.
Child...
Wait, is Lol Overruled actually Hassan's lawyer?
Killing massacre. Since then, Israel has killed over 1,000 Palestinian people.
In trouble. I don't think what he's in it could be considered trouble.
He's just scared.
The irony of everything is that Ethan sent a cease and desist to Noah for his YouTube video where he details how Ethan Klein and many other content creators, including Mudahar, have played a role in defending Israel's genocide, right? Intentionally, unintentionally, doesn't matter. Ethan was like, how dare you? How dare you make a YouTube video about me? I'm gonna sue you. But he didn't actually do that. He just fucking sent him a cease and desist because I think he also understands that there's not, I mean, this is like ridiculous to do.
I mean, a cease and desist is a scare tactic. It always is.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that there can't be further like legal process beyond that. Obviously, we live in the most litigious nation probably in the world.
Yeah.
But, they are meant to freak people out.
Yeah, the lawyer lobby.
Everyone who posts worth their salt has received a cease and desist order before. Have you ever gotten one? It's because you're a pussy.
Have I gotten one? Oh my god, chat. I feel like there was an attempt. I think that the Vosh people might have actually tried to do that. Apparently they were unable to do so, right? Like I you know, there's nothing, I've checked, there's nothing like publicly filed, you know, regarding me and the intellectual property of fucking Whiteleaf or whatever. But I read something on Twitter that indicated that Vosh's sysadmin had tried to freaking serve me with some kind of CND nonsense. They also, you know, tried to use YouTube's mechanisms, which usually, like in general, when somebody posts a takedown notice, like YouTube doesn't even look, right? You know, in terms of like, you'd think that YouTube would be like, all right, is this transformative content that's getting claimed, or is this an actual, you know, this person's uploading my shit, right? Because if it's somebody uploading your shit, then yeah, that's, you know, what the YouTube copyright system is supposed to be for. It's supposed to be an easy way to deal with that. But if it's you know, transformative content, you know, you like that they at least nominally have a carve out for that. However, in practice, almost anybody can serve you with a takedown notice, and YouTube's first reaction will be to, you know, limit the monetization of your video, therefore limit the reach of your video, right? Now you can fight it. You can how it works is this: you get that copyright notice, right? And then you can go in and you can dispute the copyright, and you can say, why did you dispute this, right? You can say, you know, the transformative nature of what you use, that this is educational. There's a whole bunch of carve outs, right, for times that you can, you know, use some copyrighted material. And so you sort of, you find the one that applies to you, and you state that. You talk about like how much of the person's, how much of the material you actually used, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole bunch, there's a few questions they ask you, and you answer those questions, right? But that dispute, it doesn't go to YouTube to review. It goes to the copyright holder to review, or the person claiming to be the copyright holder, which has been a big issue with YouTube, right? People that don't even own a copyright claiming something and getting the ad money from it. So, yeah, so what happens then is that they got 30 days, and they can either say, okay, you're right, that's transformative. Okay, you're right, we'll let it go. You know, they can let you go, or they can say, no, you violated our copyright. And if they say that, chat, your next area of redress is in the courts. And that is why a lot of bogus copyright claims do not get disputed meaningfully, right? They get disputed on YouTube, but, you know, if the person just like, you know, holds on, like, you got a choice of either you lawyer up or you allow the takedown, regardless of how bogus it is. Now, the funny thing with the Whiteleaf Network is that YouTube did not take down my content. I've only seen this happen once, and it was to me. But they actually, what they did is they you know, the copyright claim was filed by Vosh's sysadmin apparently, and they relayed this you know, the information. They just, everything that she typed to try to manipulate YouTube, to try to gaslight them into taking down my content, they passed it on to me. Like, I don't know if she knew this, but they were just sending me everything that she said to them, right? So I got, you know, all of that. And along with a note saying, we have reviewed this claim and do not think that you've done anything wrong. However, this does not mean that you are free of legal action, and you might have legal action. Now, the legal action never actually happened. Maybe they tried to do some kind of CND or something, but they didn't take me to court, and I didn't see a CND if they sent one. So yeah, it was a weird thing. It was a really weird thing. But other than that, you get fucking copyright claimed. That's what happens. Davy Cliff, Bosch's sysadmin. Yo, you're the second person who has like heard me say sysadmin and thought I was like using a pejorative against cis people. Look, I would be banned from Twitter if I was streaming to x.com. Ban. They would ban me the fuck off of there. You just said what you've just said is a slur. That Elon would comment on my post with what you've just said is a slur, right? And they would ban me. They would ban me for hate speech against the cis. But no, the other kind of sysadmin. Isn't it an antiquated term, Chad? I feel like I'm using a term from like the early 2000s. What do you call? What is the modern day a person who runs a website or a website network in the case of Whiteleaf? What do you call that? What is the name for that? Is it sysadmin, or is there something else you call it? I'm pretty sure that this person called themselves that. That's why I'm using that term for them. But yeah, you're right. It does feel kind of antiquated. Like, what the fuck is a sysadmin? Are we talking about like this? Like, look, I started off with Soul Hackers music. I feel like we're in Soul Hackers here. Like, is this a BBS? Is this dial-up, chat? Did you dial up? Are you at 240 baud? He's a Sith Lord. Bosch is a Sith Lord. There we go. What the real question though is he a vegan Sith? Those are the really dangerous Siths. The vegan Siths. You got to watch out for them. I never thought I'd be afraid of a vegan until I found out about the vegan Siths. The vegan Sith. Sorry. Like, if you're vegan and Sith, like, watch out for that person. You're the only person I've ever heard say sysadmin. Well, there's got to be maybe, like, look, she's old school. So, like, right, it makes sense that she would, give herself a title that's more akin to, like, I don't know, like a, what would you call that? Like, a sysadmin would monitor, like, a website? Would be in charge of a website? Like, is that what that is? Do I need to look this up, chat? I'm curious now. I need to know. Sysadmin. Oh my god, it's giving me what it is in Thai. Chat, you want to know how to say this in Thai? Wait, will it do the thing where it lets me... No, it's not doing it where it pronounces it. Damn it. Damn it, Thai Wikipedia. System administrator. Okay. IT administrator, system administrator, or sysadmin, or admin is a person responsible for the upkeep, configuration, reliable operations of computer systems, especially multi-user computers such as servers. Okay, so it's because Bosch's system is based on servers, probably, that she calls herself a sysadmin. System administrator seeks to ensure uptime performance. That's kind of her job. That seems like what she does. And she also files sus copyright claims with YouTube if she gets angry. Resources and security of computers. They manage to meet the needs of users without exceeding the budget. Oh, sure, don't do that. To meet the needs, the system administrator may acquire, install, upgrade computers, components, and software, provide routine automation, maintain security policies, troubleshoot, train, or supervise staff, or offer technical support for projects. Okay, so like more modern, maybe you've got a database administrator, got a network administrator. I feel like that's probably a person who designated in an organization whose responsibility is to maintain computer infrastructures with the emphasis on local area network. No, because that's like somebody that's like in an office, right? Where local area networks and wide area networks would I don't know, chat, is Whiteleaf a wide area network? Security administrator? Web administrator. I think that's what she is. I think the more modern term is web admin. Maintains a web service server that allows for internal. Yeah, that's got to be what she's really called. Anyway. But yeah, no, everything's old school. Everything's old school over there. You got to understand that whole system, that whole White Leaf system is based on Destiny's system. So as much as it's old school, as in like the Vosh stuff, like they started it a long time ago. It's kind of a copy of something that's even older. That is Destiny's system, and Destiny is probably one of the first live streamers. Is that right? Somebody fact check me on that. Anyway, back to what does Hassan always say?
Well, let's just say I got I'm not gonna say anything,
okay.
but I would like to not reveal, but it wasn't. Let's say it wasn't a civil cease and desist.
Sure.
But yes, I have gotten visited before. What I was talking about was, he did this cease and desist. He might still try to do this, long, convoluted, expensive process of litigation to bury him in paperwork and try to engage in this war of attrition. But looking at the cease and desist in and of itself, there was really no bones in it at all. There was no meat. It was just nothing. There was nothing in it. And so I linked Noah up with Alex, but it's just so fucking stupid.
My dad says sysadmin. What I mean is it like an antiquated term? Because it makes sense that like I said, they're hella old school. Hella old school over there. They're the OGs. Well, they're the copy of the OG, right? They're the Xerox of the Xerox is what they are. My dad has done networking stuff, but I've never heard of that. Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's old school. I think network administrator, or what did I say? There was one that seemed to fit. Web administrator, I think, makes more sense.
But the reason why I thought it was funny is because the lawyer that sent that cease and desist is he says he's famous for anti-slap litigation. Mm-hmm. Well, Ethan's legal team, just recently had their appeal denied because he was being sued by another person,
Ryan Kavanaugh,
that he apparently
who Ethan says looks like Harvey Weinstein. Although that also caused a suit. Ethan, making a website called Ryan Kavanaugh looks like Harvey Weinstein. And that lawsuit was not successful for Cav, but the one that Hassan's talking about, Cav has won the initial proceedings. Right now, Ethan might still appeal this, so put a pin in that. But for now, Cav is the victor.
Maybe allegedly, I don't know, was defaming.
What's funny is I remember a year or two ago, around the time that the whole leftovers blow up was happening, Ethan was talking about Cav a lot. In a way that, kinda sounded like it might be defamatory. I'm no legal expert, chat, so, my opinion is just my opinion. It doesn't represent any sort of, strong legal claim or anything like that. But it's when you make a website, comparing somebody to Harvey Weinstein, that's what I would think of. That might be, I don't know. Maybe that's just. Maybe Kavanaugh would have to prove he doesn't look like Harvey Weinstein to consider that defamation. But yeah, that website that legal case Cav lost. The one Hassan is talking about. Wait, I don't actually remember. There's 4 lawsuits between H3 and Ryan Kavanaugh. One of them having to do with Triller. One of them having to do with Ethan reacting to some sporting event or something that Kavanaugh had the copyright to, and then can't keep them straight, chat. There's too many lawsuits.
I was saying that this guy who's a billionaire, was engaging in a Ponzi scheme. So this dude sued him, and then
Davy, no chocolate waffles? That's a tragedy. That's like if I went to breakfast and I got no fruit, I would be upset. I would be massively upset. I would be like, all I eat is fruit. You want me to just eat muesli? I will eat muesli.
he hit the counter slap, and then the counter slap didn't work, and then he appealed to this guy who's like a billionaire.
That's Ryan Kavanaugh. That's the billionaire. Ryan Kavanaugh is the billionaire.
Recently had their appeal denied because he was.
Wait, they had their appeal denied? Then that means it is like slam dunk, right? Cav won. If Hassan's right about that, I don't know. He might be getting mixed up too. So, yeah. If the appeal got denied, Ethan's kind of fucked.
Had their appeal denied. Is like, he says he's like famous for anti-slap litigation. Well, Ethan's legal team, just recently had their appeal denied because he was being sued by another person that he apparently, maybe allegedly, I don't know, was defaming.
Yes, that's a good word to use. Yes.
Saying that this guy who's like a billionaire was engaging in a Ponzi scheme. So this dude sued him, and then he hit the counter slap.
Oh no, that does sound like something that would actually be under the umbrella of defamation, right? Look, a Ponzi scheme, like, okay, wait, what is a Ponzi scheme like a pyramid scheme? So let me get this straight, chat. MLMs, like if you said somebody was running an MLM, I don't think that's a legal claim because you're allowed to run an MLM. That's why people run them, is because they're, the closest you can get to a pyramid and Ponzi scheme while still operating within the law, while not being legally considered one or both of those things, right? I don't know if that's the same thing or a different thing, but right, regardless, right? MLM, right, you could say, but if you say that somebody's running a Ponzi scheme, I think that might actually be a legal claim.
And then the counter slap didn't work, and then he appealed it, and then the appeal didn't work.
Chat, the counter slap did not slap.
So now he might be cooked.
It did not bang. It did not have movement.
And it's the same fucking lawyer.
So they were cooked.
That is working on.
I want a lawyer that speaks like Hassan. I want a lawyer that comes into the courtroom and says, Your Honor, I'm not here to glaze you up. Although I respect your, amazing career. But I'm not here to glaze you up. What I'm here to do is to
on that, and also simultaneously doing cease and desist for Noah. Weird world we live in. My point is, maybe you shouldn't engage.
Maybe you shouldn't engage in what? Davy Cliff, a Ponzi scheme is a debt shuffling. Oh, it's very different. Okay. The Ponzi is the person that's holding the bag, right? At the end of it all? Is that what that is? A pyramid scheme. Wait, so how does a pyramid scheme differ from an MLM then? I guess that's the one thing I don't understand. So Ponzi scheme different from a pyramid scheme as confirmed by Davy Cliff here. I wonder then, how is a pyramid scheme different than an MLM? I was taken advantage of by a Fonzie scheme. When I punched a jukebox, not only did it not start playing, it actually broke and I was fined. Damn, that is a Fonzie scheme. Not even upturning your collar could get you out of that. Ethan has also kept citing retracted articles about Kavanaugh. Ooh. Right. See, this is look, Ethan, when he talks about the lawsuit, he acts like, welcome to my world, bitches. Welcome to lawsuit land. I am Ethan Klein. I'm the master of litigation, right? You are in my world now, and you're gonna get fucked, right? Sorry, chat. That was probably didn't need to drop F-bombs this early in the morning. It's not early for you though, so it's okay. But yeah, he talks like he knows. He talks like he's the master of this stuff. And it's like, did you really just like do an unforced error of actually committing defamation in a world where so many people come right up to the line but don't step over and they stay safe? And yeah, retracting articles or citing retracted articles. I mean, that is that does ring my bell as far as danger Will Robinson, danger Ethan Klein, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Wait, robbing? Is there robbing involved in a Ponzi scheme? MLMs are pyramid schemes. They just claim to be a legitimate business. Wait, so is a pyramid scheme illegal then, or is it not? Ponzi schemes are illegal, right? Ponzi, borrowing money to pay back another person you took a loan from. Pyramid and MLM are the same thing. Ponzi scheme, money comes in from one batch of people to pay the previous batch. So what, you convince somebody to give you a loan, right? This great opportunity to invest, right? They give you money, technically a loan, and then when it comes to time to pay back that loan, you got another cohort of people that you are now borrowing money from. You are paying back the initial amount from the money that you get from the second cohort, and then you pay the second cohort with the money you get from a third. Is that how it works? Works. I think you meant MLM, not MLK. Works on referrals. Usually, products are bought by the MLM salesperson. You tried that, Mozart? I just had dinner, so let the fucks fly. Shake your butt in your skin-tight Levi's next to that. Wait. Oh, you tried the Ponzi, the flipping up the collar. Yeah, the shaking of the butt. How many baht is 275 USD? That would around 10K, Shakespeare. I think. Yeah, I think that's like, I mean, I haven't looked at the exchange rate. It's been a little bit more, it's been moving around a little bit, which is not surprising given what's going on in the world right now. We're in the unforced era. Yes, we are. Is Ethan doing self-anti-Semitism? Wait, with what? So the Ponzi scheme is like when Asmongold moved his trash from one side of the house to another. The pyramid scheme would be tricking someone else into cleaning his house. Damn. Gotta ring the bell. Yes. Wait, so it's if you're using lies, then that's a pyramid scheme, or pyramid schemes are illegal, but if you call it something else, it's fine. So as long as you don't say Pyramid Industries would like to invite you on this awesome opportunity to participate in our pyramid scheme, right? As long as you don't say that, you're good, right? Bernie Madoff? Yeah, that was the Ponzi guy. That was Isn't it also a sauce? What am I thinking? Is it ponzu sauce? What am I thinking of, chat? There's a delicious sauce that I think that is called like something similar. Passion fruit Bernie Madoff on the rocks? Damn. Pyramid scheme is an illegal system, but an MLM is a legal version. They are material the same. So wait, what do you do to get... All you do is just not call it a pyramid scheme and you're good? Jesus Christ, no wonder Patrick Bet David allegedly, got his money up with these means. Pyramid scheme can only be proven if you actively are trying to racket it, like, blatantly. So wait, you gotta be like, it's gotta be something like where you text somebody that's working for you in the pyramid scheme, and you'd be like, hey, our fucking pyramid scheme's going awesome, right? We're gonna get those, got those marks, right? We're gonna get all their money. You gotta be like actively like celebrating this in some place where somebody can bring it to the court and be like, excuse me, your honor, the accused actually did claimed this to be Wow. Yeah, I think that's right, Shaxba. Did you just check it? I think it's 10K bot. The tariffs go into effect tonight. That's true. That's true. Why do they MLM on poor people now? Because rich people can sue. Is it ponzu sauce? Is it ponzu sauce? That stuff is delicious. It's so good. I love this ever-expanding stun lock. Wait, what does his son say to get himself out of the stun lock, chat? There's like a magic word that he says. There's like a phrase. Does he say moving on? No, it's something else.
In this kind of
I need the magic words.
stuff. That's all I'm saying. Maybe you shouldn't be fucking constantly getting litigious. Why are you being quiet?
I have no thoughts. I just don't want to get fucking sued.
Okay.
You're a lawyer. Yeah, he knows because he knows.
But that's what it is. This is literally the thing. Like, no, you're demonstrating. You are
don't want to get sued.
In real time demonstrating how the chilling effect works, which is precisely the reason why there are anti-slap laws in place.
I want silly slap laws.
Yeah.
Where if you try to stop someone from exercising their First Amendment rights with frivolous litigation, you can punish that person. But no one wants to do it because it's too much paperwork, it's too much money. Like, no, everyone is like understandably
Debbie
fearful
Cliff super chatted $9.99. It's a pyramid scheme if you do it to rich people. It's an MLM if you do it to poor people.
Oh, okay. I see. So in other words, like, yeah, and there's no reason that rich people would like. So the MLM is designed, and I know this, chat, because I got somebody tried to recruit me for an MLM once. And I felt so stupid about it too. I mean, I didn't give her any money. That was the good thing. That was the really, really good thing. But like, I was in the gym practicing my kickboxing. This other chick came in there. She practiced kickboxing too. Most of the people who go on the bags at that gym are guys, and you know, it's kind of cool. It was like, oh, cool. You know, like I'm not the only woman at this heavy bag, right? That's pretty cool, right? And so she chats me up and like, oh yeah, how long you been kickboxing? Oh, that's really great. That's really awesome. Say, you wouldn't need a job by chance, would you? And I'm kind of like, actually, what do you got in mind, right? And she's like, listen, here's the deal. I gotta go, but let me give you my number. And we'll set up a Zoom meeting, right? So the only thing I lost to this chick was time, and you know, time is money, time is valuable, right? But yeah, she's like Zooming me to talk to me about this business opportunity, and I really quickly recognized that she's talking about, you know, you could make so much money. I started out off totally poor, driving a shit car. Now I'm driving, you know, all these fancy cars, and I sold this last one to get this new one that's even fancier, and I'm just things are looking up, and you could be just like me, right? You know, I started off I was where you were, right? And it's really cool, and like it's really cheap. Look, you know, some people worry that when you have to buy products, you know, that you're gonna be left holding the bag. But don't worry, these are products that people actually like. That's the difference between us and other MLMs. She didn't say that, but you know what I mean. That was what she was implying. And I just like you know, as soon as she starts talking about buying products, I know exactly what this is. And I'm like, thank you so much for your time. You've been exceptionally kind. Unfortunately, the business proposition that you've made for me is just incompatible with my life right now. So, you know, you go your way, I'll go my way, and I don't ever want to talk to you again. Right? And I should have known better. Like, right? You know, some random chick is like, oh yeah, do you need I mean, I don't know. I've found jobs like that before, though. I've literally found jobs like that. Like, a lot of the best jobs you find by talking to people who, you know, are aware that jobs are, like, are aware of jobs. Humans are prone to cultishness. Must be a Lulu row? Wait, is there like a Lululemon MLM or something? I make no claim any YouTuber is running a pyramid scheme. Yeah, definitely don't want to do that. A friend said they had a job opportunity, so I took the phone call about it. Halfway through this call, yeah, it's like is it like a John Prine that's like got a song where he's like, and all my friends turned out to be insurance salesmen. It's like that, you know? He like thought he had friends, but they were just like, actually, I want to sell you insurance, John. He's like, well, fortunately. That's how John Prine talks, by the way. He sounds like that. Pretty sure.
People who are crazy enough to just like go the distance, even if they might lose in the process. And it's very, very annoying.
What is he drinking? And where is he? Is he in New York here? He's in New York. This is like a New York hotel room. God damn, his hotel room is so much nicer than mine. How come I don't have chairs like that?
Anyway, but Noah's
what the fuck is he drinking? That looks delicious. It's some kind of coffee drink.
In DC as well.
Noah is in DC indeed. Wait, so that maybe that was the one in Okay, speaking of Sam Seder, let's get a little of
the stock market.
I'm just curious here, chat.
Seems to be, I don't know, going up and down a little bit. We don't know.
Can somebody help me though? What is the magic words that Hassan says to get out of a stun lock?
Down. I mean, largely.
Look, it was up for a second. Here's what happened. All right. Like it's been going down. It's been going down. It's been going down. You know, at some point you'd expect it to come back up because a large sell-off prompts people to buy the dip. And eventually they will. But like this is a dip that is dipped like one time at 1.5K, another time at 2K, right? Huge losses. I'm talking about the Dow here, right? Started off Monday going way down. And then I think around 10 o'clock on Monday, there was a rumor floating around that Trump might back off of some or all of the tariffs, right? That he was willing to negotiate, right? And then somebody in his own administration like denied the rumor. So for a second, the stock started going back up. They were like, oh, good. Thank God he's being reasonable. He's not going to go through with this like economic self-harm. And then they clarified that like, no, he wants his tariffs. He loves the tariffs, chat. Do you know that it's the most beautiful word in the English language, tariff?
The stock market, not indicative of the real economy. It is indicative of whether largely wealthy people are making or losing money. And because of the way that our system works, they tend to be able to put outside pressure and greater pressure than just, normal people who are going to lose their jobs because of this. Spoke to Matt Brunig yesterday on tariffs. I mean, really, the story, and we spoke to David Dane about this on Friday. The bottom line is, if you want to do an industrial policy, and that is encouraged, it's quite effective to the extent that Biden was able to do some of it.
Although Trump's trying to kneecap it and fire all of the probationary employees at the office that was tasked with implementing the CHIPS Act. So
yeah, I was going to say, they're talking about the CHIPS Act.
Makes it a lot more difficult to implement.
So now you got to understand, CHIPS Act is, a bit of an attempt to, and a more serious one than Trump's tariffs, right? Trump's tariffs, it's like kind of like, what would you say, tilling the soil and expecting crops to grow, right? If you want crops to grow, you got to put seed in the ground. You're going to need to put the seeds in the ground. You're going to need something to have something to start with. In other words, right? You can't call back an industry that just doesn't exist in the country just by doing tariffs and making it prohibitively expensive to import that product or service. But yeah, Biden's had a little bit more planning, was a little bit more reasonable, was a little bit more likely to actually work. Now, in relationships to chips. So if you don't know, the largest manufacturer of chips in the world is actually Taiwan. That's part of the reason that the question of one China policy in Taiwan is such a big deal, because the Taiwan government is somewhat under the influence of the United States, and therefore that product is something that the United States has a stronger hold on, right? But they're making it in Taiwan, and Taiwan's just right off the shore of China. So were that to ever change, and were Taiwan to be under the sphere of influence of China, which it kind of is a little bit, China's definitely got influence. You can't have an island right off the coast like chat without having the large nation having some influence on it.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. We need Trump's seed quick. Get Laura Loomer on the phone.
Yeah, well, if we can get her to spit it out, right? I don't know if she will. I don't know if she's. Oh my God, chat. You're making me say these awful things. Oh my God. I'm saying such awful things about Laura Loomer and Trump. Ooh, that's what Milo told me though. But yeah, this is so anyway, the Biden wants to do the CHIPS Act not just because he is trying to get industry to come back to the United States, but also because there's a strategic vulnerability that the United States has by virtue of the fact that so many chips are made in Taiwan. And they need the Lays, they need the Fritos, they need the Takis, they need the chips back, chat. They want to make the chips here. We used to make great chips in the United States. Not so much anymore. But yeah, Trump is trying to, hobble. So the Syria, this is why it's really hard to, in fact, wait, there's a video of Hassan going, I think I watched this morning, where he goes over 5 possible reasons, the 5 most likely reasons that Trump is actually doing this tariff shit, right? And because like if he wanted just to bring back manufacturing to the United States, he would reinforce the CHIPS Act. He wouldn't try to hobble it, as Sam is saying.
But the bottom line is, tariffs can serve a function, but you need some form of plan.
Super chatted $5. To be fair, NCC, she doesn't look like she spits.
Yeah, I mean, she swallowed a lot of lies, chat. She swallowed very many lies in her lifetime. So, what's one more load of lies? A popular dish in Taiwan is called stinky tofu, which is a tofu that's been left to mold that smells like tooth plaque, but it's good. I feel like I've eaten some pretty good Taiwanese food before. I don't know if any of it has stinky tofu in it. Haktua spit out that thing. That's right. That's right. I lived in Taiwan for 3 years, says Mozart. I never made a single chip. Did you eat any chips? They have the tastiest chips there, Chad. I'm telling you, all the Takis. Well, no, not all the Takis, but the blue flavor and the red flavor come from Taiwan. What's your favorite Taki? Fermented tofu? I've heard it's dope. I feel like I've had something that was fermented, but it didn't really smell bad. Fermented tofu. I had that.
And tariffs are one element of that industrial policy plan. We want to build we need to have, as a national security reason, we need to be able to build semiconductors, whatever it is. We need to be able to build EV batteries, whatever it is.
Wait, has the voting method changed? Let me check on something. Are you talking about No, wait, the poll is there. Wait, what? You can't see until the end? Okay, so bonus content, if that's what you're asking for. 46 of you have voted so far. A depressingly low number. Of those 46, 37 are the most people are voting for the Emma Vigeland on Pod Save America, which I've heard some people say is mid. Second place, we got Hassan's Washington, D.C. speech. And in third place, we've got Walter Matheson. Now, chat, we've technically got 2 Walter Matheson's videos. It's Walter Matheson versus George Santos and Elon Musk cosplay in the Capitol. I'm so tempted to add those together because they're both Walter Matheson, and I realized like too late that splitting up, having 2, you know what I mean? I'm splitting up the vote, and I shouldn't have done that. No, ignore me. Wait, what? The tooth plaque is too much? That's what it smells like, apparently, though. There is no industry or manufacturing set up domestically for the products being made. Yes, yet he put tariffs on them. Yeah, it's just it's unserious for what he's claiming that he wants to do with it. Right now, there's some theories that Trump's got other things in mind, right? And that the as far as like the real reason for because like the proposed reason for the tariffs is ridiculous. Now, is there always a chance that Trump is just a ignoramus? Wait, is that an ableist word? I feel like that's an ableist term. I feel like I shouldn't call people. I don't know, Chad. It's some old-fashioned word, and most of those words end up being racist or something. But yeah, is he just ignorant as fuck and pursuing bad policy because nobody is there to tell him not to? Possibly. But there could also be something else, and there could be people manipulating Trump and telling him you're going to do the tariffs and it's going to have this effect, when in reality they want a different effect than the one that they're selling it to Trump with, right? That's possible too. He's surrounded by a bunch of people. They get in his ear, and he tends to, like Laura Loomer, she's like, fire these NSA people, and he's like, okay. I saw a speech on Palestine at the Palestine rally. It's pretty short for the whole bonus segment. If it's the one I'm thinking of, yeah. There is another Hassan segment I wanted to watch, but oh, I forgot that the vote keeps on opening for you annoyingly if you don't vote or something, right? I've seen that.
And you can say, we're going to slap tariffs on increasing tariffs on batteries that are manufactured other places so that we can build those batteries here. In the meantime, we're going to give subsidies to companies that come in and build batteries. And I'm just making this up as just a random thing that we might want, although we probably do. We're also going to provide training. And we're going to do an analysis of what's the best.
Yeah, so industries like clothing, right? For instance, right? Vietnam just got fucked over by the United States. The tariffs that they got against Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos are fucking ridiculous, right? And they're based on the fact that Vietnam, a lot of the clothing industry has gotten shipped to places like Vietnam, and the Vietnamese, standard of living is such that people in Vietnam can't really afford to buy a lot of American products, right? So they're being punished for that, for the fact that they, are filling that role as manufacturing clothing right now. Now, what Sam's talking about training, right? For instance, if you wanted to move clothing industry back into the United States, you would also need to train people to do that. That's the other thing, is for a lot of these things, we don't have a lot of people trained.
3 places in the country to help build these industries, because there is extra labor who may have expertise coming from a different thing was manufactured in that area, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe this is a good place to build it because of some byproducts from the manufacturing, whatever it is. But not only is there not an industrial policy by this administration, they don't even seem to have a plan on their own terms. Like, no one seems to.
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. I think you managed to find the one word that isn't ableist.
Really?
The word originates from the Latin phrase ignoramus, which literally translates to we do not know. It's never been a medical term. Yay.
Wow. Look at me, not being ableist. No, like, I actually know the Latin. Like, I actually know the like I know the verb ending, right? That's the verb ending for plural, first person plural, we, right? Ignoremos. That's the bit of Latin that I actually have retained. Amazing. But thank you for looking that up for us, Narwhal.
The only people who seem to be going out and talking, and we're going to have maybe some clips from what's going on in the Senate Finance Committee from the top trade person in the administration. But you have Scott Bessent, who is Bessent, who is the Treasury Secretary, he's on one page.
Yeah, Scott Pissant. Yeah, that guy.
Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, seems to be in a completely different
Howard Luddite
book, never mind on a separate page.
Wait, is Besson the one that you can kind of tell, like, he doesn't believe what he's saying? Or, no, Lutnick's a believer, right? And Besson is the guy that, like, he was on, was he on, like, was it Space the Nation or something like that? Or Meet the Press? And you could sort of tell, like, the expression on his face did not belie somebody saying words that he actually believes.
Then you've got Peter Navarro, who seems to be wandering out there. And it turns out this guy's expertise that he built most of his trade book on, he was quoting from an economist who turns out to be him.
Who turns out to be a fictional entity.
But with an acronym, like
Chat, I need to do that. I need to have an acronym of Irene Geller, like an acronym. What's it called? Oh my God, there's a name for this, right? Anagram. That's what Sam is looking for. It's an anagram, right? I need an anagram of Irene Geller that I can always just be like, oh no, that wasn't me. That was this other streamer. Like she's the bad one.
It was Ron Vera or something, but it's
somebody come up with an anagram of Irene Geller.
It's the name of his last name mixed up. Now I'm forgetting the name.
Yes,
Navarro. Or in Elon Musk's words, chat. In Elon Musk's words, Arsler. Like Elon has now gotten into, and I want to cover this really quick, right? I'm over ambitious, chat, but there's stuff that I gotta cover. There's stuff that we gotta talk about, and one of the things that we gotta talk about is the fact that the girls are fighting. What are the girls? Elon Musk and Peter Navarro. They're not getting along. They're fighting, right? Elon Musk does not seem to think much of Donald Trump's tariff plan, and Navarro is the champion. That is if you watched yesterday, I told you about how Jared Kushner was tasked with finding Trump his financial expert, right? What are we going to do for monetary policy? Jared, you know about money. And Jared Kushner is like, I don't know if you think that all Jewish people just naturally know about money, but that's not exactly how it works. But he goes and he finds he goes on Amazon, Amazon's bookstore, and he starts like looking up, finance stuff or like trade stuff, right? NCC organization 13 name. Yeah, that would be like if you add an X to it somehow. What can you do with that? But yeah, that is kind of like an anagram. It's an anagram with an X. The X is for Xehanort, I guess. Oh wait, were we not allowed to say his name, or else if you say his name 3 times, chat, that's bad. If you say his name 13 times, it's even worse, chat. It'll summon Kingdom Hearts. We can't have that, right? As much as that's the name of the game, summoning Kingdom Hearts is kind of low-key a bad thing. You don't really want that. But Xehanort wants it. Yeah, chat, at what point is Trump going to try to summon Kingdom Hearts? That's what I gotta know. The bonfire of the vanities at Doge. But so anyway, so Jared Kushner looks on Amazon, finds a book that piques his interest because the title of it is Death by China. Who wrote this? It's Peter Navarro, right? Somebody that that would just have never been tasked, is in no way qualified, should have nothing to do ever with a trade policy of any president, right? And they get him. Let's bring this guy in, right? And he's got all this stuff about like, here's why tariffs are so wonderful. They're fucking awesome. Tariff, right? What's my source? Oh, it's this guy Ron Vera. Ron Vera is my expert, right? Because you can't just like be citing yourself like I just really like tariffs, right? So he cites himself. He cites an anagram of himself. It's like Sora being like, oh, this guy Roxas actually told me, actually, no, Roxas is different enough from Sora. But anyway, chat, I'm getting too much into Kingdom Hearts here, and we don't even know is Missing Link even coming out? Like, is that going to happen? Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. that say? The world? Oh my god. I can't read it in time. I can't read it in time and it doesn't show me. Wait. What's going on? Xanderhall? I clicked into a stream the other night to find people saying how Xanderhall recommended people to watch. I didn't want to... Wait. Xanderhall recommended people to watch? Oh no, yeah, you gotta get your knowledge from Xanderhall. Can you imagine if Xanderhall was picked as a trade? He's our trade guru, right? We need to have a trade policy, all right? I looked up this guy who had a video about tariffs, and his name was Xanderhall. So we're gonna go with him, and he cites a guy named, I don't know, Dan Zerol or something. Like, I don't know. Somebody come up with an anagram of Xanderhall. This is not my favorite piece on it, but it's a good... Wait. This world has been connected. Tied to the darkness. Oh, is that what you said on Twitch? Thank you, Omega Star. Thank you for the bits, and thank you for the Kingdom Hearts reference. All right, chat, I want to play Kingdom Hearts 4. When is that coming out? I don't know, chat. I would be okay just going back and playing some old Kingdom Hearts shit too.
His name is Navarro, and he made a...
Maybe I'll be able to afford it now that I, live in a lower cost country. I don't know. He made Ron Vera.
Ron Vera.
And he cited him over and over again.
There's so many weird cartoon sound drops. What even is that from? It's gotta be like some 70s Hanna-Barbera shit, Like, what is that? Is that Scooby-Doo? Is that like Wacky Racers? What is... I almost said wacky racists. No, that's the Trump administration, chat. That's the wacky racists.
Right. And someone IM'd about this with like anagrams of Matt and my names yesterday, and we didn't get the joke, but sorry about that. That was a funny joke that we didn't get it at the time. I saw that Rachel Maddow segment last night. It's insane.
Do you understand that, like, if you were to write a book and just cover all of just what we've just said in any type of, like, as a comedy, like, like a Magic Christian version. I don't know if you ever read that.
Oh my God. Do you know this shit, chat?
You should actually maybe check that out.
One in chat if you know what the Magic Christian is.
If you were ever to write this in a book, people would just be like, this is so, so over the top. It's like Dadaist. But no, here we are. And here is Scott Bessent. This is clip number, this is from the Tucker Carlson show. And this is where he has a plan. This actually fits a lot better than we thought. They're firing all of these people from federal positions who, if they happen to have a 401k, some of them might, or some type of some of them may have some money put away. Unlikely too many. I guess about 40% of the public has something like this, where you have like an IRA or a 401k. Guess what they don't want to do now? Retire.
Mine's a 101k.
Because they just realized, like, oh no. But we need those people to quit, and you'll find out why.
So what we are doing, on one side, the president is reordering trade. On the other side, we are shedding excess labor in the federal government.
Excess labor, chat. Did you know that? There was too many jobs. We need less jobs. I know you think that you're not getting paid enough and that there's not enough jobs, and a lot of the things that are qualifying as jobs, a lot of the things that take you out of that unemployment number are actually gig work, where you don't get benefits, where you are not okay, where you are forced to pay for, a portion of the, the thing that you're, using to do the job, right? But no, actually, chat, there are too many jobs. You just didn't know.
And bringing down federal borrowing.
Getting paid too much, actually, chat.
And then on the other side, that will give us the labor that we need for the new manufacturing, and we're going to re-lever the private sector. So the private sector, in essence, has been in recession during the Biden years. And this is an opportunity to right-size the federal government and unleash the private sector again, because it's been hemmed down by excessive regulation and it's been crowded out by the government.
Okay, this is so baby brained. First off, we're shedding excess federal workers. Put up, and we're cutting federal spending. Put up that thing from the Brookings Institute. Do we have that? Yeah. This just gives you a real-time notion, not up to the hour, but almost up to the day, as to how much federal spending we have saved here. And there's a graph. Where is it? It was there. No, where's that graph?
Scroll up.
It's up at the top. Just
get him the graph, Matt. What the fuck? Get him the graph, Brandon. Just kidding. Oh,
please.
Backseat producer here.
Please wait. It's loading.
Okay, yeah, it's loading. I don't know why it's taking so long.
God, Sam, you're so impatient. You're worse than me.
But the fact of the matter is that federal spending has not gone down at all. We can show that in a minute. You can go to the Brookings Institute and look for, I can't remember what the title of it is.
Tracking federal expenditures in real time.
And we have not saved any money whatsoever from all of this. It's been a complete crap show.
Yes, Mozart, Peter Sellers.
Just by cutting what we've cut at the IRS, we're probably going to have $500 billion less of tax receipts, according to the IRS. So the idea that we're saving all this money, also the idea that the government crowds out the...
Wait, I'm at 70% already? Narwhal, am I missing stuff? Okay, I'm running to the store, I'll be great listening, and I'm grateful to say I have no idea what the Magic Christian is. Yeah, Narwhal's answer... Wait, what was Narwhal's answer? I'm curious now. Narwhal says... Jesus. Yeah. Well, I mean, the original Magic Christian. Actually, not a lot of people realize Jesus was actually Jewish, but no, that's it's so yeah, the 401k error 404 not found. Family and its retirement health cost accounts lost 20k. Damn. Yeah. Last I heard, due to them not caring to listen when I said it's like it'd get like this really soon. Oh, your family didn't listen. Yeah, nobody wants to, like, everybody wants to believe that things are somehow just going to go along like they always have, and that having Trump in the White House is not going to make that much of a difference. Not going to do anything bad. What's the worst that could happen? Remember, the world didn't go to hell last. Oh, wait, it did go to hell. We just have collective amnesia. Chat, we are Roxas. We went to sleep. Birth by sleep. Chat, we are... Do you get it? That's what happened to us during the pandemic. We forgot everything. We woke up in and what is it called? Not Traverse Town, but the other one. What's the other one called? The other town? The town where you eat sea salt ice cream and stuff. But anyway, somebody's saying that it should be 70, and I just have missed a bunch of... Narwhal was saying that. It's just Jesus. That's the Magic Christian. Okay, I mean, so if like, look, I'm wondering. I don't think I'm gonna spoil this. This is a movie from like the late 60s, early 70s. So I don't think I'm gonna spoil it for anybody. But if you feel like you might want to watch the Magic Christian, just like mute it now for the next 15 seconds. All right. It's a boat that they get on to go on a cruise, right? And it's a wacky cruise. And at the end of the cruise, they get out of the boat and they find that it hasn't like left, right? It wasn't going anywhere. They paid for this cruise and the boat is just stays put, you know. They just fake the whole boat trip. Anyway, that's the Magic Christian. That's at least the part I remember from it. Japanese PS2 games have predicted our reality. Yes, indeed. Well, that means that Trump's going to try to summon Kingdom Hearts. We got to do something, chat. We got to stop him. That's legal. Hell, even if it's not. We gotta stop him from summoning Kingdom Hearts. He's gonna make an executive order. No stopping me from summoning Kingdom Hearts now. If he starts talking about the Keyblade, but like spelled CHI, just look out. That's all I'm saying. All right. Anyway, this whole stream has been one large stunlock. Let's move on.
Private.
Is that what Hassan says? Moving on.
Market.
He has magic words, chat, that he uses to get himself out of stunlock.
It's also.
I need that magic for myself.
Just absurd. It's conceivable that people with government jobs help maintain the value of labor, if that's what they mean. By firing all these people in government, we're actually making labor cheaper for people in the private sector. But all of this is just completely baby-brained. Because I got news for you. If, in the best case of scenario, if a couple of factories were developed to deal with the products that we're no longer going to be able to afford from the rest of the world, and again, like even all our imports, it's like 12%. The real problem is that it's the inputs for things that like we can't produce here and we have produced in China and it comes here and then we make a final product.
Right. They're doing it in reverse, as we were saying. Like, if you wanted to do a multi-year-long domestic manufacturing policy where you were to create these facilities, heavy state investment, and then impose certain tariffs, that would make sense. But they're putting the cart before the horse, and then there's no horse. In fact, they're trying to kill the horse, the CHIPS Act, which potentially, given what they were trying to say, like that, they could have built on that theoretically, but that's not obviously what they're interested in. I also love the idea that these fired HHS staffers are going to go like work building semiconductors.
Exactly.
What are we talking about?
No, it's absolute garbage.
But it is labor discipline. They're upset.
It's gobbledygook.
About the fact that unemployment has
use your catchphrase, Sam.
Has been at such a low percentage, even though there's a lot of underemployment. People are still making starvation wages and have to work 3 jobs. But like they're upset.
That's what I'm saying. The jobs that exist fucking suck ass, and there's getting more suck ass jobs and less good jobs. And those fucking government jobs were some of the only jobs that actually like you take a pay cut if you work in the public sector. Chat, understand this, right? Your area of expertise, you're getting paid less for it than you would in the public sector. But why do you do it? You do it because the benefits are actually decent. They're like the kind of benefits you used to get, back in the day for any job. And these are the, kind of jobs that have been, eliminated or have come back with like lower benefits, right? It's just like, it's ridiculous, right? They're harming the material conditions of the workers in the private sector by attacking the public sector.
That there's not more unemployment, which gives them more leverage over their workforce.
100%. But again, the idea that someone you fired in February who works at the EPA is going to be working in a factory by September is just absurd. It's just absurd. It's absurd. It's insane. But here's Besant again now running.
Yeah, losing money costs you nothing, and it's a great learning opportunity. It's a character builder. That's what Benny Johnson says. Goggles. Yeah, that is kind of an epic clip from Benny Johnson.
To a problem where
and look, Benny Johnson has always been a lolcow. Like he does this thing now where he kind of like mews and he chins and he's like. He's obviously been in the gym. He's trying to be like, I'm an alpha male now. I'm always winning, right? I stay winning. Benny Johnson, yeah. Like I don't remember when he went up against Sam on Pierce Morgan. Like the fucking confidence of this guy, right? Undeserved, because like when you say stuff like losing money costs you nothing. What the fuck, Benny? What the fuck? What do words mean? What are words for when nobody listens anymore?
Instead of like, Tucker Carlson, whose job it is to increase his...
Especially when I cover politics.
clicks. Here's Larry Kudlow, who, again, all he cares about at the end of the day is tax cuts and stock market going up. He's probably also, happy he's no longer working in the Trump administration just from a personal health
Wait, what was Kudlow doing for the Trump administration
standpoint.
When did I miss this? I thought he was like a Fox business guy.
Because the pressure seemed to really get to him last time. But here he is with Scott Bessant, basically reading Bessant the Riot Act.
I don't know if you heard Art Laffer in the prior interview, but Art doesn't believe that the trade deficit should be a metric. I don't really either. I mean,
Chat, is Kudlow melting? He looks different.
Mr. Secretary, if you get your tax cuts, and I guess you're well on the way, you get your deregulation. These are all huge pro-growth
Yeah, the tax cuts, the deregulations we like, the tariffs not so much.
items. Okay. We will grow. We, the United States, will grow faster than Japan. We will grow faster than almost anybody. Therefore, almost by...
I mean, except for the working class, you will die. You will literally die at your job. There's a word for this in Japanese. There will soon be a word for this in English.
definition, by growing faster than the rest of the world, we're always going to have a trade deficit. So I don't know why you'd want to use the trade deficit
Dude is melting.
in a calculation for a reciprocal charge. I understand your point about non-tariff barriers. I get that. That's why I would have chosen a handful of countries, I don't know, maybe 10 or a dozen countries, and really carefully pinpointed it. But to apply this to the whole world on the
When they say non-tariff measures, what they're talking about is like stuff like value-added tax or a subsidy, something that's going to potentially distort the trade picture that is not itself a tariff. That this is what they're saying about, I think it's countries like Vietnam that they, when they were asked about why are you fucking Vietnam, which I'm kind of pissed about, chat. I'm pissed about a lot of this policy, but fucking over Vietnam, considering how much the United States has fucked over Vietnam in the past, that's fucking awful. Fucking awful. Fucking disgraceful. What's happening to, what they're trying to do to Vietnam, what they're trying to do to Cambodia and Laos. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, chat. But it's they said when they were asked about why are you fucking over Vietnam so hard, they were like, Vietnam is the poster child for the non-tariff distortion or whatever they're calling it. Basically, I think they're talking about a value-added tax, but I'm sure Vietnam also does things like keeps prices of staple foods in check, right, to make sure that people have enough to eat.
basis of trade deficits. Is that really the best in your judgment? You've been around a long time. You've looked at these. You've done analysis. Is that really where we should be at?
Well, look, Larry, the trade deficit...
Let me just say one thing. When we have a trade deficit, part of it could be because their market's not open to our products. But a big part of it's going to be their market's not as big as ours.
Or people can't afford, in the case of Vietnam, people can't afford our products. People cannot afford our products. That's why there's a trade deficit with Vietnam. They make shit that Americans want to buy, and Vietnamese people are living at a standard of living where they cannot afford a lot of American products.
May not even be worth it at the end of the day for our manufacturers to focus on this. There could be. We want to increase our, car battery business or whatever it is. You target specific places, but they're not doing that. They're doing it on everything. And a trade deficit is also a function of our being the world's currency, because our currency is the one where, up until at least today, if you want to own a stable currency, because yours may not be that stable, or you want to do business with other countries, you get the American dollar. That keeps the American dollar strong. When the American dollar is strong, that means we are more likely to have a trade deficit.
Yeah.
That's just the bottom.
So, chat, the function of this, the way that this works, the way that this plays out, is that the US dollar is held almost as an investment by a lot of countries. And that means that there's a certain amount of dollar that is, there's essentially a floor. for the U.S. dollar, right? That makes it more stable. It also, raises the overall value of the dollar, and it has a lot of benefits for the United States. But the one drawback, I guess, is that as far as trade, right? That the United States dollar is so valuable that it's can be difficult to sell to sell American products elsewhere. Now, I said products. Understand that an economy is not just products, it's products and services. And whereas the United States maybe lags in terms of products that it's exporting, and not entirely, there's a lot exported from the United States. Energy, food, there's a lot that's exported from the United States, right? But it makes up for, more than makes up for, in services, right? A lot of the financial services, right, are being bought from the United States. So it's not, there's not really a problem here. Overall, there was a problem caused by deindustrialization. It was a conscious policy undertaken by the Carter administration, and kept up by Reagan, Bush, and Clinton. But it's that this is a problem that if you want to solve it, you got to do more than tariffs. Tariffs alone won't solve it, and if you're going to use tariffs at all as part of that equation, you're gonna target them.
Bottom line.
We also have a trade deficit with China in many ways because, our free trade deals, we outsource our manufacturing and our labor to areas of the world where it's cheaper. So, we import more than China buys from us. I mean, this is just a visual of this. But you can see, there's a trade deficit, but that's because the United States benefits from it. And now they're pissed that China has a lot of central planning and doesn't need the United States imports, and other countries don't need our meat that's underregulated compared to other areas of the world.
They don't want our meat. They don't want our meat.
Which is also what Navarro and others are upset about. But
they don't want our cars that fuck up their roads and that don't work for their transportation system, that are cars that are dangerous, right? The United States, if they want to sell stuff, a lot of it, you got to sort of make products that the world wants, and our TRT'd up RFK meat is not really cutting it for a lot of places.
No, China and some other countries that have been affected by, say, U.S. sanctions, they've found ways to manufacture some of these goods or develop other trade relationships. All this does is incentivize other countries that were normally in our orbit and buying from us to go to China, who's a more stable partner.
And let's be clear that China exports to us about 12% of their exports. They'll deal with it.
Yeah.
I have a feeling better than we're going to deal with it, at least in the short run. But all right, continue here.
That's the other thing, right? If you're going to challenge China on trade, you need to have a strategy to win that trade war. And it's kind of like, you can see a strategy. If it was a chessboard, chat, you could see a million different ways that China checkmates the U.S. in this fight. It's not a good it's not a good fight to pick. In a way, you could say that China's done an innovation on capitalism, right? They have restructured capitalism in the context of a command economy, where the rather than our capitalist democracy, where the government works at the behest of the corporations, theirs is kind of inverted, right? It's the corporations work at the behest of the government, and it turns out that's kind of OP.
Where we should be at.
Well, look, Larry, the trade deficit, as you and Art know, is a result of three things. It's a result of the terms of trade, it's a result of our budget deficit, and it's the result of the level of the dollar. And we want a strong dollar.
Do you, though? Because everything you're doing tells me you don't want a strong dollar.
We are getting our budget deficit under control, which I actually think will help with the trade deficit.
Are you, though? Adding $4 trillion in tax cuts? Is that how you get your deficit under control? Oh no, he thinks the tariffs are gonna earn us trillions.
And then the third part is
pause it. The way that the getting the budget deficit under control, as he says, which of course has nothing to do with trade policy. It has nothing to do with their trade war. If you get the budget deficit down, there is an argument it will weaken the dollar, because when we borrow money to deal with our deficit, we're borrowing at least some of that from foreign countries. That strengthens the dollar. But that will impact the trade deficit, but their actions to deal with the trade deficit are probably going to hurt our budget deficit, because we're going to have a recession. We're going to lose workers before.
Yeah, so their idea is that like they're going to do and it's incomprehensible, chat. Their idea of what they're doing with this trade war is incomprehensible, because on one hand, right, if you want the tariffs because you're going to make money off of them, then you don't want the tariffs to stop to slow down trade. In other words, you don't want people buying less of a product because it's tariffed, right? But you're also saying that you want people to buy less of foreign products because they're tariffed in order to build up American industries and force, force people to buy American or whatever, right? You can't have both at the same time. It's either one, it's going to be one or the other. Now, what Sam is saying is that if you plunge the overall economy into a recession or a depression, you are necessarily going to take in less taxes. The economy will shrink, and you're gonna make the deficit worse, not better, right? So none of this makes sense. There's a bunch of competing possibilities for what Trump, and we're going to get into that in just a second. Bunch of competing possibilities for what Trump is trying to do with the tariffs, and they're kind of mutually exclusive, right? You either one of them works and the others don't, or this one works and the rest don't, right? It's not something that you can have. It's an or, it's not an and.
We start having this magic renaissance of manufacturing that they think is going to happen, and we're going to have less receipts, tax receipts. So it's the opposite, but he's like switching the causation to address something he can't address at all, which is why we did this.
He's not even addressing really what Kudlow said there. He's just like listing the elements that go into making trade policy. He's filibustering because all of these guys, Bessent is my now pick to be the first departure. He's leaking the Politico.
Really interesting.
It seems like clearly because
we're gonna keep Waltz. We're gonna keep Hegseth, but we're gonna get rid of Bessent.
He represents Wall Street. Him and Kudlow are very similar.
I mean, I could see that because, like I said, Bessent is the guy that I have a suspicion does not believe the policies that he's advocating for, as opposed to Navarro, who is, from all accounts, a true believer.
People, they just care if lines going up and everyone's getting rich. And maybe some people bought the dip. We'll get to some of those theories later, and maybe had longs and other.
Oh, I'm sorry, chat. We were supposed to buy the dip. The dick.
Investments where that insulated from them, but that could be the infighting in the Trump administration now between people who
spotted dick, chat. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's a British culinary delight.
Whose financial position
delicious
benefits from the economy crashing, and people whose financial position doesn't.
Like you said, it's a fill time thing. It's basically like saying Wikipedia defines a tariff as because he needs to get 400 words.
All right, let's just finish him out.
We are getting our budget deficit under control, which I actually think will help with the trade deficit. And then the third part is
how does that work?
The tariff or the trade barriers.
Wait, the budget deficit under control lowers the value of the dollar. I think it's got to be that.
Which
So they are trying to fucking attack the value of the dollar. He just said that he wanted a strong dollar. What he said right there indicates that he does not. He's talking out of both sides of his ass.
which we're seeing. So I am confident that we will, again, as I said, the four factors will be tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, the currency manipulation, and whether it's wage or...
So by currency manipulation, you mean stuff like buying dollars?
industrial subsidies.
Do you
And
think that's unfair for other nations to buy our currency?
I think we're going to have very, very productive negotiations with
Negotiations.
And, again, as you said, on tariffs.
Okay,
Incidentally-
now look, when they say negotiations, the reason that they're doing that is because they've been told that that's the one thing that makes the market partially bounce back. If they mention negotiations, if they play up negotiations, if Trump talks about the world leaders that are coming to see him, then people start to think, oh, well, maybe he'll negotiate the tariffs away.
Pazzi, he just started this sort of like this diarrhea of the mouth by saying, I'm confident that, and never brought it home.
And when he says negotiations, he's telling on himself, because yesterday he had said publicly that they had started negotiations with Japan at the same time that an op-ed was published in the Financial Times by Peter Navarro, who's the lunatic running this thing, saying that there are no negotiations to be had.
They're going, I mean, what's absolutely clear is this administration is going in 14 different directions. There is no plan for...
Yeah. So there's different, let's just look at it, different factions, right? Elon Musk does not like these tariffs, right? He said himself that he would prefer a zero tariff between the United States and the EU. Navarro obviously loves the idea of tariffs, wants to keep the tariffs, wants the tariffs to be a thing that will fund our country for years to come. So you've got different factions in the Trump government, and there may be a dynamic of winners and losers in this. Now, the most recent loser in the infighting in the Trump administration would be Elon Musk, right? He went to Wisconsin. He tried to buy a Supreme Court seat. He failed. And he showed how toxic attaching Elon Musk to any congressional candidate is. So now they know that now it's starting to weaken Trump's power in the Congress. That's why you've got a bunch of Republicans, maybe even the majority of the caucus, from what I've been hearing, that is considering some sort of legislative action to take some of the power back from Trump on tariffs. Now, if they want to do that, they're going to have to roll Trump, right? They're going to have to override a veto from him, which would be huge. But if there's a chance that the Peter Navarro faction is losing, then you might see some more shenanigans where the tariffs go away again, and then I don't know what's going on from there. But none of this is good for the market, right? The market craves stability, and Trump is not giving them that.
For this. And the only question is, will Donald Trump decide that the pain from his billionaire buddies is sufficient for him to reverse himself? And if not, then, I think just about the rest of us are effed.
Going into a recession, yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Okay, so one more thing that we're going to watch before we get into our Valuetainment for the afternoon.
Dude!
Again, we also have a bonus goal. Please don't be Hasanabi Archives. Oh, thank God. It's Hasanabi Productions, chat. I love this channel. I love this channel because it's the biggest competitor with Hasanabi Archive, which is the bot channel. You don't want to watch that one. You don't want to support that one. At least that's what Hassan has been saying. That's a bot channel. And Hasanabi Productions is the biggest competitor as far as getting the most Hassan clips out as fast as possible. So good on you, Hasanabi Productions. I also should mention that we've got several goals tonight. One is our bonus content goal. That's your opportunity to keep me on for a little bit longer, to cover an extra topic, a topic of your choice. You can vote for this topic right now in the poll. that is active on YouTube. 64 of you have voted already. First place, Emma Vigland on Pod Save America. Second place, Walter Matheson, interviewing or like messing with George Santos. Third place is Hassan's Washington, D.C. speech. Like I said, if we cover that one, we'll also cover some of the protests as well, right? Because like that is a relatively short clip. And we've got Elon Musk cosplay. Oh, God, I should have said that right. It makes it sound like Elon Musk is doing cosplay. Cosplay. Don't mind if I do. USA. No, he's going to cosplay as Melee is what he's going to do. No, it's Walter Matheson cosplaying as Elon Musk in the Capitol. He's dressed like Elon Musk. He's pretending to be Elon Musk. He's in the Capitol. And apparently the staffers are not amused. So that's what we got going on today. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, if you're coming over from Twitch to YouTube, to No Comment Check on YouTube to vote, which you can do, make sure to leave a like, all right? I'm not telling you I'm not trying to reorient you away from Twitch or anything or tell you to watch it on YouTube. You don't have to. You can go right back to Twitch and watch it on Twitch if you want to. Just come over, make your voice heard, and leave a like while you're there because I appreciate it greatly, and it helps me out a lot. Again, the bonus, we are 70% of the way towards the bonus goal. 30% of is lacking. If we get that 30% by the end of the stream, then I will cover another topic, one of these topics, the one that wins. You can also put your money where your mouth is when you donate. You can also add a percentage. We've got that over on that side of things, right? Here, let me just like manually like this, bring it to me. There, right there, you can see, and nobody's told me, which of these topics they want so far. But if you're donating, feel free to let me know which of these topics is near and dear to your heart. I will turn your donation into a bonus for the topic of your choice. So just let me know what that is when you're doing a super chat, a super sticker. If you're getting yourself a membership, if you're getting memberships for other people, if you're supporting me on Throne, or if you're signing up for my Patreon, or if you're supporting me on Twitch, any of those count as donations. They'll make the bonus goal go, up and make it more likely that we get bonus content. And they also give you the opportunity to put your thumb on the scale just a teensy little bit and manipulate the manipulate the currency that way. So that's what we're doing today. The other goal that we've got is a goal to put a butterfly in my hair. That is right, chat. And we are 8/10 of the way there. So that happens every time somebody does a super chat that's a teal or above. That number goes up. If the number goes up to, we got an hour and 10 minutes left in that goal. If we get to 10, as soon as we get to 10, not only do you get confetti that goes, pew, but I also put a butterfly in my hair. With that being said, let's fucking go.
Bro!
Maybe Hassan will say his magic word that gets him out of the stun lock here.
You're 60 years old. What are you doing? This is the wealthiest man, one of the most powerful individuals on the planet, dude. Holy mo-
Now the question is he talking about Navarro or is he talking about Elon? Because the girls are definitely fighting, okay? The girls are fighting. That's Navarro and Elon Musk. They are at each other's throats in so many ways. Navarro has criticized Elon Musk. Sorry, no, let me say this the right way. Elon has criticized Navarro openly on his app that he owns, and Elon Musk's brother, a stockholder, I think in Tesla, or some kind of, who's involved in his business as well, has criticized I think Navarro as well. So there's a little bit of back and forth here.
Holy Toledo!
And we do have Elon Musk, coming out in an interview against the Trump tariff policy. So Elon's not on board. Elon's been, I wouldn't say frozen out, but the way that Trump's talking about him is like, oh, he's got to go back and run his business, folks. His businesses are falling apart without him. They need Elon. He's a very smart man. He's got to go run those businesses. He won't have time to be in the White House. We don't know this guy anymore. We're not associated with him and his toxic brand.
Trump stands firm on tariffs amid the stock market turmoil. Let's take a look.
Trump is holding firm on his tariffs, rejecting calls for a pause. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce tracking that debate. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, with his sweeping so-called reciprocal tariffs set to take effect at midnight tonight, the president is not backing down, but his administration is sending some mixed messages about this trade war. The president speaking of these tariffs as permanent policy while also opening the door to bargaining. This morning, in the face of turmoil on Wall Street, President Trump remains defiant.
I don't mind going through it because I see a beautiful picture at the end.
He's showing no signs of budging despite growing fear among economists that a recession is on the horizon. Top investors, even Trump supporters, now urging him to hit the brakes. I asked the president, would you be open to a pause in tariffs to allow for negotiations?
Well, we're not looking at that. We have many countries that are coming to negotiate deals with us, and they're going to be fair deals.
The White House says almost 70 countries have come calling, but so far only Japan appears engaged in any kind of active negotiations before Trump's 24% tariff takes effect. We pressed the Treasury Secretary. You're starting to negotiate. How soon do you think we could see some deals be made?
Well, we have one of the Vietnamese officials coming in.
I thought Scott Bessent would have backed away from this by now. I really thought that he would have backed out of this. Like it would have been forced.
What, like resigned? To
just retire, leave the administration. You know what I mean? I truly thought he would have quit by now. It is kind of interesting that he's still holding on.
But like, I mean, people say this about Marco Rubio as well, right? There's a lot of shit that's going on in the Trump administration that anybody that is serious about politics, even right wingers, would not want to be associated with, or would be embarrassed by, would not want to sign off on, and yet here they are kissing the ring.
You know, he's still holding on. He looks scared. He has the attitude of a man who is not. It feels like he's not happy about what the things that he has to defend, but we'll see.
The Japanese are very eager to get over, and I think you're going to see a couple of big trading partners do deals very quickly.
The president pressed on the purpose of his tariffs as his administration sends mixed messages, asked if they're a permanent strategy or a short-term negotiating tactic.
Well, they can both be true. There can be permanent tariffs, and there can also be negotiations, because there are things that we need beyond tariffs.
The president appearing.
Yeah, his message is now the White House message. Talk about negotiations, but keep the tariffs. The reason why they're doing that is because they want the markets to scream a little less. Because it's not just about like a consolidation of wealth in the way that like even Robert Reich and Sam Seder and many other people whose
okay, now here's what I'm interested about, right? You know, we've heard, he's acknowledging people that have posited theories of what is Trump's actual goal with this, and Hassan's going to disagree with Sam Seder, Robert, is it? I don't know. I never know how to pronounce his last name. Reich? Yeah, I think it's Reich.
Opinion I trust on a lot of this stuff have indicated. Because there's a lot of people who think like, oh, Trump is purposely tanking the market so that his buddies can just like pick apart the pieces for pennies on the dollar. I don't think that is the primary purpose. I think that is a secondary purpose that happens regardless, right? No matter what happens, that is what is going to happen. That's just the normal capitalist imperative. Having said that, that is not the reason why he's doing this. The tariffs are, I think, the most instructive thing that we have seen thus far, if you are confused about the tariffs, is the 5 points that one random guy delivered in front of, what was it? There was another press conference of a low-level dude who got up and said, here are the 5 things.
Wait, a Trump administration guy?
That we want from these other countries, including purchasing more weapons, including purchasing more of our shit. And I think that is the major, those are the real reasons why he's implementing these destructive tariff initiatives. Do you think the primary purpose is to essentially strong arm other countries into purchasing American goods? Yes. That is one of the major reasons why he's doing this. There's a couple reasons why he's doing this. Okay? There's a couple reasons why he's doing this. The number one most important reason why he's doing this is because China has cleaned up over the course of, after being forced into the World Trade Organization, okay? China, utilizing state subsidies and its command economy has absolutely dominated the rest of the planet in terms of...
What are we looking at? Global trade dominance? So the blue is the US, right? Wait a minute. I don't understand. Why is Alaska not like an American flag? All right, let me just I want to see this chart. We gotta like increase the resolution here. Let's try. Come on. Give me higher resolution. I need to read this chart. It's gonna be a little off screen from you, but let me read it to you. In 2000, the U.S. trade totaled $2 trillion. U.S. trade totaled $2 trillion, more than 4 times China's $474 billion. From 2000 to 2024, the U.S. trade expanded by 167%, while China's trade surged by 1,200%, surpassing the U.S. in 2012. By 2024, total trade reached 55.3 trillion for the US and 56.2 trillion for China. So yeah, we see here in red, I get China as okay. So these are the red ones have China as their largest trading partner. The blue ones have the US. Oh, there is the little it's the stars on Alaska, right? So anyway, so yeah, you see the entirety of the Western Hemisphere dominated by the United States, with the exception of Cuba. Cuba, oh my gosh, there's a few other places. No, that's not. That's the U.S. flag. God damn it. That's just Florida. That's Florida I'm seeing there. Yeah, Cuba is being the exception here. Everything else in the Western Hemisphere dominated by the U.S. Obviously, the U.S. has sanctions against Cuba, hence why it's not dominated its trade. And then, all of South and Central America, all of Europe, Russia, most of Africa, a lot of the Middle East, India, Australia, like a lot of stuff, right? China's dominating like Mongolia and Iran. I'm like, I can identify countries on a map. God damn it. I'm not Destiny. I'm not Hassan. No, just kidding. Just kidding, Hassan. Wait, that's Iran. What the fuck is up here? Ukraine. No. What am I looking at, chat? Iran is down here. Afghanistan is here. China's dominating these in 2000. Anyway, regardless, somebody in chat will tell me. Regardless, 2024, we see a completely different. We see the majority of South America dominated by China, even Greenland. Biggest trading partner, China, Spain, and Russia, obviously, Australia. Yeah, just like massive dominance in most of the world, as far as being the largest trading partner
of trade. And other countries don't look to that and go, wait, why don't we also have a higher degree of socialization and try to implement a command
Here, I'll bring
of
it
trade
back for you, chat. The country I'm talking about is to the northwest of China. I should know it.
And other countries don't look to that and go, wait, why don't we also have a higher degree of socialization and try to implement a command economy? Instead of doing that, other countries decided you're cheating. That's basically what this is. This is called cheating. There is a finite amount of subsidies that you can offer your agricultural producers. If you're America, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. But ultimately, if you are using capitalism as a sleeve, right, and you're not actually capitalist minded,
Kazakhstan.
and you are instead utilizing your supposedly capitalist corporations to dominate global trade by
Chat, Kazakhstan is fucking huge. How did I not know this? How did I not know that Kazakhstan is like way bigger than Mongolia? Damn. Anyway.
offering complete state control to your production that makes it impossible to compete against, then that's really up. That's called cheating. That is unironic.
No, I'm not talking about Mongolia. Mongolia is like to the north of China, right? I'm talking to the northwest of China. It's Kazakhstan. Is that Borat's country? Is that like literally the country from Borat?
The argument, okay? They say Chinese meta too strong. Chinese meta is too strong. Please nerf. This is OP. At no point does anybody go, why don't we also chase the Chinese meta? Not a single person has decided that perhaps that could be the next evolution of capitalism. Okay? So that's a big gripe that obviously Ursula von der Leyen has, the European markets have. That's a big gripe that America has. And Donald Trump wants to
Iraq and Shakespeare got it. It's Kazakhstan.
Couple the rest of the world from Chinese manufacturing by force. Okay? White House aide Stephen Moran outlines 5 potential responses. This is, ironically enough, one of the most instructive things I have read, knowing what I know about the Trump administration, knowing what I know about Project 2025, knowing what I know about previous administrations and their overarching goals of undermining Chinese.
Is it Dengism though? I mean, like, it kind of like this whole track started under Deng, but there's been, leaders that have come along since Deng. And you really saw it sort of take off in 2000 or in the mid 2000, between 2000 and 2010 is when China's economy really took off. So, is it Deng's policies, or is it
Chinese dominance of the global stage for global trade? Okay? This is, I'm telling you right now, the greatest summarization of what their administration's goals are. Don't listen to anything else, just this. Number 1, foreign countries can accept tariffs without retaliation, giving U.S. revenue. Number 2, they can stop the unfair/harmful trade practices and buying more from the U.S. This is the major part. This is what they want to do. They want to forcibly sell our hormone-induced beef to other countries at the higher price points that they can't even purchase at. Or they want our salmonella chicken by force to dominate their marketplaces, okay? Or they want our cars that they cannot drive in their roads to dominate their roads. This is what it is, because other than that, what else do we sell? Weapons. And also, of course, services. We sell a lot of services. The entire global economy revolves around services. Financial services, tech services, things of that nature, okay? Those are the things that we sell, and we already dominate on that front regardless. Boost defense spending and procurement from U.S. And ding, 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 there it is. This is the third and perhaps also incredibly important point. They want other countries to make up for the trade deficit by buying more of our weapons, okay? Buy more of our arms. Please buy more of our arms. That's the only thing we have. There's nothing else that we have. We don't make shit. We make weapons. So you have to buy these weapons. And then, last but not least, they want foreign nations to invest and install factories in the United States and also directly write checks to the U.S. Treasury. That last one is really funny. This right here, in my opinion,
there's like a lot of that going on, right? The writing checks to the U.S. Treasury. That's basically what a gold card is, right? They have the green card, but you want the gold card. It's the Trump card. It's the Trump card. You want to get the Trump card. It's a golden ticket to do whatever you want in the United States and just pass all the lines and like get citizenship. Just like
opinion,
it's a mere $5 million for a gold card.
Is the most instructive 5-point goal that I have seen so far from the administration. Pay no attention to what like Navarro says versus what Lutnick says versus what Bessent says versus what Donald Trump says. They have their own personal goals. But I think overall, this is the greatest summary I have seen of the actual goals that the administration has beyond what I just described to you about, like, forcing China to no longer have this dominant position in global trade because their subsidy-backed commodity production methods are, unfortunately for the rest of the world, impossible to compete with.
Yeah, I think Eamon Javers has some more color.
Wait. Did he just give us the five
and install factories in the United States.
Here it is.
That we have. We don't make shit. We make weapons. So you have to buy these weapons. And then, last but not least, they want.
Okay, I want to see this. Foreign countries can accept tariffs without retaliation, giving the U.S. revenue. That's not how that's gonna work, though. Right? It's either gonna give you revenue or it's gonna reduce the imports.
Thomas Jur, super chatted $5.54. Trump wants the outside to match his inside. Fire extinguisher fire engine.
He wants to inshitify the world, is what you're telling me, Thomas Jerome. Thank you for the super chat. They can stop unfair, harmful trading practices, buying more from the U.S. So this would be negotiating, right? So this is Stephen Miran, kind of a low-level guy, as Hassan is saying, but we got boost defense spending. Okay, so that's a big deal. What do we make? We make weapons, buy more weapons, invest and install factories in the U.S. They can write checks to the U.S. So you can straight up. This is like, yeah. This. I mean, I guess it's not bribery because it's not going into Trump's pockets. But I swear to God, he's got many methods for you to put money in his pocket, and that might be even more effective to getting what you want from Trump than writing a check to the Treasury. But that's like there too. So there we go again. Like, either give us money through tariffs, which is not how it works. The U.S. consumer is going to bear the cost of that. And again, this only happens if the tariff does not cause. This only happens, like, this is only a factor if the tariff does not cause less of that product to be bought. In other words, if it's not prohibitively expensive, or if the demand for the product is inelastic, right, then you'd expect this to maybe work. In most cases, this wouldn't work. In most cases, tariffs are going to discourage purchase. They can stop unfair, harmful trading practices. That is the negotiation tact. Come to Washington, kiss the ring, change your laws. Get rid of your value-added tax. Get rid of your tariffs. Do whatever the fuck Trump wants you. I don't know. Stop buying dollars. Maybe one of the things. Boost defense spending. Buy our weapons, because that's the one thing the world really needs is more weapons, or invest and install factories in the U.S. Anyway, so this is Hassan's what he's behind. That we've got a lot of different ideas forwarded by people like Sam Seder, Yanis Varoufakis, Robert Reich has some ideas, but this is I don't know what is the end game? What is the Avengers end game of all of this?
Want foreign nations to invest and install factories in the United States, and also. But I think overall, this is the greatest summary I have seen of the actual goals that the administration has beyond what I just described to you about, like, forcing China to no longer have this dominant position in.
So that's a scary thing. The China thing is kind of scary because it sounds like what they're trying to do is make nations choose the U.S. or China, right? It's an attempt to isolate China as far as trade. And, when one world power attempts to, ice out the other in trade, you gotta think that that actually more than a war that is not just a trade war is not far behind, right? That is confetti. Yes, indeed. Omega Star. Thank you for the super chat. Thomas Jerome, thank you for the super chat. We got the confetti. It is butterfly time. It is also, what are we at? We're 80% of that bonus goal, so working our way up there. And getting the butterfly in my hair. Wow, amazing. Paternal alienation, tisk tisk Trump. China already leads in trade in almost every single country. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. I don't think that isolate China is going to work, right? If they wanted to do this, they sort of missed the opportunity, and I don't think it's not a good plan. It's just like his new version of NATO. What, people that are, trading partners that agree to ice out China? A partner had to legit begin being paid in crypto due to their country's currency going so bad.
Thomas Jur super chatted $5.54. International Mean Girls. Snaps fingers and walks away.
Pretty much, Thomas Jerome. Yeah, we're closing in on that bonus goal. We got the butterfly goal. You got the confetti chat. I really just do those super chat goals so that you can get confetti, because I've seen that happen in other chats, and it's pretty cool. Anyway, chat. I feel like we got what we wanted out of the Hassan video. What's the rest of it? There's a little bit about Elon versus. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I think it's right around here. The girls are fighting Navarro versus Musk. We gotta take a look at this really quick too.
Okay, that's right. Peter Navarro, also known as Ron Vera, very famous analyst Ron Vera. Okay, heavily featured in all of Peter Navarro's
Everyone knows this is the trade guy. This is the guy that knows trade better than anyone else.
books as a China expert. I'm of course referencing
his book, Death by China.
Elon called Navarro R-wordo. Wait.
R-wordo.
What? R-wordo?
When it comes to tariffs and trade, we all understand in the White House, and the American people understand that Elon's...
He called him, what, retordo? What the He said people...
It's like he's trying to do the Trump thing, but he's being like one step more edgy and like 2 steps less funny, right? Trump can do this. He can create nicknames for people, and they kind of stick, and they sometimes bang a little bit. But I don't know about Elon.
For Peter Retordo? What the Dude! Bro! You're 60 years old. What are you doing?
So to answer your question of the 60-year-old that Hassan was chiding, it was Musk.
This is the wealthiest man, one of the most powerful individuals on the planet, dude. Holy moly. Holy Toledo. Yeah. Dog 3 and Retordo has hit the timeline. A new coin. A new Retordo coin is coming out, okay? A new cryptocurrency. This time, Peter Retordo, or whatever the f is called. This is so ridiculous, dude.
A car manufacturer, but he's not a car manufacturer. He's a car assembler in many cases. If you go to his Texas plant...
So chat, we're going to keep our eyes on this, right? There is now a beef within the Trump administration, Musk versus Navarro. I am sure that Musk is not alone in his reservations about Navarro as as the trade guy. Now that, however, I want you to understand, Navarro has been with Trump for longer than Elon has, right? And if there's one thing that Trump sort of, does he reward loyalty? I don't know, chat. I don't know. But anyway, Navarro's gone to jail for Trump, if you don't know, right? I talked about this yesterday. He refused to answer a subpoena, and he was, put in jail because of that. When he came out, a friend of the VOD, Anarchy Princess, was there to give him shit. what was the other guy's name? The truth conductor or something. He was the train guy. There's a train guy chat that shows up at Washington speaking engagements, and he was there to conduct the truth. And it's just kind of Peter Navarro could not talk. He was trying to give his speech, to whatever media cared what Peter Navarro had to say, and he could not get a word in edgewise with Anarchy Princess and the truth conductor standing there behind him.
Good part of the engines that he gets, which in the EV case is the batteries, come from Japan and come from China. The electronics.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the first time it's been kind of funny, but because of how stupid it is. Okay, like just so deeply unserious that a 60-year-old man is saying this. That's crazy. Like, what are we doing? This is so insanely childish, dude. Oh my God. The most powerful man in the world who can't get past Act 1 in Path of Exile 2 and must pay a Chinese peasant. Also, before people get mad at Elon, I mean, he literally is neurodivergent. Okay, it's his word. He likes to use it a little too much, but it is.
Do I have to say it, chat? I think everybody in chat understands that you like a fucking word applying to you, right, as a slur does not legitimize your use of the slur as a pejorative, right? Like in cases where slurs have been reclaimed, their meaning changes from negative to positive or neutral or useful, right? The use case changes, right? You're not reclaiming the R slur by calling somebody an effing R slur, right? As in you're saying that they're bad, right? That's not reclamation. That's just being a shithead. I don't know what to say. But anyway, we got to get back into Valuetainment because that's what this stream is supposed to be about. Thank you for putting up with my need to. There was one other clip I wanted to show you. Anarchy Princess is very much an oxymoron. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I sound like I just called her a moron. That's not what I'm trying to do. But like, yeah, the name, point taken, YS Project. The name is counterintuitive at the least. Elon was getting spammed constantly by trolls in his video game. The clowns in Spanish class never recover. Oh no, the class clowns. That does sound like something that. Well, in French too, like, right? En retard is a word for you're late, right? Je suis en retard. En retard. Let me pronounce it correctly. You swallow the D, so en retard. But yeah, people, edgelords. It entertained the edgelords in French class to know, and I almost said Ethan instead of Elon. Oh my God, did I do it again? Jesus Christ. I heard China squashed the attempt for selling the Chinese control ports in Panama. There's too much going on. I heard China squashed the attempt for selling the Chinese control ports in Panama. Going on. Like there's a legitimately a shitload going on, and it's really hard to say. They can't isolate China, and the BRICS are not sleeping. That's right. Well, the weird thing is, isn't part of the goal of BRICS, or I don't know, doesn't BRICS kind of want to devalue the US dollar as well, or at least make it not the they want an alternate currency for
Thomas Jur super chatted $5.54. Elon never had an adolescence, so this is it, and we have to live through it.
We have to live through his adolescence? Is that what's going on? We have to live through his high school edgelord phase? Well, do you think, does that mean, is he going to come out of it at like age 75? I mean, look, we might have a situation, chat, because we do have Elon, shitting on people that I think are, that Trump has faith in, that Trump, I mean, remember, Trump's the guy that said he loves tariffs. It's his favorite word, and it's the most beautiful word in the English language, folks. Tariffs. Elon thinks the most beautiful word is the R slur. However, I have to disagree. He's a very smart man, but he can't make a proper insult, folks. Anyway, yeah, they want to replace it as the default currency, right? They want to replace it. So in that way, that might be a goal that Trump actually has in common with BRICS. I don't know, Chad. I don't know what's going on. This does very much seem to be like the isolate China policy. Like if I had to guess, that's a big part of it. The only other thing I wanted to show you, and we're not gonna have time for it, but what's his name? Is it Ari on MSNBC? Put up like a Milton Friedman clip. Let's see if I can find this really quick. Ari Melber. Or was it Lawrence? I can't remember. It was some clip I saw from MSNBC, but they showed anyway. Chat. I'll probably get copyright claimed if I show the Milton Friedman clip, but it shows you both at the same time how full of shit Milton Friedman is, and how kind of counter to what you are hearing from Navarro, Republican and libertarian neoliberal thought really is. So yeah, there does seem to be a real power struggle within the Trump administration. We'll have to check on it further to see how it pans out. That being said, we got to watch some Valuetainment, Chad. I told you we'd finish this out today. I used up a bunch of time to cover some news, but let's get in and finish up where we left off with Sam in the hot seat on Patrick Bet David.
I think that Kamala Harris is. I mean, I think it was what Biden did in staying in was atrocious. He should have gotten out way earlier. Yeah. There's a story coming out now of like Ron Klain seeing him before the debate and realizing the guy was a mess. And I think Harris's campaign was also poorly run. I think that, nobody could tell what her policy.
It's a sign overall, right? The Biden's ability to stay in, despite the fact that, he was not, capable of running a campaign. It's a sign of the incumbent in the Democratic Party having way too much power. That incumbency allows you to essentially freeze out any other major candidates, and when you don't run against serious candidates, you tend to win your primary. That's been seen as a strength of the Democratic Party, a Democratic Party that blamed Ted Kennedy, primary opponent of Jimmy Carter in 1980. They blamed Ted Kennedy for Carter's loss. I think a lot of the blame goes with Carter, not with Kennedy, and with the Iran-Contra bullshit that Reagan was running in the background. So, but anyway, ever since then, the Democrats have done everything they could to limit the possibility of any kind of primary opposition to an incumbent candidate, and that turns out to be a real weakness. So,
where Mark Cuban's going out there saying we're going to get rid of. Right, I agree. Mark Cuban's coming out there saying oh, don't worry, she's not going to do any more of this antitrust stuff. On one hand, I don't want a billionaire coming out and speaking for my candidate.
Did you vote for her? Did you set that one out?
No, I voted for her.
You voted for Kamala.
Oh my God,
Why?
Sam!
Just because
what the fuck? How could you vote for Kamala? How could you possibly vote for Kamala? You're gonna make Vinny mad. He's not very red here, right? He got a little heated earlier, but
Hold on. What did you? I want to hold on. You voted. This is what drives me crazy about your side. You guys voted
for the lesser of two evils.
That is what policy were you going for? What do you think that she was going to do different? What can you possibly? I would rather have you sit that one out, Sam. Go ahead.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Hey, for the record, chat, the problems with Biden largely were not policy. Now, with a big caveat there of the foreign policy was fucked. Okay, but the major problem with Biden was the major reason that a replacement with Kamala Harris made sense was his ability to run a campaign was just not there. His ability to be coherent was not there. And definitely his ability to serve another term as president is highly, highly questionable. So, as far as the choice of Kamala over Biden, which does not, unfortunately, get you a better, policy on Israel, Gaza, as far as we can see, the advantage there is that she is not in, the midst of cognitive decline.
She was not going to cut Social Security functioning. She's not going to cut the USDA. She's not going to cut the FDA. She's not going to lose us $500 billion worth of return on investment with the IRS. She's not going to cut the Bureau of Labor Statistics. She's not going to cut 300
IRS investment
return on investment.
Tax avoid.
Every dollar that you give.
He can't help himself, chat. He can't help himself. He's got a mumble in the background. It's so weird. It's so weird for somebody that pays attention to audio, to be listening to Sam Seder and hear this low frequency coming in underneath. It's so wild.
To the IRS, we get 6 or 7 back. She's not going to cut the museum
Did you
and
just
library.
say that?
Yeah. He said that the IRS funding the IRS has a return that gives you more money than you're putting into it. In other words, a well-funded IRS that's able to audit millionaires and billionaires is going to make more money than it costs to beef up the agency in the first place.
Google it. Every dollar spent at the IRS gets 6 back in returns.
Goodness.
They're anticipating the cuts from Doge. The cuts from Doge are going to cost our government $500 billion.
According to who?
Studies suggest.
All right, I undersold it a little bit.
According to who?
Okay, you can spend time attacking the people who do these calculations. Do you need me to tell you more about why?
What I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious to
just
what
rando tariffs applied in a willy-nilly fashion that crash the economy.
So you don't think that
of all the times to make this argument that what did you think that you were gonna what is the policy advantage of Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, right? I mean, there's one really recent policy that you would not have gotten under a Harris administration that's fucking up the entire world economy as we speak.
Tariffs that Trump is, and I get it. The tariffs are exactly what America needs right now. Because let's just go to the border. What he did with the border with Mexico, with the tariffs, what happened to fentanyl?
Oh my!
What happened to all the deaths? What happened to all those illegals that are? What do you mean? He threatened them, and they went to war.
Fentanyl comes across the border at ports of entry. Fentanyl comes across the border, not in illegals crossing.
This whole thing that it's evil illegals coming across loaded up with fentanyl. That's where the fentanyl in the U.S. comes from. It's such a fucking bullshit point. And it's never been challenged. Just I don't know. Racism just oh yeah, that makes sense. It's the Mexicans. The Mexicans
Thomas
are doing
Jer
the fentanyl.
super chatted $5.54. Michael Brooks warned you guys.
Yeah.
Never interrupt Sam when he's talking about revenue policy.
Never interrupt the man while he's cooking. Good point, Thomas Jerome.
In the desert,
Thank you
it comes
for the
in.
Oh really? Coyotes
really?
and really?
Wow.
Okay.
It comes in.
Yep. Yeah.
It comes in at ports of entry. Google that.
Sam, I don't need to Google when it's
yes, you do.
You said you voted for someone. You're coming up with these policies.
Sam, you don't understand. You think the truth matters? What matters here is narrative, and that these narratives have already set in, and everybody in our echo chamber has already accepted these narratives. It's definitely illegal immigrants that are bringing in the fentanyl. And for you to say otherwise is just like counterfactual, regardless of what, a quick Googling of the question might reveal.
The worst pick ever, the biggest loss ever. She lost everything because your side, you're talking about people.
The biggest loss ever? 1.5%? I believe that it is actually the littlest loss ever, right? I believe that am I right, chat? Maybe 2000? Was 2000 closer? I mean, yeah, technically 2000 and 2016, you could say maybe are closer because both Al Gore and Hillary Clinton achieved more popular votes than their opponents despite losing. But no, 1.5% is what we're talking about. But in his mind, he's built it up into there's this huge mandate. Again, another narrative, right? Trump did run the table on the swing states, right? So that's the only thing you can really point to. But in terms of the degree, the size of the win by Trump, it was narrow. It was narrow. It was not a thick win, chat. It was a narrow win. Wait, what is this about fentanyl? Fentanyl better that wait, what is fentanyl? Does fentanyl make you femto? Is that how like Griffith turned into femto? Was the fentanyl? I don't know, chat. I'm gonna believe that. But Jesus Christ, yeah, it's basically racism. That's what's the cantaloupe calves. Oh my God, BCATK, I forgot about the cantaloupe calves. But this is such a narrative that's taken such hold that even pointing out that like a quick Google, a quick Googling of the facts will tell you that your narrative is fucking wrong. It's blowing Vinny's mind here. Vinny sounds exactly like the uncle you're glad to only see every other Thanksgiving. GOP senator actually said that calves are the size of cantaloupes thing, but he said marijuana? Oh, it wasn't fentanyl. It wasn't femtonol. It wasn't femtonol. Femtonol is a breakcore artist. Yeah, I would. Yeah. I think I saw her open for Sewer Slut back in the day. Yeah.
Oh, wait, guys, let me ask you a question. You're acting like your whole side was surprised that Biden wasn't there. Everybody knew, including you, he wasn't there at all. But you guys are like, he's just not Trump. The worst president in the history of the world in this country, 4 years, because you guys were pretending that he was all there and we knew it. And who was making all the decisions? Who was making all the decisions? Who was signing all the shit? Who was signing off? How many times did you have to see Biden sitting there and they'd ask him a question and he'd go, oh, I can't because they told me I couldn't. He wasn't in charge.
Who?
Yeah, who was they? Come on, Sam. It's like the most devastating loss. The world, the country is over it. You guys aren't.
Look, I'm not a fan of Biden. I'm especially not a fan of how Biden won the primary in 2020. But I gotta say, casting him as the worst president in the history of the United States, it's annoying me. It's just not true, and I think it's gonna become obviously not true after this presidency. I don't think you're gonna be able to say that. I don't think that narrative is gonna last much longer, Vinny.
Pivoting, okay? And if you think the future is Gavin Newsom, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Jasmine Crockett, you guys are doomed. Nothing is going to change. And Elon Musk, you think Elon Musk is a net positive or a net negative for society, for what he's doing? And pointing out what the hell, these people have been screwing us for all these years, and he's pointing it out. You guys are mad at the person.
A net positive or a net negative? What are we, rationalists now? Is Vinny a vegan Sith? Is there any chance, chat, that Vinny's a vegan? Could Vinny be a Zizian, chat? That's what I'm asking you. Is this a you gotta watch out, chat. Is he in the cult of Ziz? He's talking about net positives, net negatives, double positive, double negative.
And pointing out who robbed from you than the actual robber. That's the truth, bro. Yeah, he's a billionaire. You think he's doing it because he needs the money?
What fraud has he found?
What do you mean? How much fraud has he found?
Yeah, where's the person who is going to be indicted for fraud?
Well, what about the waste?
What waste?
Because it's not. Stop it, Sam.
What waste?
The poop. There's poop all over the White House. Elon Musk cleaned it up. Yeah, there's fraud, waste, and abuse. Right? He found the waste. Biden had been pooping in the corner. Elon cleaned it up. He had his Doge boys come in there, clean up the poop.
They just cut the agency that provides $295 million to museums and libraries. You appreciate libraries, don't you? I know how much reading is
Sam,
important to you.
Sam,
and
you're pinpointing
your
the
kids.
one good thing that they probably did.
Wait, I
what
can
about
keep
the
going.
waste of countries all around the world for
USAID
LGBTQ agendas in Rwanda or something?
The money you're talking about
Do you want money going
is
to
a fraction of a percentage. And if we wanted to get rid of that money, there is a way of doing it. And that is to have Congress vote and reverse what they authorized in the first place.
Sam.
But to have a billionaire come in and decide, based upon what his personal preferences are, that he's going to cut government in this way, I'm sorry, that's not democracy. It's not even remotely close to it.
He doesn't have the power to do anything. He makes a suggestion.
Why do you think
and then the
Americans
administration will
voted for
do it?
Why do you think Americans voted for
I don't
these
think
policies?
Americans heard the word Doge outside of it being some type of crypto
Cryptocurrency.
before.
Why do you think Americans voted for Trump?
Well, I think because they want change.
In what? What were they not happy with?
I think inflation was a big part of it for them.
What else you think?
I think for a 90% of his voters.
What do you think Patrick Bet David is fishing for here? Do you think he wants Sam to say wokeness? I think he's fishing for.
Voted for Mitt Romney. I think there is the Republican Party wants to, a 90% of his voters voted for Mitt Romney. I think there is the Republican Party wants to, have tax cuts.
How do we get inflation? How does inflation
Can we
happen?
stay in 2024?
Hang on
You
one
said
second,
inflation.
Tom.
What
Tom,
else?
give me 1 second. How does inflation happen?
I'm sorry, PBD. Do you think this guy can even handle the truth? Do you think you could explain inflation to PBD?
Inflation.
Or do you think his eyes will glaze over if you actually explain the concept of inflation to this guy?
It can happen in a couple of different ways. Inflation can happen because you have too much monetary supply.
Yeah.
Inflation can happen in terms of both from a monetary supply level or a
supply chain,
fiscal stimulus.
Right.
And inflation can also happen if you have a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that completely screws up all of your logistics. And so you've got, shipping containers that usually cost $4,000 to ship, but now they cost $22,000 to get because they're in far-flung places because the pandemic.
That was in
screwed up.
2021. That was in 2021.
Well, it reverberates through the thing. We
Right.
saw inflation dropping through 2024.
Sure.
We saw, we saw rate cuts on the table because we saw inflation
do you think
dropping.
any of it was with, again, so those are the main two issues. You don't think anything else. So you mainly think it was inflation.
Again, what the fuck is bro fishing for?
And your second point was?
Well, I think in large part, we have structural problems in this country. And that's why we keep getting change elections where we keep going back and forth. And I would say those structural problems range from, I think a lot of them have to do with wealth inequality.
Okay. So you think Democrats are better at helping wealth inequality or Republicans?
I think Democrats are marginally better.
Oh my God. Okay, so this is the fun thing. This is the fun narrative to deal with. Republicans care more about the working class. And again, it's the Democrats' fault that they're able to pitch this, that they're even able to make this into a narrative. It's definitely the fault of the Democrats. That doesn't mean it's true, though. And you can see it in stark relief right now. You can see what the Trump administration has done to working people, not for working people, as compared to Biden, who, as bad as he is, you could actually point to stuff. You can point to stuff like the NLRB. You can point to stuff like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. You can point to policies that Biden had that were inarguably in the favor of the working class.
Tell me, due to what policy?
Well, taxation helps. That's a big part. Strengthening labor. I think, during Biden,
Through
I have a lot of problems with
jobs,
Biden, but
where 6% of the workers work from home. Yeah. So how about
labor? I mean, strengthening labor
Right.
strength in the marketplace helps with wealth inequality. I think antitrust goes a long way.
I'm sorry, what did you say about remote work?
policy?
Well, taxation helps. That's a big part. Strengthening labor. I think, during Biden,
Through
I have a lot of problems with
jobs
Biden, but
where 6% of the workers work from home. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay. Wait. So through government jobs where 6% of the workers, I mean, this was part of the lie that Elon used to attack federal workers. Was that they're all working from home? They're they're not really working, right? In other words, they're trying to make you jealous because during the pandemic, a lot of people got to work remotely and found that they could be more productive and hate their job less. Now, this isn't universally true. This isn't true of every job. Some jobs are harder to do from home. Some jobs don't make sense to do from home, and if you can help it, but a lot of people got a taste of that freedom, and now that it's been taken away largely, you can make them jealous of the idea that federal workers are working remotely. But I think what happened is they got rid of a lot of the infrastructure for having workers in the office during COVID, because like when Trump came in and Elon gave that order of like, all right, everybody, no more working remote. They had a problem of they just didn't have the space for people to come into the office.
Strengthening labor strength in the marketplace helps with wealth inequality. I think antitrust goes a long way to wealth inequality because it literally is to break up the concentration
Here's the
of
other
wealth.
question for you. So Trump's closed up the border, right? Where we are not getting, like this, numbers have dropped dramatically.
Well, if you go back and look in the, and I don't necessarily agree with Biden doing this, but if you go back and look at the numbers starting in the summer of 2024, maybe a little bit before.
Stop it.
I'm sorry.
Stop.
Just put it up there.
But
listen, I'm not in favor of him doing this, but he did do it. Wait, put up the graph of.
So you mean? Oh my God, he wants us to put up the graph. Look, I mean, they really thought they cooked here. They thought they were going to destroy Sam on this, right? The arrogance with which they're proceeding, the way that they're used to burying somebody under a narrative of bullshit, right? In contrast, again, Chad, I keep on bringing us back to this, but this fucking comment section, holy shit. Having an adult in the room really makes y'all look terrible. Yeah, it did not work. It did not work. And I'm sure they're blown away by this. The way that they're acting is like that they got this in the bag. Sam is not going to be a problem to them.
Super chatted $5.54. Imagine Gary Stevenson on peanut butter discourse.
Wait, Gary Stevenson on peanut butter discourse? This must have been one long interview. It's not an interview. It's a dog pile, I guess, is how I would describe it. But yeah, it's it's their normal show, right? 2 hours and 23 minutes is the time elapsed. I probably make it seem longer by pausing and by sunlocking and doing all the other things and not remembering the magic words that Hassan uses to get back to the thing.
An election year, he tried to slow down the border.
Let me just get through this. And then, guys, here's what I'd like to do.
I'm not in favor of it, but he did it.
I'd like to get through some stories, but I just want to close the knot here and move on because we're not going to make any progress.
You don't want to fucking talk about what you just brought up? You don't want to check and see if you're right on that? Oh, of course you don't, because you not. At this point, he's got to know. At this point, he's got to know.
Of that.
Rob, if you just want to show up graph on immigration from 2021, 22, 23, is that the chart you want to see? What do you want to see?
Let's see the one over the past. You said he dropped it dramatically in January, and I'm suggesting to you, if you look at the past 12 months.
No, it's the okay. Rob, do me a favor, find the chart on immediately when Trump comes in. What happens to illegal immigration?
Patrick, he's asking you to question your assumption, which you've never actually done, apparently, right? He's just asking you to, okay, you say this is part of your narrative, prove it. And time after time, after finding, so the story behind this, the reason that Sam keeps saying Google it, is apparently he watched some of their content on the plane ride down, and he noticed that the way that the only research they ever do is to Google things. So, it's a kind of a pre-established thing on the show to Google stuff. And here is PBD going away from his pre-established pattern and being like, no, let's not Google. Let's pivot. Let's pretend that, let's not check the facts. Let's not check our narrative. Let's just assume that, we all know that we don't need to check something that's common sense. Of course, Trump shut down the border, right? But Sam's like, Google it.
In America. While you're doing that, here's a question for you. 10 million illegal immigrants came through the border in 4 years under Biden.
Way more.
You're saying it's more?
What's the number of undocumented immigrants you think we have in this country right now?
What I'm asking is those 4 years. How many do we have during those 4 years?
That came
through, that we have, according to credible sources. What's the number you hear?
That are in the country now, or
that
actually
came
just
through
crossed?
illegally during those 4 years.
Oh, I would imagine it's probably close to 5, 6, maybe to 10 million.
Let's say 10 million people.
Tom Homan said 10 million.
Let's say it's 10 million. Let's say it's 10 million, but give or take 2 million. Let's just say it's 10 million, the number. Okay. Those 10 million people that are coming here, are they rich?
No. The vast majority of them, I would say,
are poor, right? Okay, that they're coming here. Who does that benefit? They're going to need jobs, right? And what are they willing to work for?
Oh, I think they're going to get exploited without a doubt if that's where you're going with this.
So let me get this straight. So who do they benefit? Do they benefit larger corporations that get cheap labor?
They benefit, yeah.
So let me get
meat
this straight.
Processing plants.
Oh my
and
God!
Whatnot. Oh, that's why I want them to have documents.
Sam.
Let them come to the border. Give them documents so that they can get worker protections.
So then, if that's the case, you know what that validates? Joe Biden and the Democratic policies are better for the billionaires than Trump's are, because they brought in cheap labor, and that cheap labor helps who? Helps the rich. When Clinton,
I am in favor of a path to citizenship that is much easier.
And by the way, those 10 million people that came here illegally, give or take.
And that was in that bill. That
what he's missing entirely is that the reason that these people are so exploitable, the reason that they're potentially undercutting, and it's weird because they're not, but they are. You're talking about jobs in animal agriculture and slaughterhouses. You're talking about jobs in agriculture, in you're talking about jobs that Americans kind of turn their nose up at. Do not tend to take these jobs, right? But what Sam's saying is, if these people there's a path to citizenship and these people were able to get their documentation, then they would be less exploitable, right? So any sort of undercutting of the wages that goes on would be minimized, and obviously it'd be better for the people in question, many of whom are immigrating to the United States because of destabilization in their own country, often caused by United States foreign policy.
That they suggested in the fall of 2023 that Trump said he didn't want because he wanted to keep it as an issue.
Who do those 10 million people take jobs away from?
That they suggest favor.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's Sam referencing the cave-in when Biden, caved in to Trump on immigration. Basically, offered to sign the Republican plan on immigration into law. And as soon as it was clear that, look, so here's the deal. Republicans tried to pass a bill that they thought would not pass because the Democrats control the Senate and because Biden controlled the White House, that this would get voted down in the Senate and or vetoed by Biden. And when Biden made it clear that smooth sailing, go ahead and pass your bill. I'll take care of the Senate for you, and I will sign it into law. The Republicans changed their mind on order from Trump. Trump called in and said, "Don't you dare pass that legislation that you wanted to pass." And it's really just a sign of how broken our politics are, right? That Biden's willing to cave in on this issue instead of offering any kind of clapback to this bullshit narrative. And that the Trump administration, when given the legislation that they were using as a cudgel against the Biden campaign, when offered to like, okay, let's actually pass it, they don't actually want it.
Of a path to citizenship that is much easier.
And by the way,
yes.
those 10 million people that came here illegally, give or take.
And that was in that bill that they suggested in the fall of 2023 that Trump said he didn't want because he wanted to keep it as an issue.
Who do those 10 million people take jobs away from? Who do they take jobs away from?
I don't know that they take jobs away from that many.
Really?
No.
Really?
We are at, in 20 years ago, we were told that the lowest unemployment that it was possible to have with a functioning economy was what? Do you remember? It
2%?
was something like 6 to 8%. And now our unemployment is at 4%. And so
it was lower than that before.
I continue.
You're not answering the question, though. Who do those people take jobs away from?
I have answered it. I think largely they don't take jobs away from people.
Oh, they don't?
Of course they do.
Hang on. Perfect. I love what you just said. You think they don't take jobs away from anybody. Perfect. So if we go and we look at when China started trading, let me make the point. When China came through and was able to bring labor to us, 1971, it was called the ping pong agreement that they had where, we can send labor there. And labor at the time was 8 cents to 20 cents an hour, where for us minimum wage was $1.60. Then in 2001, when the Clinton policies helped China join the World Trade Organization, and at the time, minimum wage in China was 20 cents to 50 cents, depending on different regions, and for us was $5.15. We lost 6 million manufacturing jobs, give or take the next 7 years. Michigan, you got Indiana, you got all these other places. Where did those jobs go to? Who did they replace? Who lost those jobs? What happened
all that
to Detroit?
manufacturing went to China.
That's right. So what do you think these 10 million people that come here, who are they going to take jobs away from? Americans who are here legally.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is your line of logic? What is your line of logic of how people that are coming into this country, they're not able to get documentation, they are taking the jobs that Americans do not want to do? Look, at least without a higher pay rate, right? Americans have refused to take these jobs, at least at the, pay amount that they're offering. Like a long time ago, I think Stephen Colbert actually showed up to one of these jobs and was unable to keep up with the quota, right? Was harvesting vegetables, and he was or fruits or something, and he was unable to keep up with the quota, so he would have been fired. He wouldn't have been able to do the job, and he couldn't actually stay on the site because he got too hot / overworked. And it's I don't know what PBD is actually like. This isn't making sense.
Who lost those jobs? What happened
all that
to Detroit?
manufacturing went to China.
That's right. So what do you think these 10 million people that come here, who are they going to take jobs?
How does the deindustrialization and manufacturing jobs going to China and then after that to to other countries with lower standards of living? What does that have to do with the jobs that undocumented people are taking, that are largely the jobs that Americans refuse to take?
Jobs away from Americans who are here legally. Those jobs are going to go to somebody that's cheap labor.
That was the movement of capital. Capital decided that it was cheaper for them to move to
I'm specifically talking about last 4 years. So when you're saying labor is not going to be taken from people in America, that's the credibility you lose. That's where people in 2000... Rob, can you play the clip with Stephen A. Smith, who has been a staunch supporter of the Democratic Party for decades? And now Stephen A. Smith is being called as a member of MAGA. Rob, we can't play the whole thing. Can you go to the main part? Do you know the main part or no?
I do. Right after he reads this is when he responds.
Okay, let's see what he says, Rob. Go for it.
This Owens, Sean Hannity, and other prominent voices from the right on this podcast as reasons for his premise. Here's a portion of what he wrote on MSNBC.com in an
PBD doesn't have a line of logic. He's just improvising on the fly and doing his shitty job. Yeah, these people are 100% narrative. Each time Stan shuts down one of his premises, PBD puts up a big boy face. That's right. Yeah, or pivots. Or pivots. What is this Stephen A. Smith clip with Sean Hannity? Oh, geez.
Article titled ESPN Stephen.
Also, what is he just showing off the guns? What is this, Sun's Out, Guns Out? I didn't realize Stephen A. Smith lifted. Wow, chat.
A. Smith is a megaphone for MAGA propaganda.
Wait, no, he's reacting to Sean Hannity, right? Joins the show. No. What's going on here? Why is Hannity muted?
Jones says, quote, Stephen A. Smith's embrace of the MAGA movement and its influencers has only continued. In recent days, for example, he has spoken with right-wing commentators Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, and Bill O'Reilly. You might be thinking that these were adversarial chats between a left-leaning centrist and a conservative. But to adroit listeners, they can come across more as conservatives in friendly discussion than anything else. Smith's overt politicism seems to fly in the face of ESPN's apparent effort in recent years to deter some of its talent from speaking on controversial political matters. Either way, the network's most recognizable host is now regularly platforming MAGA propaganda at will, end quote. Now, my team reached out to Jones to have a discussion about the article. I wanted to invite him on the show to talk with me one-on-one personally. I hope we get the opportunity to have that dialogue. He was busy. He didn't avoid the call or
He's got guns.
anything like that. There was no comment or anything like that. He didn't say anything.
He looks like he's straight from the gym.
He was just very, very busy. We called it the last minute. No shade on him. That's why it didn't happen. But in the meantime, let me express to you what I think about what he wrote. I think that's the exact problem with the left. You see, if I don't agree with you, I must.
If anybody's tempted to buy into TYT type arguments, or to, say like Stephen A. Smith is an important voice on the left, I feel like PBD doesn't realize that by endorsing Stephen A. Smith's prescription for the left, you are telling us that this is something that you want the left to do. Let me be real frank to you about the role of a voice like Stephen A. Smith, right? And this is a role that he can play more and more to the degree that he is accepted as a voice on the left rather than a sports commentator with, mixed views, really. That's what I would consider him, right? Stephen A. Smith is where the Overton window moves, where things that were, fairly universal, positions of the left become untenable. And those cave-ins by the Joe Bidens of the world on issues like crime, on issues like immigration, become locked in as the viewpoint, as the perspective, as the policy, prescription of the Democratic Party. So while I wouldn't call Stephen A. Smith MAGA, I wouldn't call him far right. I know that from what I've heard of him, he leans to the left. I would say that, he still poses a danger. He still serves a function for the right wing, for MAGA, right? In that we get these things off the table, we move the left to the right, and that what do you think is going to happen after that? Do you think that the right wing is going to be like, oh joy, the left wingers have finally come around, we can now stop being so extreme ourselves. Let's us in turn move left on a few issues. Let's come together, America. Is that what's going to happen? Is that what MAGA's going to do? Is that going to be MAGA's reaction? Or is the reaction going to be the exact opposite? Oh shit, they've given up on this issue. Let's move it further to the right. Right? MAGA's always going to try to heighten the contradictions between themselves and the Democrats. There's no incentive for them to do otherwise. And they have not shown any desire to come to the middle. So yeah, I don't know what the fact that, look, Stephen A. Smith, his desire to maybe run for office as a Democrat or be an important voice on the left, or it's kind of being undercut right now by Patrick Bet-David. In other words, like I'm trying to think of a oh yeah, Scary Terry from Rick and Morty. You remember this, chat? Scary Terry's like Freddy Krueger, but his thing is he chases you around in your dreams. And he's always like, you can run, but you can't hide, bitch. And at some point, I think Morty figures out, hey, he said we can't run. Or is it, I don't remember who it is, but it's one of the characters on Rick and Morty. He's like, he said we can run, but we can't hide. Maybe we should try hiding. Maybe we should try. Maybe we shouldn't be taking advance. Maybe we shouldn't be taking advice from the guy chasing us down trying to murder us.
Thomas Jer super chatted $5.54. Thatcher said that her legacy was creating Tony Blair.
Oh my God. That is beautiful and horrible at the same time, Thomas Jerome. I mean, but that really does put it in stark terms that should be easy to see, right? Yeah, don't take advice from the dude that is opposing you, that is against you, that is, like, you can say, like I would say that maybe calling Stephen A. Smith MAGA is a little bit of an exaggeration. I would say that he has some issues where he agrees with MAGA on, but largely he's got mixed political beliefs. Nothing wrong with saying that. But PBD, on the other hand, no, he's 100% reactionary. So if you're getting this advice from the reactionary, he's like, I just want to make you the Democratic Party better. No, you don't, asshole. No, you don't. Let's
must be
finish this up.
It must be the case. I'm platforming MAGA propaganda. Is that so? I don't view it that way. First of all, even though I lean left, particularly with how I vote,
I mean, if the comment is that he's platforming MAGA propaganda, that he's like, giving MAGA propaganda kind of introducing it to, I don't know though. I don't know what his audience is like. I would assume that it's a pretty mixed audience too.
The presidential elections. I want to
look. Stephen A. Smith is only a danger in terms of platforming MAGA if he is allowed to be taken seriously as a left-wing guy, just like Dave Rubin, right? The second that Dave Rubin stops trying to claim that he's the real left or he's on the left, and right, it's the same thing with Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian, right? It's the same kind of thing. They're only dangerous to the extent that they're taken seriously as being like left-wing voices.
Emphasize that I've always been a centrist my entire life. I've never once described myself as a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a centrist. I'm a moderate. I don't trust either side. I'm not on one side or the other, hook, line, or sinker. You will see images or you'll hear me rattle off names of people who've been on this show. Yes, you see Ben Shapiro there. Yes, you see Bill O'Reilly there. Yes, I was recently on Megyn Kelly's show. Did you know I'm on News Nation with Chris Cuomo every week?
Do I care? Steven, give me one good reason I should give a fuck. That's supposed to counter, association with Megyn Kelly? Oh, no, that's okay. He's on with Chris Cuomo. Oh my God.
Did you know that I just appeared with Jake Tapper?
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. That's not, you can't be like, you can't put up a scale and be like, all right, we got Megyn Kelly, we got Sean Hannity, we got, yada, 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 on this side. But that's okay because we got Jake Tapper and Chris Cuomo on the other side. It's okay. It's okay. It's equal. It's balanced. No, it's not. This side is like, this side is way down. This side is like, this side is much lighter than this side. What? Like, give me a name that I fucking care about. Talk about your conversation with Bernie Sanders. Talk about your conversation with AOC or something like that. You might have, be a little bit more convincing. I'm still not going to be convinced that you're a voice for the left, but you could make the case for yourself as a centrist, as you call, and I don't think there's anything wrong with him calling himself a centrist. From all I've seen, he is a centrist, right? He's got a very coworker kind of mindset.
CNN. Do you know I've been on MSNBC on several occasions?
You.
Do you know?
You can pause.
Yeah.
Bastion of leftism, MSNBC. The ultra progressive platform known as CNN. Yes. Oh my God, Stephen.
So, do you know what happens when a guy like Stephen A. Smith, he said he's always voted left when it comes down to presidential candidates that he has. So he's not a guy that voted for Trump, right? When a guy like him comes out and he says, what the hell is going on with the Democratic Party?
Is that what he's saying there?
Oh, he said it many. You must not.
You know who else said it? Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian. We had them on this program.
I follow what he says because he has said that nonstop the last 2 months, 3 months.
No, I don't follow what he says.
You should. He's actually very good. He's reasonable. It would be good for you to watch. I like his approach. I think he's a.
Do you guys identify as MAGA?
Thanks for the advice, Patrick Bet David. Like, I don't know. Like, this is like the U.S. like military command gets a phone call from like a German general, and they're like, "Hello, allies. I would like to give you some advice. Okay, now your military plans of landing in, you know what I mean? Like, are you gonna take advice from oh my God, chat? Who's a German general? Like was Himmler a general? I don't actually know my Nazis that well. That's one gap in my knowledge. But yeah, you get a call from a Nazi general like to give you like some advice on your war plans. You might not want to take that. You might realize that their interests are a little bit in a contradiction to your own. But
yeah,
no.
Do any of you guys identify as MAGA?
Here's my question. What, can I ask a question?
He seems to think it's an insult.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Make America great again. It shouldn't be if you want to make America great again, I'm all in. Call me MAGA all freaking day.
I'm MAGA. I'm MAGA. I just want to make America great.
He seems to take it as an insult.
No, I am America first. I'm America first. I voted for Trump in 2016. I voted for him 2020. In 2022, when people were leaving to the DeSantis camp, I stayed on the Trump camp. Yep. I've never been off that camp. He's the right guy for America, and I've been a registered independent now for about 17 years.
What do you think about these tariffs?
No, stay on this topic
Thomas
here.
Jern,
We'll go to tariffs next.
$5.54. Be malleable, younglings.
Here we go.
We'll go to
guy from.
Thank you for the super chat, Thomas.
I've never heard of from.
I've never heard of Stephen A. Smith.
No, the guy who wrote the.
Thank God.
Something about him.
Yeah, but what do you think about Stephen A? You know what he's been talking about lately with the Democratic Party having issues.
He's a centrist. I don't have to subscribe to what a centrist perspective. I mean, he's a centrist, like Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is saying the exact.
Holy shit! You're gonna make them explode. You're gonna make them heads explode. Look at Vinny. Look at Vinny, chat. He's gonna turn into a Bailet. He's gonna summon the eclipse, chat. The God Hand. It's gonna chat. You can't let Vinny. You can't let Vinny summon the eclipse.
Same thing as Stephen A. Smith.
How? Because he realizes progressive politics.
Bailet Benny.
He's been a disaster.
Maybe it's because
he's a centrist as of a week ago when he realized progressiveness is horrible.
Maybe it's because
Sam.
Maybe it's like
I just you don't understand. You guys don't seem to understand.
Bizarro World.
I have a set of
Yeah, welcome to Bizarro World is right. The second he sets foot in this bank vault that's been relocated to an airport or something, a private airport.
Politics. I don't care.
Yeah, welcome to Bizarro World indeed, Mr. Who's this guy? That's Tom.
Stephen A. Smith does. I don't care what Gavin Newsom does.
Yeah.
I don't care.
So you're rigid. You're not changing anything.
It's not a question of I'm rigid and I'm not changing anything. Like there are specifics. Like over time, I have had a different perspective on the deficit. Over the past 20 years and understood it in a different way.
You become more liberal over the last 20 years. You become more of a leftist and progressive.
You got to be more malleable.
I would say
you got to be more malleable,
buddy. I mean, to the extent, like I don't, you guys have
be more malleable. Let us mold you in our to our desired interlocutor.
These like labels that you like to use, and there's some
Like
type of
tax
gradation.
avoider, yeah.
But
Labels.
I've always
We like
been
labels like
I've
tax
always been
avoiders.
about where I am in terms of taxation, but I am for a little bit more decommodification probably than I was 20 years
so
ago.
and all I'm saying here before we go, look, I'm going to go to the
Did
audience.
that word just go right over your head, Patrick? Do you want to talk about decommodification, or do you not know what that means? Not
Audience, we're coming to
Are
you
you not following?
here in a
That's
second to go through some of the stories here.
Why, wait, we're gonna talk about tariffs?
We're going to
We're
talk
definitely
about
talking about
whatever stories we go through. But the one thing we did learn
You
here.
better believe that we're going to be talking about trans people, probably in sports. We're going to be talking about, some example of DEI that we've dug up to, try to undermine the value of ever hiring black people, women, gay people, or anyone that doesn't fit the mold. We're gonna I don't know, chat. I mean, you got probably an idea of where they're going with this, what they want to run Sam through. They want to show him stories from the right-wing echo chamber that he likely has never heard of before, in hopes that they can just tell him anything they want about these things, and he'll have to just accept their narrative. Again, this is valuetainment. We come here for narrative. We don't come here for facts. We go into the bank vault. The bank vault is like a fact exclusion zone. It's like a no fact zone, if you will.
Here with you is America grew up the last 4 years.
Adam, sorry about that.
America grew up the last 4 years. Many Democrats grew up. Every state became more Republican because of the horrible policies on the left, whether it was how they handled COVID, what they did with our kids.
Grew up? Is part of growing up like using horse paste, anti-parasite stuff to deal with a virus? Is that part of growing up? Is that what that is?
Kids, how they handled people that didn't want to take the vaccine.
Is it like preferring to reinfect yourself multiple times with a disease that causes damage to multiple organ systems, including your fucking brain? Is that what growing up is about? Or could it be that these multiple infections might have had some lasting effect on people's brains, Patrick? Now, I'm not going along with your narrative that America has like gone fully right wing. That is not what the that is not what the results of the election showed. The results of the election showed that we had another change election, that Americans were not satisfied with the occupant of the Oval Office, just like they were unsatisfied in 2020 with the occupant of the Oval Office. That's a little different there, but anyway, his idea of growing up, oh my god, you'd be like, Vinny ate his Wheaties, chat. He ate his Wheaties every day, and he grew up, and he turned red like a beet. And one day, he was able to summon the eclipse and the God Hand and crash the world reality into some kind of hellish landscape dominated by monstrous figures, I guess.
Vaccine, and people were fed up. And they voted for a guy who had already been president for 4 years. So it's not like they said they want something new. They said, no, we want to go back to the guy previous to that guy. That is the biggest black eye to Obama.
Joshua Keller is telling me go with Rommel as far as a German general. I know that Rommel had something to do with the German military. However, I didn't want to use him because of his suspected disloyalty to the Fuhrer and his... Wait, what happened with Rommel? Did they take him out of the command? Did they relieve him of command or something? The right-wingers love Rommel, though, right?
To Kamala, to Democrats, to everybody on the left, when they went back to the guy that they said they didn't want 4 years later, saying, it's like an ex coming back and saying, babe, I messed up. I should have never gone with the other guy. You were my guy.
Sorry for that.
Or guy, babe, I screwed up. I should have never left you for the other girl. I'm such a dummy.
My God, what the
Screwed up. I should have never left you for the other girl. I'm such a dummy. Please, Trump, come back. That's what America did. And a guy like you who's
I'm
sitting
not a
here
big
saying,
fan of Obama's, and I'm not a big fan of Harris's either.
But the point is, you still haven't graduated Sanders. That's like 7th grade. The people that follow Sanders and AOC are in 7th grade, 8th grade. Their heroes are in high school. Your philosophies are popular in high schools, not with adults. The policies that you support are
They were
high
not
school
popular
policies.
when I was in high school.
Oh, are you kidding?
I'm sorry, did you say his policies are popular with the next generation? Not with those about to check out from this planet? Is that what you're telling us, Patrick, about David? Well, he's got you're getting his narrative. Like, if you watched the last, if you watched my previous coverage of this debate, you saw him basically advance the trope that if you're that when you're young, you're far left, and as you get older, you get more conservative, implying that with age comes wisdom, and with that wisdom comes the acceptance that that MAGA is like the best thing. Again, this doesn't actually jibe with the trends in 2024, right? Which he should be looking at positively. The fact that Trump did better than expected with younger voters, and the fact that that actually Harris did better than expected with older voters. A little bit of I mean, if you want to actually look at the data, look at the data. It doesn't support your narrative. It doesn't support your trend. The thing that supports your narrative is a boomer-ass mindset that looks at the behavior of the baby boom generation between the 1960s and the 1990s as our case in point that should signify to us that age or like conservatism is correlated with age, basically, right? That's where you're getting that, right? It was maybe true for a while. It no longer applies, Patrick. It no longer applies. But you know what I'm going to tell you? Just like you had bad advice for Sam, I'm going to give you some advice, right? Stick with that shit, Patrick. Stick with that mentality. Keep your head in the sand. Keep your head up your ass. And continue to believe in all of these narratives that you've sold yourself on. Because as long as the right is completely detached from the facts, they are going to be easier to beat. They're going to be easier to defeat. And I think that a better country is possible if the major political battle is a battle between a party like the Democratic Party and a socially democratic party. And your reticence, your refusal to deal with, the here and now, or any fact in general, is going to guarantee that MAGA becomes another shit pile in the wastebasket of history.
Karl Marx was a hero in kids that went to high school because teachers were feeding the Karl Marx stuff.
I went to high school. Ronald Reagan was president. I can assure you that, and the wall still existed, and there was fear of communism, and that socialism was barely ever expressed.
You're a step away from communism. Like socialism is a step.
Do you realize that, Sam? You're a step away from Joseph Stalin.
Away from communism. That's kind of where you are. You're right there saying, guys, I don't want to fully publicly say I'm a communist. I'll stay in this room.
I'm not.
Because it's like
I'm not
MAGA.
even. I don't even identify as a
go,
socialist either.
You're a progressive, though.
I would say I'm a progressive.
So
what's
90% is
right
socialist.
of progressive? What's left of progressive? I know you're not big on labels, but just humor me. What's right and left of being a progressive?
I'm probably a social democrat. So I would say there is a certain amount of society where I believe we do not need the private market to deliver it and is less efficient. So when it comes to health insurance, we have already in this country 1/3, maybe a little more actually, on some form of government health insurance. The VA is actually government health care. The doctors work for the government. And that is actually gets very, very high
And
marks.
all I hear is good things about the VA.
The VA
everybody
gets
loves the
high
VA.
marks?
No,
the healthcare does, yeah.
Vinny,
time
you
out,
go to the
time
VA.
out.
From who?
That's 100% false.
From
I
the
get
dead guys.
the worst service from the VA. And I'm a veteran and he's a veteran. He doesn't go to the VA. I go to the VA. I called yesterday.
Do you know what will make it better? Is if you fire a bunch of employees and you cut their budget, I bet the VA would treat veterans so much better if you Dogify it.
To make an example, in our
just Doge it up 10%.
Work area, I called. Nobody's picking up the phone for me to get an appointment. Zero. And when you go there, it's the most depressing thing.
But the
So
good
trust
news
me.
is when you go to like get your to the DMV, the driver's license, that's great service,
Oh, that's
right?
no, that's the best. Yeah, that's the best.
Well,
No, the VA, Sam, the VA is not good.
States run the DMVs,
really
but
liking
my
today's
experience at the
podcast.
DMV is not that bad.
You wanna
But-
go to
Respectfully,
what's
there's
that?
one
I'm
thing
gonna go
you
to
said.
tariffs.
There's one thing you
What's
said.
that?
You
I'm gonna
said
go
the
to
private
tariffs.
market is less efficient.
My experience at the DMV not that bad. I wonder if that has to do with your state, given that the states run the DMVs.
We can look at 250 years of government and everything we've got here. I just can't get
What's
past
the
that. And
administrative
if that's
cost for Medicare?
And if that's your,
What's the administrative cost for Medicare?
Hang on. If that's your one of your foundational beliefs that the private markets will be less efficient, then it's no wonder you're where you are. I'm not going to pick on it. If
Right.
that's your foundational
What
belief,
is the administrative
then
cost for Medicare?
Tell us.
2 to 3 cents of every dollar in Medicare is spent on administrative costs. In the private health
administrative
insurance,
defined as what? You got to be careful.
You're losing, and you're grasping at straws here. But what is the meaning of administrative, though? Maybe you don't understand what administrative really means. You got to be careful. You got to ground your axioms, Sam.
I got to be careful when I hear things like that because guess what? You go back and you look at
You got to be careful because if you hear something that defies the narrative that you've already swallowed, hook, line, and sinker, without looking at any evidence from the facts that it claims, then you might end up having to change your mind. And Sam's the one who's supposed to be malleable, not you, right? That's the advice for him. That's the advice for the left. The left should be malleable. The right should be ever rigidifying.
Well, I was only counting this.
The rest
I'm
of
not counting this. It's like the same way.
you have a dollar.
Same way your side would count
98
unemployment and come out later and readjust all the stats.
97 to 98 cents actually goes to paying Medicare providers, doctors,
We're going to move on.
labs, whatnot.
We're going to move
We're
on.
gonna move on because I don't want to actually give you a chance to fucking own me on the battlefield of ideas. But
Because
in
your
private
core
health
tenet,
answer the
insurance-
question,
your core
Tom.
tenet that the private markets
health
are
insurance,
less efficient
it
is
is
wrong.
17
And if that's your
cents on every
foundation,
dollar.
we can't discuss
because
anything.
they're paying for advertising, they're paying for shareholder value, et cetera, et cetera.
chat, this is their policy guy right here, Tom. Like he's the only one who comes close to touching on any substance. And he is clinching. He is talking over Sam. He does not want to deal with this smoke. Because he knows he's over his head. All of them are.
So for every dollar you spend, and on top of which, anybody who has private health insurance who deals with it themselves knows it's like having a second job, just to either get reimbursed or you get to figure out every year when you re-sign up, is my doctor in or out of the program? It's a mess. It's a disaster.
Medicare
it is the most
so
inefficient
good and
possible.
so wonderful.
People
Why
love
was
Medicare.
MedSup and Medicare Advantage invented? It's so good, Medicare.
Because
It's
the
everything
Republicans
for you.
wanted to privatize it, and
Oh,
it is
really? I
widely
don't get drug
understood
benefits.
that
Okay.
that Medicare Advantage is the worst part of Medicare, and people get sucked into it, and they find out that they've been hoodwinked. I mean, these are all easily found data.
That's the George W. Bush thing, right? The Part D of Medicare that they're talking about, Medicare Advantage. Anybody know? I'm not a policy wonk on Medicare at all. So
Sam, did you fly here?
Yeah.
Did you go through TSA? Did you go through TSA pre-check? Did you go through Clear? What'd you go through?
do you really want to talk about the FAA, bud? Do you really want to talk about this? There's people in the Trump administration critical of the actions that they've taken on the FAA. Do you really want to go? You really want to go there?
On the way here, my TSA pre-check was not on the thing, so I just went.
That's messed up. You paid for it though, right?
Yeah, it was $60 for the TSA.
No, I'm saying, but you pay, I think, it was like a $500 or $100 for 5 years for a TSA pre-check.
TSA pre-check, I think, is $65 for 5 years.
That's amazing. It's a great deal. Why don't you do Clear?
I don't want to do a private company.
TSA pre-check is basically like a public-private partnership.
No,
where
TSA
you pay a little bit more.
pre-check is TSA pre-check is the government.
You pay a little bit more.
Adam,
I'm not going to
you
give
have
my
to know,
biometrics
he
to Clear.
looks at private companies and he frowns upon private companies.
Is that what's going on?
Because that's all it is.
Oh, I didn't fully understand.
He said, "I'm not going to give my money to a private company."
And
just so you know,
meanwhile,
and that's just
you own and run one.
Yeah. So let's go to the next story with
but
terrorists.
can we stay there for a second, please? You don't want to give money to a private company, but you are a private company.
I don't
You're
want to
trying
give
to make
my
money.
biometric information to a private company.
You're using a
or your dollars.
What about just private companies
I'm
in general?
happily fine with TSA pre-check.
Just ask them what happens. What happens time and time out again, like with private companies when they're given data, right? They're either selling your data or they are hacked and your data leaks and ends up on the dark web. Like, is there anything good that happens with your data? Is there any time that you're really glad you gave your data to a private company? You're like, I'm so glad that they leaked my data and it's now, up on some fucking hacker site. Yeah, no, that's really great. I love that.
We already got it. I'm moving. Adam,
move on. Okay, I'm learning.
I'm moving on.
I'm learning.
I already learned. I understand.
Gotcha,
it's great. So we know what the argument is.
Progressive.
Trump set to unleash Liberation Day tariffs. President Trump.
Oh my God.
Will unveil.
But now, chat, this is 4 days ago, right? So this is maybe at the wait. Is this right before Liberation Day? Is this right before that?
Liberation Day tariffs on Wednesday at 4 p.m.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
In
a White House's Rose Garden, promising to stop America being ripped off and deliver a new.
I gotta know. Do you have a? Is there a ventilation system for the PBD echo chamber? Right? Is there some kind of air coming in, or is he aware of what day it is?
New golden age of U.S. industry, though U.S. White House.
Doesn't that sound good? Golden is good.
White House Press Secretary Caroline
Gilded is great.
Said that he was still perfecting it to make sure it's a perfect deal with advisors less than 24 hours before Trump, who on Monday claimed he.
Oh fuck, chat! I should have put the Chapo. Chapo talked about see the book behind him, The Academy. It's to his right, your left, on the bookshelf. I should have put the Chapo did a reading, the Chapo reading series, right, of The Academy, and it's actually kind of interesting book. Let's just say it's one of these fictional books written by a right-wing blowhard, and it's weird how many parallels you'll find. Whether it's Ben Shapiro's book or PBD's book or any of these assholes that decide to write a fiction book, they always have their self-insert Mary Sue character, and it's.
He'd be very kind. Has kept details vague with reports suggesting options from reciprocal tariffs to a 20% blanket rate or preferential treatment for some nations. Rob, if you want to play this, is this yesterday, Rob, or is this?
This is yesterday from the Rose Garden. This is
okay. Fantastic. Go for it.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time.
You're all about to be liberated
2nd,
from your money.
2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy.
I also have another clip. This is the president discussing how the tariffs will help eliminate income tax. Possibly.
Go for it.
From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem.
Little Marco.
But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money.
Dude is incoherent. If you actually try to follow what he's saying, he's fucking incoherent.
Favorite word.
They actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start
reasons unknown to mankind. The wrestler
paying.
The way he says mankind, chat, it sounds like he's talking about a WWE figure, not the concept of humanity.
The money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy.
Okay, Sam better eat their lunch on this one.
It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, that's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late.
What is he saying about FDR?
To save our country. And it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, that's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him.
Also, a PBD Mac user. Who knew?
And he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being...
Did he say the Great Depression lasted long beyond FDR's term? Look, you could make an argument maybe that you think that the New Deal policies, the war had something to do with getting out of the Great Depression, right? That you can't like attribute it completely to the New Deal policies. You could maybe make that argument. But what the fuck is bro just say? What did he just say? The Great Depression outlasted FDR? This is your guy, PBD. This is your man.
Smart.
And he knows even less about anything than even you, I would suspect. I feel like PBD probably has got to be cringing a little bit there.
And we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable,
Right.
but we're getting smart.
Okay, Tom, your thoughts on this, and I'm going to come to you.
So markets love continuity, even if continuity is rooted in, trade inequality and things have been going on for decades.
Yep.
And to get through the shift, to get through the food poisoning, we can see markets react to sentiment, and markets don't know what to make of this. How many tariffs are going to stay for a day versus a week versus a month? You don't know. How many tariffs are going to shift? Israel actually backed down and said, okay, we're done. Yesterday, correct? Israel went, hang on, we're good. We're backing off. We're done here. Interesting. Canada moved.
What? Israel's backing off? That's great news, Tom, except that you don't know what you're... Okay, no. What is he trying to say? Israel agreed to remove their tariffs in exchange for having the Trump remove his?
A couple of them, not the rest of them. Canada's still figuring it out, but they're blinking. Canada is blinking. So now the question is going to be, how long does all this take? And the markets,
So Tom's going forward with the premise that this is a bargaining chip. This is a bargaining tool that Trump has used, that his intention is to use the tariffs, right? Use the opposite of free trade as a tool to negotiate freer trade between bilaterally between the United States and all of its trading partners. We've already seen a lot of examples where, taking off tariffs is not satisfying Trump, right? For, again, going back to Vietnam, because they are one of the most profoundly and negatively impacted, victims of this trade policy of the U.S. after being profoundly and negatively victimized by United States foreign policy for years and years.
Don't like it. The markets don't like the sentiment of uncertainty. And that's why you have Jim Cramer and other people, we're getting killed out here. You're getting killed because you like the status quo that you had a minute ago, because you knew how to play that game and you knew how those markets worked. And respectfully, they're there to trade and make money in an increasing market. What is easier? It's easier to stay yesterday with what we've got, or there's a greater goal. And the greater goal is American jobs, and the jobs report was better than people thought. Interesting. That's not a headline. Why is that buried? And you've got the uncertainty of the market.
Because the world is on fire, you asshole. Everything is buried, including the proposition of sending United States citizens now. Not just people with green cards, but United States citizens to fucking El Salvador to rot in a fucking gulag. Okay, that's on the table now. That got missed too, Tom. The fuck are you talking about? Why is nobody talking about this? It is Trump's strategy. Flood the zone with shit. They've done that. Muzzle speed, right? This is Steve Bannon. This is pure Bannonism. And he's acting like, well, why is nobody talking about my little, there was the job report was slightly better than expected. Oh, why is nobody talking about this? Why is nobody glazing Trump the fuck up while he's burning the world down? I wonder, Tom. I wonder.
Now, the uncertainty markets makes everybody look at their 401k and look at the things and be concerned. And yes, there's concern there, but you got to look down the street and see where we're going. And it is not easy to get
the 1800s, baby,
through the food poisoning.
We're going back to the Gilded Age. That's right, the golden era.
Life on the other side, and you can see that's what the president is talking about. And I think we got to trust it.
Life on the other side for the 1%, maybe. I don't know.
And we got to look at what's going on. We can already see little islands of change going on. So let's find out how everybody else moves on these tariffs.
Sam.
You said tariff was the last word. That was the only time you used the word tariffs. Look, I am in favor of tariffs when it is part of a specific agenda to build a certain industry or a certain industry within a certain region. This is absolute insanity. First off, they're going to use this as potential revenue. Like he says, it's not going to replace the income tax, but what they're going to do is they're going to use it as an excuse to cut taxes on wealthy people. You guys will be very excited about that. But who's going to pay that tax? If it's $600 billion a year, as they're saying, over a 10-year period, it's going to be $6 trillion. That is going to be an average of $5,000 tax on Americans. It is a regressive tax. I like taxation, but I like progressive taxation because $5,000 for somebody making $40,000 is a much bigger problem than $5,000 for me or for you. And so,
Mopo pointing out that Jose did a video on Patrick Bet-David's I almost said nonfiction. It's nonfiction. It's basically it's him. That's the spoiler for the Academy. It's a book about him. It's a fictionalized book about his life story. But yeah, it's a self-insert. The Fountainhead coloring book. Does he have? Wait, is that? Are you looking in the background of him? Ayn Rand is nearly perfect in her immortality, as Gore Vidal once said. Wonder why America was so incredibly wealthy in the 1800s. Yeah, if you're a robber baron. In 1880, there was no cotton clothing. How great was that? Didn't FDR start Social Security? Yes. Taking a history lesson from Trump is hilarious. 40 to 10% decrease in old folks living in poverty, Jack. The 1776 Air Force, hell yeah. Every time people walk up the ramp system, they pray. They say a prayer of thanks to FDR. Markets love volatility, famously so. The Great Depression was ended thanks to the implementation of a massive public sector jobs program, otherwise known as World War II. Yeah, I mean, look, you can make that argument, right? If you want to. But you can't make an argument that the freaking Great Depression outlasted FDR. That's just bullshit. Quiero ser un Vanderbilt. Yo también, Thomas. También. This has done wonders for China. Yeah, this is the weird thing. Is like the actions overall, the bent of the actions that Trump is taking are very, very beneficial towards China. To the point where, yeah, we got to bring back our Manchurian candidate theory. I believe that Woodrow Wilson gets the credit for launching the American Empire and starting this entire nightmare. Was he the one? Was it Woodrow Wilson? The Spanish-American War, did that happen under Wilson or did that happen under McKinley? Apparently I don't know American presidents that well either. Food poisoning from cutting FDA jobs. Trying to catch back up with chat here. Oh my god. FDR got the British sea routes from Churchill in exchange for supplies to fight Hitler. Both armed and financed Stalin on the Russian front. And I started Trans Refuge House. You know, there's a limit to what I can do IRL because of the nature of my work online, but I could do something, right? I could try to set up something, or maybe find other people and work together to set up something, right? To make it easier for trans people who want to get out of the country to be able to do that. I'm a little bit afraid for myself. I'll be honest with you, like, right, chat. I am so nervous by the fact that the only thing holding me here, right now.
Narwhal _ by super chatted $10. Hey, I want to donate too.
Oh, thank you. I'm a little bit nervous. Like, I mean, I need to get my shit sorted out, but I'm gonna be doing that. And yeah, in terms of a house, right? The interesting little fact about the area that I live in, that I'm finding a lot of apartments that like you'll find apartments in the desirable part of town, and then you'll find houses in the less desirable. That meaning that it's further away from stuff, right? In the further away parts of town, I'm finding houses, and when I look at the rent for this apartment and the rent for this house, they're the same. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of like, okay, well, what do I get here? I get, an apartment for this much money. It's, a lot cheaper than what I was paying for rent in the United States. So it's not bad. But then I look at but I could get a house. I could rent a house. You know what I mean? And I'm like, but I don't need 3 bedrooms. But who might need an extra bedroom is somebody that's trying to relocate here and needs a place to needs like a soft landing. So yeah, there might be something to that, SM. I'll have to figure out how I can do it. But that would be a very good thing to exist. And a great reason to kind of, try to coalesce the trans community in the area, work together. But thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature. not in a safe place or good people to be living with as a trans disabled person dealing with living where CPTSD is from. Hope people can work something out from in other communities. Some people in chat said they've worked on projects like this. The first thing about community organizing, because I'm broke, yeah, it's difficult when you're and I'm still in that situation. I'm still in the paycheck to paycheck kind of situation myself. But you know, if I play my cards right, I guess I'd be, you know, a little bit better off. There was an American trans refugee passport fund. I would donate so much money to it. There should be. And in terms of putting people together with the information that they need, not just about like, you know, Thailand, which, you know, has its advantages and disadvantages, but all the, you know, different places that might be better for, you know, for trans people than the US. Wilson was the first war. McKinley, yeah, Spanish-American War. That's what I thought. This was a war that Mark Twain supported at first, but then turned against, and wrote one of the best. Has anybody ever read this? There's a Mark Twain. I don't know. I think it's like a short story, or maybe it's just maybe it's even shorter than a short story. It's called a war prayer. I think it's called a war prayer, right? Where he writes a story about somebody that comes up to the front of the church after they're giving prayers. Like, so it's the Spanish-American War. People are doing prayers. They're like, yes, Lord, please help our troops to secure the victory and to, like, you know, keep them safe and yada, yada, yada. And it all sounds good. You know, it's mostly focused on keeping the troops safe. But then someone steps up and they're like, I wanted to give voice to the unspoken part of your prayers. Now, you have said, keep our troops safe. The unspoken part of that prayer is to rain down death upon our enemies. And it's just kind of like, you know, this person is making the war a little bit more real. Like in terms of what people are wanting, and given that, you know, the opportunistic nature of the Spanish-American War, it's very appropriate. But at the very end of it, they were like, and no one listened to him because he was obviously crazy, right? That's the end of the story. Is that like it didn't? He said all this stuff, just basically pulling the veil off of what they were really asking for in their war prayer. And at the end of it, you know, they make clear that nobody took him seriously because he's just he was a nutter.
This is a regressive tax on Americans. Now, if it's to work to build up industry, and I don't know how we're going to have a banana industry in this country or how we're going to have a lumber industry to rival Canada's because we just don't have the wood and so on. I mean, people get the idea. You know, there's certain industries you can actually say, this is one we're going to build up. Maybe there will be a low cost clothing business that revives in this country, but I doubt it. But if tariffs are meant to work to build up industry, that means people aren't paying those taxes. So the tariffs may not raise the money, but what will happen is, and I think you understand this too about pricing, if the price of goods goes up on average, and it looks like in some of these places, it's going to go way above 10%. I mean, some of, like, you know, Vietnam, like 39%, China, 75%.
Is it 39? I read 40, but yeah, it's like, Thailand, 36%. You know, from what Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos got hit really hard.
They're adding all of these tariffs on. It's insane.
And look, Thailand, you know, looks like they might be able to do something, right? They're talking about negotiating with the Trump administration, which shouldn't have to do. And it sucks that, you know, the United States can strong arm a country like Thailand. In fact, it really worries me that the United States can strong arm a country like Thailand in a situation like this. You know, but they might be okay here, right? They might be able to do something about it because they have the ability to give the United States certain things that it wants. Vietnam does not, right? Vietnam is never going to be able to afford United States products. It's just not in the cards. It's like it's got one of the lowest like their standard of living just does not allow them to buy American products. Like what are they going to do? They've got a huge tariff that could massively like hobble their economy.
Then U.S. companies, to the extent that there are ones that are making these same goods, they have between 0 and 75% to raise their prices. And they will because, the price of this, there's a certain elasticity and they can justify raising their.
Did he do tariffs on Taiwan? I mean, most likely. He did tariffs on almost everywhere. And the calculation wasn't, does the country tariff the United States? Because for instance, South Korea, they've got a trade deal with South Korea. There's no tariffs, right? But South Korea got hit nonetheless. And so let me look up Taiwan, see what the deal is with Taiwan.
Price is 5%. If their nearest competitor is 25% raise in price, I mean they'll do it because there's some products that people just can't do without. So this is such a disaster. And of course, what it also does is. Last time we had a major financial crisis in this country in 2008, it took 6 years for the stock market to get back at parity. You're talking about the 401ks have been a disaster insofar as like people just don't put as much money in them as they should because they don't have the money 32%. On a regular basis. But God help those people if there wasn't Social Security, a robust Social Security, because if you've got to retire and you're 65 and you were planning on retiring, you have a small 401k, it is screwed. And it may not come back for years. Maybe it'll come back tomorrow. But
how do you feel about reciprocal tariffs?
Here's the other absolute insanity. Those tariffs that he claimed on that chart are not tariffs. Every economist out there has been saying, where did he get these numbers? And they're starting.
So, I think the average of the tariffs was somewhere. Is it 22% that it ended up at, the average tariff? Taiwan is actually getting hit with a 32% tariff. That's so wild. Like, they need the chips. He's tariffing the chips. I mean, I think what he's trying to do, like if I was to guess, chat, what Trump is looking to do here. Okay, so the exception is Taiwan Semiconductor. But it like I don't know. It sounds like he's trying to get some of these Taiwanese companies to maybe open up factories in the U.S. So the stock for Taiwan Semiconductor did still fell along with everything else. They even though they're an exception, there's one import facet that the headline figure of 32 leaves out. Semiconductors are exempt from reciprocal tariffs. This means the chips from Taiwan Semiconductors, aka TSMC, will be the same price next week or last week. Well, there could be a tariff announcement. Okay, so they possibility response to the 2022 CHIPS Act, Taiwan Semiconductor invested $65 billion to build a fabrication plant in Arizona. Trump is trying to kill the CHIPS Act, from what I understand. They announced in March that an additional $100 billion investment to build 3 manufacturing plants, 2 packaging facilities, and development center. . Okay, so this article's trying to suggest I should good time to
Thomas Jer super chatted $5.54. Trump's is doing insider trading and manipulating the .0 NKS.
They're very likely, right? There is not just Trump, but like anybody who's got insider information could be insider, could be raking in huge profits. And knowing Trump and how corrupt he is, I think that it's a more unlikely bet that he's not financially benefiting from all this chaos than that he is, right? Even if that's not his main thrust, even if that's not the main point of these policies, no doubt him and people around him are probably taking advantage of it, I would guess.
To figure out that they did some weird... There's countries on there that don't even have people in them. It's bizarre. They took like the CIA fact book and just made a list of countries. I mean, it's completely for show.
Which countries?
There's Google it. There's like 1 or 2 places where there's no people.
Every single one of those countries.
They released a big release.
These people have way too much faith in Trump. Way too much faith, right? There's no way, Sam. You've got to be full of shit. There's no way that countries without people are getting tariffs, right? That would be stupid. And why is it you think that Trump couldn't have done something that you would call stupid? Is it like, right? What's your...
Find it. And these are not actual tariffs that are being applied to us.
Every single one of these countries.
Oh, there is
China,
India. Are we sure there's people there?
China, the EU, Vietnam.
He's like China. China's got people, doesn't it? Yeah, let me Vietnam. I'm pretty sure there's people there.
Taiwan, Japan,
Do it
India,
on
South Korea,
Google.
Thailand, Switzerland, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Which of those countries aren't there?
Shithead. Like, chat, I just want to know, do you think this guy's on the up and up? Do you think he believes what he's saying? Do you think he's really incredulous at this accusation that Trump has done this shit to countries that do not have humans or places that do not have like people? Do you think he just do you think he really believes it, or is he just trying to like throw up a bunch of like, well, Canada's got people and Mexico's got people, China's got people, Vietnam, Cambodia, pretty sure there's people there. What do you mean? Here's all these counterexamples.
They're not people living.
Put in the Trump just added a tariff on a country with no people.
All right, but so he added one.
No, we don't want to look it up. We don't want to pretend that you're full of shit, Sam. So sorry. No, I think a lot of these things they do end up Googling, right? And they disprove themselves, and then they try to just move on, just move right on as if nothing happened. Nothing to see here, folks.
It's just an indication of how slapdash this is.
No, dude.
But these are not tariffs. These are not
on one random little...
Those reciprocal tariffs. They're not. Those aren't tariffs. He is combined. He is basically what they've tried to figure out is like where'd they get these numbers from, and they have taken.
Thomas, you kept on talking about the peanut butter discourse, and I couldn't figure out what you meant. Thomas, that's PBD, right? Peanut butter discourse. This is like, I didn't even catch your meme. I did not even catch your meme until just now, but I get it.
The trade deficit and divided it by what we send there. And that's the way that they've assumed that that's a tariff. It's basically, they're just saying we have these trade deficits. And of course we have trade deficits with certain places because there's some products that we're just never going to make. And there's some places that don't have the buying power that we have. I mean, so this is just bizarre. And even like former Trump trade people were just like, well, maybe it's just an opening salvo for a negotiation. And maybe it is. I mean, I'm just fortunate that I'm not planning on retiring soon and my 401k isn't decimated. But this is going to cause inflation. And these prices are not going to come down. I mean...
Yeah, like the part that Sam left unsaid, his 401k is not decimated, but PBD's toilet is clogged. Anyway, I'm going to go clog a toilet myself, chat. Be right back.
Trump is trying to tell U.S. automakers, don't raise your prices. And if he wants to impose price controls, he would not be the first Republican president to do this. Nixon was the first president and the only president, as far as I know, to do price controls, at least in the modern era. I'm not necessarily against price controls in certain situations, but this is like such an own goal. It's fascinating.
Well, of course.
No, Jimmy Carter's waging price controls for decades before Nixon. Whoops. Checking my notes. No, he was after.
Right.
It wasn't just Nixon.
Well, Nixon started it. Right.
And there was no other president since
Nixon started it.
I was just kind of correcting that.
Okay.
Back to your rant.
I'm for price controls.
You are for price controls.
Well, I think we should have applied some in the wake of COVID. Yes, there was a lot of gouging going on. I think everybody knows that.
Adam.
I think it's.
I mean, there's plenty of data that at least 40% of the inflation was a function of gouging in some form or another.
Well, Sam, number one, respect for you for being here. I don't think, like, genuinely, whether you're a progressive or democratic socialist or skew socialist, you're talking to a bunch of capitalists and an angry patriot. That's cool. Like, we're not going to change your mind. You're probably not going to change our mind. But what we're solving for is the truth. The reality is these reciprocal tariffs, what Pat asked you about. Are you familiar with the golden rule?
Do unto others as you want to do unto them. Is that
bingo? Do you abide by the golden rule?
I mean, in my personal relationships, yes.
There you go. So the golden rule is you want to do something to me, I'm going to do it to you. If you treat me fairly, I'll treat you fairly. If you're good with me, I'll be good with you. But
what
if you want to,
constitutes fair?
Hold on, guy. If you want to actually take advantage of me, then all of a sudden we might have to have a economic war. And that's what's happening. So if you show up that list, I know you want to focus on the one random country that you can't name. Hold on.
Tell us how England is taking advantage of us.
Oh my God.
England is part of the UK. We understand that. But
oh my God, does he get them to pull it up? They're Google phobic now, I guess. They don't want to look up. It's McDonald Island, and then there's one other island, right? But Chad, I just enacted my own golden rule. But I'm back. So yeah, we're good.
If you want to go,
how is the UK?
Sam,
taking advantage.
Hold on. You know, when people talk, you listen, and then when you talk,
what the fuck are you talking about? You're not giving him a chance to. You're acting like he's talking over you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Adam?
I listen. That's how conversations go. You know that.
I'm just asking you to clarify your statement.
I'm going to get there. So the way that these tariffs work is if they're doing something to us, we'll do something to them. Rob, show the picture. So I would love to hear what you think. So all these countries have people living in them. All these countries, China, the EU, that's part of, all those countries over there. You get the UK.
Sam says that he's put tariffs on countries that don't have any people living in them. And Tom's counterfactual is, but China has people living in it.
Over there, Vietnam, Taiwan.
They really lost the thread when it comes to just basic logic. Just basic logic. God damn, what the fuck is that? 46%? 46% on Vietnam? Fuck. They're claiming that Vietnam. Oh yeah, they. So the way that they figure these are not the tariff rates, by the way. Vietnam's, the average tariff. I feel like the average tariff that Vietnam had on the United States was something like 7%. But again, they're dividing the the exports to the United States by total imports or something like that. It's a ridiculous math that they're using to figure this shit out.
On Japan, India, I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of people living in India.
46%. That is fucking, chat. That is cruel. Like, human costs of this tariff on Vietnam, and from what I can tell, there's nothing that I don't think that Vietnam can offer the United States. I don't think that Vietnam can offer Trump anything to get out of that, right? The human cost of that fucking 46% tariff is going to be monstrous.
Korea, Thailand, all these countries.
And it's based on lies, right? That 90% rate is a fucking lie.
Are charging us. So the reality is, if you go through the numbers, not feelings,
there's the whole list.
Sam, I need you to pay attention. I know you're on the
you
phone
are charging
doing
us.
some data.
I got it.
Here we go
there's
now.
the whole list.
They're charging us way more
90% of Vietnam.
to access their markets than we are charging them.
That's the whole
Sam,
point.
stop
Those
it.
are not tariffs.
Stop it. You're going to have to bring.
Rob, do me a favor. Pull
So
this
we're
chart
charging
up.
on average 2.5%.
So I mean, this is gonna be really hard to derail them on this. By derail them, I mean get them to actually look at where those numbers are coming from. PBD seems to be inclined to just say it's a chart. It's got tariffs. This is the tariffs that they charge us. 90%. Look at that. 90%. Wow, we're being so generous, only charging them 46% back. Unless this is fucking bullshit.
The EU is charging on average 20%. Japan is 24%. China 34%. Taiwan 32%. Vietnam 46%. These is what the numbers are. Now, if you have different numbers, I'd love to see them. But the reality is, some of these countries are our friends, and some of these countries are our foes. And as Trump,
if you have different numbers, I'd love to see them. How about you look and see where those numbers came from? You look and see if those numbers actually represent tariffs laid on the United States. And when you find out, when you see the equation that they're using to find these, you fucking defend that equation. You defend that equation.
says, if you want to listen to what Trump says, in many cases, many of our friends are a lot worse. He cited Australia won't even let us sell U.S. beef. So all these situations are.
What can I say? The Aussies, they like good beef. They don't want our TRT beef.
Actual numbers. He talks about the golden.
They don't want their beef to have the texture of RFK Jr., right?
Rule. There's a similarity there. The golden age of America is what he's talking about, because this is a way to bring down our deficits, to reduce taxes. I would love to hear if you had a better idea.
To bring down our deficits,
these are trade deficits.
Okay.
So we have a trade deficit with Canada.
Thanks for explaining that. I thought he was talking about the fucking budget deficit.
$200 billion a year. They charge us in many cases 200 to 300% for dairy. Okay, Mexico is an example.
No, they do not. No, you're absolutely 100% wrong on the dairy. No. Your dairy thing is absolutely wrong.
You think this is my dairy thing?
Yes, this is not.
What Trump said in his speech.
Yes, Trump lied.
And you believed him.
There is not a single pint of milk,
just like you lied,
of dairy
about
that goes.
How many countries don't have people? Pretty sure India's got a couple of people.
That dairy goes to Canada. We don't. If we sell a certain threshold, tariffs are applied, but we don't reach that threshold ever. There are not a dollar.
Probably because it's too damn expensive to access the marketplace.
No.
Anyway, I'm talking about the sweeping tariffs. You're talking about being a milkman. What I want to understand is, why don't you
don't
think
care about any of the facts at all? It's
Sam,
hilarious.
Don't BS me.
No, it's hilarious.
I used to think
Google
like you.
dairy. Google dairy
Sam,
tariffs to Canada.
Fuck your dairy. I'm
You
talking
brought
about.
up
They don't want to see. They can't handle the truth, chat. He should fucking he should Jack Nicholson them and say they can't handle the
dairy.
But you want to go. I'm giving one example. You want to have.
That's
Robert De Niro.
The only example you gave.
Auto industries. They're charging us 25%. We're now doing a minimum tax 10% across the board. So
minimum, but in other places, Vietnam,
Let me ask a simple question. Though. The whole thing Adam just said, it could have been simplified to we have around $1 trillion of trade deficits. Would you like to fix that?
Part of the reason why we have those trade deficits is because A, we keep our dollar strong. B, because there are bigger customer bases in this country than in other countries. Our economy is based upon
we're helping
consumption.
other countries' economy improve? Don't you think we have the leverage to ask more from them?
I think tariffs work.
Yeah, Jessica Bell pointing out that that's because the U.S. beef does not meet Australian FDA minimum safety standards, and that's the case with a lot of this stuff. That's the case with the cars in a lot of cases. Our cars are not safe. Our cars are not, compatible with the roads in other countries. Like there's reasons for all of these, right? It's not just fucking, for nothing.
If there is a specific industry, we saw this in the CHIPS Act, right? There were carrots and there were sticks in the CHIPS Act. We want to onshore chip production in this country, both for economic reasons, but also long-term national security
for
reasons.
example, for me,
and so what you do is you provide incentives and disincentives.
have you ever negotiated a deal with anybody?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess so.
You do. And are you a decent negotiator? Are you a bad negotiator? Are you a horrible negotiator? What would you put yourself as a negotiator?
It depends on the context.
Okay. Do you try to
Yeah, they're arguing with Food Safety Inspector Hugo. That's right.
find a way to negotiate where both sides win, like a fair negotiation?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Newsweek. It's a newspaper and outlet that's on the left. But Rob, if you can go all the way to the top, okay, this is a Newsweek outlet. So full list of countries of reciprocal tariffs. This is from today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
April
Yesterday
3rd.
it was updated today. Okay.
Yep.
Go a little bit low, Rob, if you could. So let's just kind of go. Let's just start from the top and see what it says. So it talks about the Liberation Day. Great. Got it. White.
Is this Newsweek? What is this source? Politics. What are we looking at here? Newsweek. Chet, I gotta say, I don't know if this is a new format or if this is the format that Newsweek has always had, but I fucking hate it. Look at how they do articles.
And yesterday it was
Newsweek.
updated today. Okay.
Yep.
Is Newsweek the one that got bought by the right winger, or was that Time?
Go a little bit low, Rob, if you could. So let's just kind of.
Okay, yeah, like it's like, what is this showing?
So full list of countries of reciprocal tariffs. This is from today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
April
Yesterday
3rd.
it was updated today. Okay.
Yep.
Go a little bit low, Rob, if you could.
Why it matters. So they'll do 2 paragraphs, and then why it matters.
So
What to know. Right? They're just spoon feeding you. I hate it. I fucking hate this.
let's just kind of go. Let's just start from the top and see what it says. So it talks about the Liberation Day. Great. Got it. Why it matters. Tariffs remain in place until U.S. narrows a 1.2 trade imbalance.
When Newsweek covers Trump stories with this format, it reads like Pravda in a lot of cases. I've seen this on other articles as well, right? There is no meaningful counter to whatever claims are being made by the Trump administration. The article becomes a means of dissemination of Trump's propaganda, of Trumpaganda.
Recorded last year. That means we're making others $1.2 trillion more than we're making. Okay, that's the imbalance. Okay, so this is Newsweek. The president said there was a
It means
baseline.
that we are buying more stuff from other places than they're buying from us.
Sure, yeah.
Because
that's a
we
deficit.
have the biggest consumer engine in the world.
Sure.
So it
And-
would make sense.
But okay, so if that's the argument, continue. Now then the next thing would be, hey, charge me the same thing I'm buying from you as you're buying from me. Let's keep that number the same number. Don't overcharge me for it. That is not a tough request that we're making. Go a little bit lower, Rod. Keep going. So the president's based on tariffs of 10% of all imports. Okay, great.
Do you realize what this means? This means that if there's any industry, if you go by his logic, now obviously his logic is very self-serving. What he's claiming is fair for the U.S. is not something that I would expect him to claim for other countries. So, with the fact that he's, full of shit kind of, taken for granted, right? We can say that if you applied this logic to the United States would never be able to run a targeted tariff for an industry that in the United States that they were trying to grow. If they had an industry that was just getting started or was really small and was losing out to foreign competition, you would never be able to grow that industry. This is what tariffs are actually supposed to be used for, by the way, right? To allow your, X industry to get off the ground, right? You'd never be able to use that because the other country would come back with that logic and say, charge me what I'm charging you. I don't have a tariff on you for this industry. Why do you have a tariff for me? There's a reason. It's policy. We want to grow our solar panels industry. We want to grow our chips industry. We want to grow, whatever fucking industry that you're trying to help out, right? That's what tariffs are actually for. And by their logic, any time that anybody tried to do this, there would be a mini trade war.
According to a chart, Trump held 34% on Chinese imports, 20% on goods, European goods. All that'll come up when we go a little bit lower. That's the picture he's talking about. Keep going lower, Rob.
So it's ultimately going to be 54 plus another 10 on China.
Until we become reciprocal. Yes, the U.S. had an overall trade deficit of $918 in 2024. with the largest gaps coming from China 295, EU 235, Mexico 172, Vietnam 123.
Tariffs are, Jessica Bell says, tariffs are a normal, trade deficits are a normal feature of global capitalism. It does not indicate any ethical dimension. It is simply the imbalance of exports and imports, not fairness or unfairness. Yeah. So unironically, we are all beholden to a boomer ass reaction to the 1980s trade deficit between the US and Japan, right? There was a large deficit. Japan was selling a lot more to the US than the US was buying from Japan. Japan was their economy was taking off while the US economy was struggling, and boomer assholes and I say boomer not to indicate the generation, to indicate the mindset, right? If there's some other country that's doing better than us, then it must be because they're cheating, and there must be that they're ripping us off, right? That's what he thought. They're ripping us off, and that stuck in his craw back in the 80s, and he's never dislodged that from his craw. I don't know what a craw is, Chad, but it's some kind of orifice, and he's got this like bullshit lodged in there of like how unfair it was for Japan to, and the United States, you just understand, trust, right? The United States made Japan pay for that trade deficit, right? They did actually, like the lost decade of the Japanese economy suffered for, actually they call it the lost decade, but it was more like 2 decades, right? And so yeah, I mean, like there was a resolution to that. Trump apparently did not see that resolution, and it's always kind of bothered him. He's always had this idea, but that's not fair. We have a trade. We sell them this much. They sell us much more. That's unfair. That's unfair. We got to do something about this, right? Let's shove our products down their throats. Let's make them buy, F-35s. Let's make them buy weapons. It's the one thing the world needs is more weapons in circulation, right?
That's the numbers that we have there. Then Cambodia topped at a chart at 49% tariffs, followed by Madagascar, 47%, Sri Lanka, 44%, Vietnam, 46%. If these were the 2 countries you said they don't have people there, I think they got people there. So if we go a little bit lower, keep going. Here's a full list.
They keep on bringing this back. So incredulously. And yet they're afraid to actually to Google what Sam is telling them to Google.
From Newsweek, China. Tariffs charged to the U.S., 67%.
That's just not...
Us to them, 34%. EU, 30%.
Also not willing or able to analyze what is actually being looked at. What this tariffs charged thing is bullshit, right? That's not a real number. That is math that was maybe come up with by ChatGPT, but it does not reflect the average tariff from China to the U.S. or the average tariff from the U.S. From the EU to the U.S. or anything else.
The list that the White House put out, and all economists are looking at this and going, "What are they talking about?"
Can fact check?
Yeah, they're not going to put out false information.
Can fact check this. If not,
they're not going to put out false information. The Trump administration would never do that, chat. Never. They're committed to the truth. They're big fans of the truth over at the Trump administration.
Newsweek. You don't believe in fake news?
Not even MAGA people think that, right? If you ask MAGA people, they will readily admit that Trump lies, that Trump is a liar, but they'll say, but he's our liar. He's lying for us. He's lying, but the other side is lying too, so it's okay, right? They'll have some cope for it, but they won't tell you that he's always 100% honest. They won't tell you that the words coming out of his mouth accurately reflect the truth, because even they realize that it's not true. And yet Patrick Bet-David is so far up Trump's ass that he's willing to just the Trump administration wouldn't lie. No, they've never been known to do that.
States just held up the thing.
You believe in real news. So Taiwan, 64-32. Japan, 46-24. India, 52-26. Who the hell negotiate? Look at, by the way, each one of them is almost 2x. 26 times 2 is 52. 25 times 2 is 50. 36 times 2 is 72. 31 times 2 is 62, but they did 61. 32 times 2 is 64. Malaysia, 24.47. Go a little bit.
Are we not merciful, chat? We're only charging them half of the tariff that we're claiming they're charging us.
Lower wrap, 49.97. 10.10 UK were the same. So South Africa, 30.60. Brazil, 10.10. Bangladesh, 37.74. 2x. If these numbers are true, Sam, let's say somebody on the left, okay, fact checks this, and this is someone that's a person you respect. If these numbers are accurate, what do you say then?
I'm going to read from CNBC since you guys won't Google this. Many observers said the U.S. appeared to have divided the trade deficit by imports from a given country to arrive at tariff
Can you
rates
text
for
it to him so we
individual
can show it so the audience
countries.
can see it? What's
Just
the title of it? You'll
Google
pull it up.
CNBC. How did the U.S.
He has
arrive
it.
at its
It's right
tariff
there.
figures?
Go for it. We're not uncomfortable showing clips. Just
Okay.
say it, he'll pull it up. So which part do you want him to read?
Well, scroll down right there. Just number 2. Many observers said the U.S. appeared to have divided the trade deficit by imports from a given country to arrive at tariff rates for individual countries.
Many observers.
Such methodology
Observers,
doesn't necessarily align with conventional approach to calculate tariffs. I mean, they've just made up what the tariffs were.
No.
Sam.
Okay, maybe their methodology
Sam, but
is
let's
different.
do this.
But
Maybe
what
their
are the actual
methodology
tariffs?
This is my question,
different. Yo, cope.
Google the tariffs.
I actually want to know this here. Rob, you can ask Grok to fact check it. You can go.
You know, Grok might have come up with it, PBD. Right? That, like, for all we know, this fucking equation was created by Grok.
Go under Charlie Kirk and just type in Grok. Is this accurate? These numbers. You can go to chat.
That's his fucking. That's his, like, be all end all source. Like, that's his arbitrator of truth, Grok. That's where he thinks, like, if you really want to find out if something's true or not, ask Grok.
GPT. That's ran by Sam Altman, who.
Oh, we can't have that. He's a liberal. He's a what do you call it? A altruistic. He's an effective altruist, right?
An enemy of Musk, and see what that one says. You can fact check both of them. This is all I want to ask you.
Oh no, he's okay with GPT. He's okay with as long as you do it through AI rather than, I don't know, Google it, right? You know, we're good.
To see what's your credibility with being able to reason. If those are correct, that they are charging us more taxes than we are, what do you think is the right thing to happen? If those numbers are correct.
I think we should look at what industries we want to build in this country. Car industry, let's say. Let's say we want to build solar panels, which is one that I would choose. Just as an example, we could go down the list, right? And I would also look at, like, okay, what regions do we have in this country that need more jobs, more manufacturing? And then I would target tariffs, not necessarily on the whole country that's coming in, but I would target on those products coming from a given country, because that is what is called a plan.
Does it matter
as
what
opposed
the
to this
product
buckshot?
is? No,
Absolutely.
So you're willing to pay more you're willing to allow the other person to tax you more for a product you're buying than you're doing it to them? Who needs who more?
They're not. Not taxing me.
But hang on a second. The reciprocal tariff is simple. It's saying, if you charge me an additional 30, let's match it. I'll do 30 as well.
The point is that when, let's say, China has a 50% tariff on our cars.
Yes.
Okay. And they do that because they want to build their car industry. It is not going to create inflation in China because they have such a high tariff on our
China
cars.
become a behemoth.
We may have, and certainly by we mean corporate America.
Politicians,
and maybe
not corporate America.
Oh,
Politicians.
it's corporate America.
It's politicians.
Listen,
They come up with the policies and
I saw
lobbyists.
in the 90s like how corporate America was so
still
freaked
haven't
out
answered
by
my question
Tiananmen
here.
Square.
You still
But I'm
haven't answered
telling,
my question.
I'm telling
my
you,
question is, if that's accurate, if those numbers are accurate, that we'll
I'm
be in
not going
charge
to
more.
punish the American people with a regressive tax because you have some literally elementary school notion of fairness.
Elementary school. Here
Honestly.
we go. If those are true, okay, on them charging us more, would you
They're not
sit
charging
there and
us more. They're
support?
charging more for our products to get in there.
Do you think it's fair for us to pay twice as much as we're charging them? Do you think that's fair?
I don't think that fairness has anything to do with it. What's
you're
best
the
for
fair
the American
You're the one that
person?
claims you're a fair guy.
What's best for the American public?
Okay, so let me ask you another question.
I would ask.
Who needs 2 more? Does YouTube need you, or do you need YouTube?
I probably need YouTube.
Why do you need YouTube more?
Because they have a lot of other people they can go to.
Thank you. Who needs 2 more? America. Do you need the American customers, or do we need Bangladesh? Who needs 2 more?
We better hope that a lot of these countries don't. I mean, Canada is starting to
look. What he's saying is actually true, right? America is the big dog, right? America has a pretty. I mean, it's not the big dog. China is the big dog, but America is a big dog. Let's just put it that way, right? Economically speaking, the United States market is pretty big. It's the second biggest in the world, right? So yeah, a lot of countries need us more than we need them individually. Now, this is true of bilateral relationships, but what we have set up, the conflict that we set up, is not bilateral. The conflict that we have set up is us against the rest of the world, all right? So while, we can tell Bangladesh to go fuck themselves, we can tell we can tell McDonald Island, we can tell those penguins to go fuck themselves, right? If we say go fuck yourself to every single nation on the planet, including China, including the actual big dog. So, those other countries, you can say maybe don't need them, all right? We can do without Bangladesh, we can do without Nepal, right? We can't do without China. And I would say we can't do without Canada, and we can't do without Mexico, and we can't do with there's a lot of important trading partners for the United States that are not on the level of fucking Bangladesh. I'm sorry, Bangladesh is catching all the strays today. But that's what Patrick Bet-David set up. Like, the only way that you can kind of fuck this thing up, where yes, most countries need the United States more than we need them. Yes, we've got an advantage in terms of negotiation. The only way we can fuck it up is to fuck every other country up at the same time, right? What you do then is you signal, I am the villain here. I am receiving the sweetest deal because of my, status as the global hegemon, but it's not enough for me. I want even more, and I'm going to make you all suffer. I'm going to make all of you suffer, right? That's the only time in which you might have a situation where the other countries get together, either either publicly, like China, Korea, and Japan have done, or privately, like I'm sure every other country out there is thinking about doing, and work something out between each other. And find out that the United States needs the rest of the world actually a little bit more than the rest of the world needs the United States. They've got, if they want, what they want is a huge market. There's China, all right. There's India. There are other large markets, right? The United States is no longer irreplaceable. The United States is just kind of grandfathered in to this global hegemonic position, and in economic terms, more so by history, more so by past performance than by current status, because in terms of the biggest market, it is China, and it has been for more than 10 years now. These assholes are living in the past. Fucking
what an argument.
20th century mindset. That's what I'm going to say from now on, Chad. I don't need to say boomer ass mindset. I can say 20th century mindset.
A different.
And I think you can understand what I mean.
Relationship with China. I mean, this is going to ruin a lot of.
It's going to bring jobs to America. This is why Apple said, "I'm investing 500 billion here." This is why EU,
the CHIPS Act,
UAE said 1.4 trillion. This is why Saudi said 600 billion. This is why all these companies said hundreds of billions.
From your mouth to God's ear.
But why are they saying that, though? Why are they saying that?
I hope this goes well.
But why do you think? Why did Rolls-Royce say we're going to move our different plants that we have from Mexico, Canada, and China to U.S.? Why are they saying that? Why are they saying that? These are jobs for your American people that are not getting paid. Trump's trying to get those people jobs. Why don't you support it?
There may be some benefit in terms of manufacturing, but overall, you're going to have a regressive tax on Americans.
If you
It's not targeted. When you target cars, I agree with you. Tariffs have a place, but there's no plan here. The idea of just blanket fairness doesn't mean anything, because
they don't have any
you're
plans.
forcing Americans
Dude, the guy's done more.
But unironically, yes, PBD. Unironically, yes.
The
regressive
first
tax.
60 days.
Like, as much as you want to dog Biden, at least there was a plan there in the CHIPS Act, right? As much as you want to dog Sam Seder, at least he's got, like, he doesn't have fucking rocks rolling around in his head like you do. Look at that vacant stare, chat. How much fucking cognition is going on behind those eyes, I ask you?
Than the last previous 4 presidents, not including him.
And I
excluding
hope
him,
the courts
did the first
continue
2
to
years.
inhibit what he's doing.
Yeah,
Right.
well, that's
And-
great job.
Sam,
that's
just,
where
let
you
me
go
just, just to build on what Pat was saying, Apple promising to invest $500 billion, SoftBank, Oracle, $500 billion, NVIDIA, TSMC, the
Because of these
Semitic,
tariffs?
$100 billion, $200 billion, Meta, $500 billion, Eli Lilly, $27 billion, Johnson & Johnson, DMAX, CMA, CGM, Stellantis, GM, Hyundai. The list goes on. All these companies
But to
are
him-
basically saying,
to
we're
him-
going to bring back manufacturing jobs to America. Bringing back jobs will stimulate the economy. Isn't that good for America?
Theoretically, in the long term, but what is the fuck is that going to do for me when I can't afford to eat? I'm not going to get to that big, beautiful, bright future because you have not only broken your promise, Donald Trump, to make things affordable again, to lower prices. That was your campaign promise, right? You've not only done that, you've also cut me off from you've cut me off from food stamps, right? I don't have that. You've cut me off from Medicare. I can't see a doctor, right? I'm not going to make it. And most Americans aren't. The Americans that are like one paycheck, they're living paycheck to paycheck, that are one big disaster away from being out on the street, are going to be out on the street.
America. A part of why I respect Sam Seder is the following. Let me tell you why I respect Sam. Do you know why I respect Sam?
Can be helpful.
Here's what
I respect Sam so much that I'm going to talk over him for the duration of this debate and make sure that he can't get a fucking point out. He can't get a word in edgewise, right? That's how much I respect Sam Seder.
Respect Sam.
We're not going to get huge banana production in the United States.
check
But
this
now
out.
your bananas are going to cost an extra 10, 20%.
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
But he's not going to give you credit. He's not. You don't understand. He just said earlier, "I'm not going to give my money to a private corporation."
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He just told
No,
you
I
earlier.
said I'm not going to give it to Clear at the airport.
No, you said private
I have
corporation.
TSA pre. Why would I give it to the
We
private
can go
one?
back and play what you exactly said. This is recorded. So for me, to me, I'm already at a point that I ask you, if it's the same, if those numbers are accurate, do you support it?
No.
I would go, okay, so no matter what Trump does, you're not going to support.
No.
The numbers aren't accurate, you fucking jackass.
I would support targeted tariffs.
If trillions of dollars are going to be invested in the U.S. economy to create jobs.
It's really funny when you're talking down to somebody who is less ignorant than you are, right? Who actually understands what those numbers on the page mean, which you never bothered to understand. You just took it for granted. This is the information the Trump administration is feeding us. As far as what the tariffs of other countries are, I'm going to take this as gospel, right? Whereas with Biden, you wouldn't have this problem. If Biden was telling you something that did not jibe with your narrative, you would definitely try to debunk it. You won't do the same thing with Trump. That's why you're full of shit. That's why you live up his ass, PBD.
You don't support that.
What's that?
If trillions of dollars of money is going to be invested into our economy to create jobs, you don't support that.
No,
you
of
want
course
that money to go to the 10 million illegal immigrants that came here that was open order under Biden. That's what you're saying. And by the way, the fact that you're open.
You love the violent illegal immigrants that are in the Tren de Aragua gang and that murder U.S. civilians. You're in favor of that. You cheered Laken Riley's death, Sam. Don't lie to us. And you want more fentanyl in this country so cops can, so you can see cops suffer under the effects of it when they accidentally get a dose.
About it and you're honest about it, great.
Okay.
At least you're not playing games. At least you're saying that's who I am. I would much rather give my money to TSA because it's a government entity than Clear. It's private. I would much rather give my jobs to illegal immigrants than give the jobs to
Clear
Americans.
is also like double the price. It is. For at least
Yeah,
you get what you
that's
pay
now
for.
you're
right?
changing now the argument.
mean,
to go
I-
Do you though? That's not a savvy. That's not. No, this is like caveat emptor. Like honestly, this is not a buyer that is aware.
I even had a problem,
All right.
to be honest with you, paying TSA pre.
Yeah.
Because it is sort of just creates two tiers system.
$65 for
built
five
on-
years.
Would you be
on
comfortable
government
if
money,
there was no clear and no TSA pre-check and everyone just had to be exactly the same, just everyone TSA?
I mean,
would you be comfortable with that?
Comfortable in this? I mean, the way that it was.
There's
before?
no paying for anything. There's no clear.
I do think
there's
it's
no TSA
unfair
pre-check.
to people
Everyone
who can't
just had-
afford to pay, that they have to wait in line, and that rich people.
How about this? We fund TSA and hire the number of employees that are needed to get people through the fucking airports. Is this a fucking genius idea or what? Did I just stumble upon the, like, oh my God, you hire enough people. Like, this is anathema to corporate America, right? The whole of corporate America is predicated on taking a job from today and having eliminating, like, taking 3 jobs from today, eliminating 2 people's jobs, firing 2 people, and then having that one person that's left now do the job of 3 people, right? That's why the idea of hiring enough TSA employees is bonkers to these people. Like, what? Enough people for the demand of those coming through in order to efficaciously, like, expedite their enable their travel, their safe travel through our airlines. No, you could never. You got to understaff everything, right? And the fact that the government is understaffed in a lot of cases, like TSA, is a facet of the, who controls the government. Like I said, China operates capitalism at the behest of the government. The United States operates at the behest of the corporations. The government operates at the behest of the corporations.
Will get to fly through.
And we've have one of these systems is phenomenally successful and is defeating the other system in the free market economy. Right? They've taken capitalism and they've said, what does it work? How does it work with central planning? Better? Interesting.
I do struggle.
Did you
with
fly
that.
first class on the?
That's not to say that I want China's government. That's not to say that I want to be, you know what I mean? I'm not here to like, I value my freedom of speech, but
No.
Have you ever flown first class?
Back in my.
But I don't really have it in the United States, do I? And that's part of the reason I left. That was a narrative. That was a lie. Freedom of speech? Tell that to the people being deported for speaking out against genocide. Tell them about the glorious freedom of speech that we have in the United States.
My show business days.
What
they
an
would-
elitist you are. Have
they
you ever
would-
flown private?
They would pay.
Have you ever flown private?
No.
So everyone should be the
You
same.
probably drink
Everyone
free
should
beer.
just do TSA. Everyone should fly economy. It's very unfair if some people
I think
are
we can-
doing better than
I
others.
think we can. I think
get
we
it
can
now.
agree
I get it now.
that it is a little unfair that money will get you through that line at the airport, which is like supposed to be mass communication. Yeah, I mean,
Mass transportation.
Mass transportation. Yeah, I do think.
But wait,
it's a little
What?
unfair.
Do you only take the regular basic Uber?
Do I only?
Chat, does anybody not? Look, if I have to pay for an Uber, like that's a lot of money coming out of my pocket. That's bad already. You think I'm paying for the upgrade? I'm like, no, I want the luxury car. Send me the luxury Uber. No, fuck that. I can barely afford, especially if it's like to the airport. Oh my God, chat, did I tell you when I went to the airport, right? There's like a $50 surcharge on Uber if you want to go to the airport. It's expensive even if you're not going to the airport. China has better foreign policy. Well, yeah, they're operating in a more strategic way, in a way that is more likely to give them, results that maximize their interests. You have nothing to fear if you're a true patriot. Well, didn't he say that, like, you've got, like, what did he say when he was like, Sam, you've got, respect you for coming on the show. You've got 4 free marketers and 1 angry patriot or something. Is Vinny the angry patriot? I never got who's the angry patriot.
Take the
basic Uber. Lyft? Do you never use the black? You never use the SUV?
I did to come here.
What an elitist.
I'm sorry, who's the elitist? Who's the elitist? Who's like, holy shit, wait, you don't use the premium? You don't pay extra for the suit, the super comfortable leather seat scar?
That was the one you sent.
Oh, so you won't pay out of pocket, but if someone will pay for you.
But wait, there's one thing. But Sam,
dude, you're a straight up communist. I love it.
Hold on, there's one thing that you said.
That's a communist right there. That's a communist. Wait, if he wasn't a communist, what would he do? Be like, I will pay for my own Uber. No, thank you, PBD. You're like, you want me to come on your show. You want me to do content with you, but you're gonna have. I feel it's important to pay for my own Uber.
I respect the fact that you're here. You're just espousing socialist communist ideas.
Where's that laugh coming from? That's Tom, isn't it? That weird like.
Massive respect for you coming here.
It's so soy.
You can embrace it. It's all good.
The one thing that kind of we just brushed over.
That's who I am.
No, come on, Sam. Just say you love communism.
Was you saying that you hoped that these judges keep interfering with Trump's agenda, which is you're basically cheering for unelected bureaucrats to go against the will of the people. Like, you're hearing yourself. That's not democracy. That's a power grab. So you're happy with all the judges and all the law firms and everything going after Trump.
Bureaucrats.
Yeah, those unelected guys. You're cool with that? So if it happens to your guy?
I am cool with judges appointed by Bush and Obama and Biden and Trump stopping the unelected bureaucrat Elon Musk from shutting down key functions of our government. Yes.
Okay. Our government has been broken for, like, what has anybody done to fix it?
No, he's right about this. Right? That one little point. I always try to give people credit where credit is due. Our government is broken, is fundamentally fucked. And it's time we realize it. Right? But, his solution is fucking allow Trump to come through with a sledgehammer and just like let the whole fucking country be collateral damage. I don't agree with that part. But I do believe that the government, and it's proof, here's the proof of concept, right, chat? If Trump's able to break the spirit of the law on things like freedom of speech, on things like due process, then yes, the Constitution was not written in order to stop the bull in the china shop that is currently rampaging. Yes, the country's broken. And anything that's going to work is going to need to, you're going to need to really redo a lot. Like, at the very least, several constitutional amendments, and more likely something along the lines of a constitutional convention, if not the balkanization and separation of different parts of the country. And I'm not saying that's, I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just saying what I see on the horizon. I'm just talking about what's likely to happen. So don't come for me. Like, right? That's what I'm afraid of, Chad. I'm afraid of the fact that the only thing that's holding me here, where I'm like I got a little bit of breathing room, I got a little bit of safety, I got a little bit of freedom of speech, at least about the, government back home, is a visa, right? I feel like I need a little bit more protection than that, especially given the way that the United States is able to push other countries around on tariffs, right? I'm paying attention to the countries that are being pushed, or that the United States is successfully being able to push around, and asking myself if that's a safe place for me or not. I'm not sure.
Any of the problem, all the money going, all the everything, the fact that you're happy with them trying to, Sam, this is the will of the people. How many 70 some million people?
The will of the people, he says. as Trump's approval rate crashes down to record lows for this point in their presidency, right?
You can laugh all you want, but you're happy with judges interfering with what the president of the United States has been tasked to do. He has a mandate.
I think you've confused the president with a king.
Kicking ass, and I feel, Sam,
I will quote from Elon Musk. This is a referendum on Trump. This is a referendum on Doge. This is a referendum on Musk. And 2 nights ago, he got clobbered in Wisconsin. And he was there on the ground.
Whatever political capital Donald Trump had, whatever kind of mandate he wanted to claim, is over. Died early in his presidency.
In front of a big American flag, telling lies about Social Security and the American people in Wisconsin. Not all, 60%.
And look, if they want to double down on that shit, just go ahead and pass that budget that's going to fuck every American. That's going to make me feel glad that I am paying for medical care out of pocket in a foreign country versus what I'd be left with were I to stay in the United States, right? Where my medical care was based on Medicaid. Like, yeah, just keep on fucking with shit. Just keep on. In fact, yeah, pass that bill. Pass that fucking bill that's going to, at the same time, fuck over almost everyone in this country. Fuck up everybody's life. And give huge tax breaks to millionaires. Go ahead and try to pass that thing and see what Trump's political capital looks like at that point. I fucking dare you. I know I don't dare you, chat, because, like, I mean, this is... The collateral damage is the American people. I keep on joking around about Berserk, but holy shit, Trump is ready to sacrifice all of you, all of us, right? Trump is ready to fucking sacrifice us all to become king. Who needs Griffith when you've got Trump? Who needs the Bayolet when you've got Vinny the Beet? All right, we've already got Berserk at home, and this Berserk is probably more Berserk than the Berserk the show.
60% of the people in Wisconsin, this purple state, basically said go home. Enough so that Trump has to leak that he's going to get rid of Musk and kick him out. I don't think he actually will.
I don't think
but
so.
He felt the sting enough that he realizes he has to do that because Doge and Musk, and I suggest Trump, very unpopular. I mean, obviously we're talking a margin, right? Because there's going to be 45% of people who are going to be in favor of whoever the Democrat is and 45% who are going to be in favor of whoever the Republican is. But on the margins, yes, 6 months ago, it was different. But today, it's very different, I think.
But Sam, and here's the thing. Okay, so Trump is done after this, right? 4 years, he's gone.
You promise?
Well, he's going to be gone. Like he likes to troll all you guys, and you guys all lose your minds, and I get it.
I haven't
But
really
what? Here's my thing. Again, and this is going back to the beginning. What are you guys offering? What is your side saying besides the
good question. Yeah, there was look, anytime the Democrats can point to a fucking shit show on the Republican side, they tend to love it because they would hate to have to promise the American people anything that might improve their material conditions. That's true. The Democratic Party has a problem stating what it will do for the American people, right? They have a real problem with that. That part's true. I mean, Trump will straight up lie about it. He'll tell you that he's gonna do something about prices, and then he'll raise the prices. He'll tell you he's gonna make things affordable. He's gonna make America wealthy again, and then he'll immiserate 7/8, 9/10 of the country. But the Democrats would rather say, I'm not with stupid, than to say, I will give you Medicare for all this time. I will do something about money in politics. I will do something about these prices. I will stop the price gouging, right? You got fucked over by high prices? Yeah, well, the corporations raked in record profits, but Kamala Harris couldn't do that because she had people in her orbit that as soon as she even hinted that that was going to be her campaign, promise. Fuck knows if she's actually going to keep it or not. They told her, no, no, no. No, no, no. You will not. Here's Liz Cheney. Put your hand in Liz Cheney's hand and you're going to run to the finish line. How did that work out? Did I say Lynn Cheney again? I meant Liz.
Trump evil Hitler, because that shit didn't work. Your side literally called him Hitler, and the guy...
Bro. He is fulfilling the prophecy as we speak. All right? Remember Project 2025? I'm not for that. That's not me. That's some other people. I mean, and those people are very extreme, very radical. We're not going to do anything like that. Does the fucking whole agenda and more. Right? I don't like wars. I'm a candidate for peace. Goes and bombs Yemen. Allows Israel to fucking enact genocide on Palestine and allows Israel to lie about a ceasefire. And then continue with the genocide.
I got shot in the freaking head. Okay, that's your party. Now,
no, actually, that was your party though. The call is coming from inside the house, Vinny. The call is coming from inside the house. That guy was a Republican. That's your own problem with violence, with violent rhetoric, and with violent people, and with catering to fucking school shooter assholes, right? That was your guy that did that. And fuck knows what it was. Probably because Trump wasn't conservative enough for him.
Now, he's going to be gone, okay? Who are you guys going to put up? Who is it? Because it looks like it's going to be Gavin Newsom. He's podcasts, all this shifting to the other side. You guys literally have nobody.
I would bet you any amount of money that it's not Gavin Newsom.
It's going to be the front runner for this upcoming.
I will bet you any amount of money that
I'm hoping, I feel like the best we can hope for, and this is going to be sad, is Tim Walz. All right. That's the best case scenario for the Democratic Party. That's what makes me wonder if the Democratic Party is a basket worth putting your eggs in anymore.
Nominee in 2028 will not be Gavin Newsom.
That nominee, or is he going to be running?
Guys,
is he the front runner?
Guys, place your bet.
Yeah, let's
$100.
$100?
That's all?
Let's do $500.
Oh, look at this.
No, $500.
Shook it for 100. Shook it for 100.
Don't be a pussy.
Adam, shut your freaking mouth. I bet you 500 all the freaking time. Bet in the middle at
250 right now.
Wait, Angry Patriot? Wait, it says Angry Patriot. Wait, I'm trying to figure out what this Angry Patriot thing's about.
I don't know. Who would you
It's him. I thought it was a logo on the overlay chat. No, it's on his computer. He's the Angry Patriot. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was Vinny.
Hold on.
In 2028, and let me finish. In 2028, who is going? If right now, I know it's a while out. Who in 2028 is going to be
All right, so not that Sam Seder would ever watch my response to his debate, but if he ever did, if he ever happened across this content, I would hope that he would hear my encouragement of him to bring Vinny on as a guest someday. Do you think he could get Vinny on Majority Report? I love their chemistry. I really love their chemistry.
Front runner for the Democratic Party. If it's not going to be Gavin Newsom, who that slithering snake is making the move to do it. Who is it going to be? I'm very curious.
I will bet you 1,000 it won't be Gavin Newsom, but you're stuck at 100.
Go ahead.
But I don't know. I think there's a chance that if I had to guess, and this is not necessarily who I would support, and I'm going to wait. I don't really, to be honest with you, I have spent zero time thinking.
Chazzer just says, I know it's cringy, but I believe it will be AOC. As far as the candidate, my understanding is that she's gonna be running maybe in New York as senator, maybe facing off against Chuck Schumer should he not decide to retire, which he should strongly consider doing, right? Being defeated by AOC, especially if she ends up becoming a larger figure in the party, which she no doubt would, that would be embarrassing for Chuck Schumer. It's going to be embarrassing. He should be embarrassed. He should tuck his tail between his legs and he should slink off into the sunset, right? Chuck Schumer is an embarrassment, right? But yeah, AOC, like, you know, I would look, all these candidates, I'm gonna acknowledge that there are issues with, you know, Waltz, AOC, whoever. Like, this is not ideal, all right? But yeah, AOC or Waltz as a nominee for the Democratic Party would be one of the better case scenarios for the outcome of that primary. Still questionable whether either of them have the guts to do what they actually need to do, and questionable whether the Democratic Party. Chat. Here's the thing, like, if Trump's term, his second term, is a huge failure, I don't know, along the levels of Herbert Hoover, and it's to the point where he's not even thinking about trying to stick around, right? He wants to retire. He wants to disappear. He's disgraced, right? Even in that situation, and the Republican candidate has no chance because Trump has just toxified. Americans hate Republicans at this point. Even if that happens and the Democrat Party takes control again, you're going to have an issue of a lot of Democrats looking at Trump's policies that they could overturn, that they could undo, and saying, couldn't we keep part of it? You're going to have that issue. You're going to have to fight that issue. And I think that it's going to be a lot more likely that there's going to be some pushback on all those Democrats who kind of like some things about the Trump agenda, who kind of like some of the, you know, some of the things that he passed, right? There should be a better chance with AOC or Tim Waltz at the top of the ticket than like anyone else that you could possibly imagine being able to run for and win the primary, right? So, but even then, I'm not sure about it. Yeah, there's a lot of shitheads in the Democratic Party. Like Gavin Newsom, you know, as much as he is like a diseased element of the Democratic Party, he's more typical than I'd like to admit. I even heard my congressman, when he went on Pod Save America, be like a little more like Gavin Newsom than I would have liked, and he's not, you know, he's known as a fairly progressive member of Congress.
Thinking about 2028, but if I had to guess, I would say somebody. No, it's absolutely true. I would say Pritzker, Whitmer.
Pritzker.
Wow. Pritzker.
Are you
a billionaire?
You're comfortable with the fact that he's a billionaire?
No. Like I say, I'm just guessing based upon like what I'm seeing out there. I think Buttigieg also not a fan. I think he's going to run. I think, like you say, Newsom's going to run. I would imagine there's going to be a couple of people
no.
in Congress who are going to run. I don't know if I could even in a
come on laptop
list of people that I would name, I would feel that confident that I would know who would win.
So if you could
Stalin, Mullen,
yeah, that's who we really want.
If you could root for one person, like
Stalin, come on, please, just let me. No.
Just like I would like to see this person. Who would it be?
He said it earlier.
Bernie.
AOC or Bernie.
Oh, Bernie?
Yeah.
Well, no, Bernie's. I mean, too old. He's not.
So AOC.
No,
is that your favorite
AOC,
candidate?
I don't think would win.
So who's your person? If you could put your money on one person,
that's my point. They don't have anybody. That was my point.
No,
they have nobody.
No, I don't speak for the Democratic Party.
Exactly. I'm asking Sam Seder. I'm not asking the Democratic Party.
I want to see.
You got to have someone in mind that you would like to see.
I think Murphy's also going to run. I want to see what people. Like who shows up with what?
I'm not even speculating. I'm asking who would you want to see? You.
But
you don't have anybody?
Yeah, you don't understand.
Really?
Yeah, I want to see who's going to.
You're a big podcaster. You don't have one person you'd like to see
to be president?
Yes.
It really depends. Like on.
Just give me a name of who you.
I don't have like.
How do you not have a name?
Well, that was my point. They don't have anybody, bro. That's the whole point I was making.
I'm not asking them. I'm just saying Sam Seder, professional podcaster. Progressive, Democratic,
professional podcaster,
socialist. You don't have one person you'd like to see.
Like
Sam is from a time before podcasts existed.
To see as president
himself, I'd vote for Sam. That's it.
I mean, I'm curious. You know, I'd be curious. Like, I just don't know enough about like someone like Andy Bashar.
Okay, but you know enough of who you like. Just say who you like.
Push back.
I don't have that kind of relationship with politicians.
You don't know their names? You don't know their names?
Listen, I've had on the show.
Come on, Sam.
You don't know their names.
And bro, do better. Just say a name and we'll move on.
Do better. Wait, isn't that or be better? That's the trope about SJWs.
Crockett.
No, I don't like her policies.
Who do you like?
I mean, Jim McGovern from Worcester, Mass.
There we go, Jim McGovern. There we go.
Former congressman.
Congratulations, Jim McGovern.
Jim
that
McGovern.
wasn't.
I don't think
there's our boy.
There he is.
Future President of the United
Look at
States,
Jim.
Jimmy McGovern.
Let's go to the next story.
Making America great
Let's
again.
go to the next story. I'd like to do two more. I'd like to do two more.
He's a
stories
great,
and then we wrap
actually,
up.
congressman.
No doubt. He's got a chance.
Texas high school football star.
You
Austin,
should also keep an eye on Pat Ryan. I mean, there's some stuff I disagree with him on policy, but he's also pretty good up in the 18th.
All right. Now you know names. I love it.
Texas high school football star Austin Metcalf stabbed in the heart, left to die in twin brothers' arms at track meet.
And it was all because they let in an immigrant, chat. An immigrant. No American citizen could have possibly done that to. American citizens famously not violent. America famously not a violent country. No, I'm just predicting. I actually have no idea what he's talking about.
This is a very, very.
Was it a? What do you want to predict, chat? Was it a trans? Did a trans person kill this athlete? Did an immigrant kill this athlete? Like what minority group are we going to stoke moral panic against now? Was it a pro-Palestinian person that was at fault? Who were you attacking?
Very difficult story. This is the father. And Vinny, maybe you want to preface what happened with the story.
Okay,
here.
so they
Vinny's got
allegedly they went to a track meet.
Yeah.
And I guess the guy in the bottom said something like the guy in the top said, "Hey, you're in the wrong area." He stands up, stabs that kid on the top in the heart, and the other guy runs away. And then his twin brother, comes and holds him as he's taking his last breath, and he dies. And then this is the father, which is the most.
Look, chat, if you want to be an angry patriot like Vinny, it is incumbent upon you to stay angry. You got to look for rage bait. You got to find that rage bait every single day. Find a reason to hate the other. Find a reason to justify, to justify like unconstitutional acts by the president as somehow justifiable.
This is probably one of the most humble Christian based freaking interviews. He's getting a little bit emotional, but listen what he says about the whole situation.
He died in his brother's arms. They were twins, identical twins, and his brother was holding on to him, trying to make it stop bleeding, and he died in his brother's arms. And I rushed up there, and I saw him on the gurney, and I could tell. They said he wasn't breathing. I could see all the blood. I saw where the wound was.
Austin, his father shares, was born 2 minutes before his twin brother Hunter, the two inseparable. As you can imagine, Austin is being remembered as an outstanding student at Memorial High, his football team's MVP, and a young man.
All right, well, I got my guess of who's getting the blame for this one.
Of faith, his father grappling with loss and forgiveness.
I'm not trying to judge, but what kind of parents did this child have? What was he taught?
Oh my God. Is that where we're going with this? We're gonna blame this on oh my God, Chad, I don't even want to say. I got an idea where this is going, but
He brought a knife to a track meet and he murdered my son by stabbing him in the heart. The guy was in the wrong place. They asked him to move, and he bowed up. This is murder. I don't know. I know they have someone in custody.
Yeah, we do.
And you know what? I already forgive this person.
Already?
Already.
Wow.
God takes care of
Wait, I didn't hear the one thing that he said there.
I know they have someone in custody.
What is it? What did he say there? Let's see if they got a subtitle for this caption.
The guy was in the wrong place. They asked him to move, and he bowed up. This is murder. I don't know. I know they have someone in custody.
Yeah, we do.
Someone in custody. Okay. But I couldn't tell.
And you know what? I already forgive this person.
Already?
Already.
Wow.
God takes care of things. God's going to take care of me. God's going to take care of my family.
Wow.
Tom.
Wow, you forgave the guy that they have in custody.
I think this is one of the most amazing testimonies I've seen in a long, long time.
Where are we going with this? What is your point?
And I think there's two things here. And he's asking without condemnation, just the question I think we all should be asking. What was up with the parents? Is this a single parent household?
Ooh, why would you think it would be a single parent household, chat? What do you think that is?
What sort of guidance was there? What sort of enablement, are we giving? And to stand up and say, I forgive this, most people won't understand. They say, I can't forgive him. I want him to go to prison. Well, maybe that's what you want now, and maybe that's what you're going to get, because there's consequences for crime. And if this young man, the one that's photographed there in the mugshot that's being circulated, if that's the guy and this is what he's done and the witnesses confirm it, then he's going to go to trial, and that's all going to shake out, and he's going to go to prison for a long, long time. And I think consequences are different from forgiveness. And the forgiveness this guy has in his heart, which appears to be led by Christian values, is tremendous. And what it means is, I'm not going to let eternal bitterness here hurt me. Is he going to hate what happened? Absolutely. And the loss he's got for his son, the grief has just begun. But he's also saying, I'm turning to the Lord to remove my bitterness so that I can go forward and live. And there's going to be consequences here on earth, this kid. There's two tragedies here.
What are we doing? We invite a Jewish guy as our guest, and then our last segment was like, and it was his Christian faith that allowed him to do the forgiveness, and he said, Lord, I forgive this bad, not only this bad man that killed my son, but also his parents, who were obviously negligent, who were obviously bad parents. Maybe he came from a single family household. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't told sufficiently to pull his pants up. I don't know. What's going on here? What's going on? Sam, don't you think that Jesus Christ is, our Lord and Savior and Redeemer, and, allows, any religion that allows you to forgive, I don't know what we're doing here. What are we doing?
The tragedy is we have one young man, apparently, if this is the guy, who's going to go to prison for a long, long time. So he's going to be gone to his friends and family, just as this young man that was murdered is gone to his family. And the question is, what was the core of the belief structure and the life support and the examples and the mentoring and big brothers and people around that leaves this guy? Why do you bring a knife to an event? Because you have intent, and you're going to show people, and you're going to do things. This is all well documented in the failures of what goes on. And I have a lot of, I just got so much respect for the father at this time of grief to be speaking this way. But I've also...
Look, we're not going to say the quiet part out loud, but our audience knows what went wrong with this boy's family. We don't even have to say it, right? We can just elicit that Pavlov's response in our audience, right? Without saying, we just show a picture of the perpetrator and we show a picture of the victim, and they know what to think already.
Also got it. It says, you get what you want. You get what you vote for, and you get what you want in this country. And if you want things that are going to help kids develop differently and better, let's get behind that. But there's a flaw somewhere in the heart of this kid that, number one, He's carrying a weapon that he intended to use, apparently, and he used it.
Sam,
And
what are your thoughts on
Let's go look at that.
Internet. And it's back. And it's back. Are we good? Are we good, chat? Are we back? Chat's not going to miss the fun half. Reload. Tell everybody to reload. Reload. Hopefully the reloading works. Reload. That hotel Wi-Fi, Chad. It's the hotel Wi-Fi. I tell you. Oh, Joshua Keller says intended to use, right? So the guy's carrying a knife, right? They never say that about gun owners. Yeah, a gun owner bringing his gun to anywhere and everywhere is based, right? If there's a rule on campus that you can't bring a gun on campus, well, they're just making things unsafe, aren't they, by not letting people bring their guns. But in this case, because it was a knife, I guess this kid had intent.
You talk about like that type of forgiveness and making sure that the victims of the crime or the family of the victims can move on and live their life without being stuck in that moment, to the extent that you can. I can't even imagine losing a child or a sibling, frankly, but I think it's a little bit exploitive to assume that this is necessarily a political issue. I mean, yes, I don't think
a little bit. It's fucking unhinged, Sam. It's unhinged. And what the fuck are they like? What do they want you to say here?
people should be carrying weapons in public. I don't know where this took place, what the gun laws are, or what, but yes, I am against people having weapons in public. I don't know why this guy brought the knife in his pocket when he left the house. I don't know what goes on at his house. I don't know if the guy was on the other team or, I don't know any of the details about it. So I wouldn't, make some type of like larger political statement that this has something to do with electoral politics. I mean, we have a society that in many ways elevates violence, and
these people are ghouls.
I think you could argue
I'm questioning now what their intent was, but it's not, whatever it is, it's not good.
The violence that we pay for, in other countries, and get back pictures on your TikTok every day of what our weapons have done. Certainly MLK said, every bomb that we drop in Vietnam blows up here. And the idea behind that was that, you cannot have a society that condones waging violence and not expect that violence to end up being self-inflicted. So,
Adam.
Well, it's a sad story. I mean, hurt people.
No shit, Adam. God, what the fuck are we doing?
I think it's entirely appropriate to speculate who raised this young man. You're 17
It's entirely appropriate to try to parlay this into some kind of anti, black rant. Yeah, go at
years old. You're bringing a knife to.
I'm sorry, chat. I cannot let them just try to keep the quiet part quiet. You know what they're doing with this shit. The same shit they always do. The same shit you see on Actual Justice Warrior every fucking day, right?
A track meet. Someone asks you to, hey, get out of the way in the wrong place, and you end up stabbing them in the heart. I mean, what's going on with this person? What type of?
I think we can all agree that being asked to move is not justification for stabbing someone in the heart. Yeah, I think so.
Emotional pain. What type of anger? What type of hurt was this person already dealing with? That this was how he enacted his revenge for being told to move at a track meet. Texas has the death penalty, if I'm correct. So I don't know what's going to happen with this kid. He's 17 years old. I'm sure he'll be tried as an adult, my
Dad
opinion.
was talking about forgiveness, but now we're talking about trying him as an adult and sending him to death. So they're good Christians doing good Christian stuff.
But my message is to one person and one person only. It's to the twin brother who's still alive, Hunter. And I can't even imagine what this guy is going through right now, because the father took the high road, obviously probably a man of faith, a Christian, and I understand his perspective. The twin brother who looks identical, I believe, I can't even imagine the hurt, the pain, the grief. Every time he looks in the mirror, he's going to see the brother that was killed and died in his arms. Oftentimes people say, hey, I'm praying.
Yeah, you know when conservatives talk about virtue signals, you know how they're always like anything that you do where you have like any kind of a moral take on anything, well, that's just virtue signaling. You don't really believe that. You don't really care about that. You're virtue signaling. Here we go. I'm against people being stabbed in the heart, all right? If somebody asks you to move, you should probably say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong place. I will move out of the way. And instead, this kid pulled out his knife out of his pocket and he stabbed the other guy in the heart. That's bad. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't. That's a virtue signal, all right?
For you, I'm praying for you. Genuinely, I think anyone that runs into this guy in his life, give this guy the biggest bear hug you possibly can and help this guy cope. I recently was in New York because I had to go to a funeral for one of my closest friends' younger brothers. And they were incredibly tight. And to see the hurt in the family and the pain in the family and the hurt in my good friend's heart because he lost his brother was so tough to deal with. And all I could do was give him a hug and say I'm there for him. So Hunter, the brother who's still alive, you're living for two now. My message to you would be like, honor your brother.
Stop being weird about this, okay? It's probably hard enough for him to deal. Like, I hope that kid doesn't come across this content.
Live
a
for
bunch of weirdos virtue signaling about your dead brother. Yeah, he doesn't need that.
him and make the most out of this life because you got two people to represent for. So God bless.
Yeah, that was a very good take, Adam, on a story like this. You hear this, it breaks my heart as a parent.
Like, I'm glad you didn't have the take that you were like, I'm glad you weren't supporting the stabbing in the heart of somebody who asked you to move. That was a very good take, Adam. I was worried where you were going to go with that. I was worried you were going to say bad things about the surviving twin brother or the father or something. But you didn't do that, Adam. That was a good take. That was a very good take.
Don't have anything to say. And for the father to react that way, I mean, give me a break. Like, there's not more class to be shown than to handle that. I don't see the story everywhere. I don't see people talking about it.
Weird.
I don't see it,
Oh my God. It's almost like there's a whole bunch of shit happening right now. It's almost like the world is on fire and the stories that are, that's a pretty intense story. All right. There's some drama in there. Your heart goes out to the father and the brother and everything like that. It's not that it's a nothing burger or anything. But there's just a shitload of shit going on. There's a lot of people grieving. There's a lot of people suffering right now. Oh, I wonder why this story is getting more. It's because of the liberal media. The liberal media doesn't want you to know, because if you saw the father, then you would know that you should have true Christian faith like the father did. And
where it's being publicized or talked about. You said this is, it's, what word did you use? You said, I don't think it's a story for us to use as anything. You said something about political. I don't think there's political.
Yeah, bringing it up in a political podcast is absolutely inappropriate. I don't know what fucking point you're trying to make, but I can guess. What kind of point when you speculate about his parents and you ask, did he come from a single family home? I can guess what kind of point you're trying to make here. You're just like, it's like you're doing the racism without, but you're not connecting the part where the racism connects to the story. You're not vocalizing. You're just counting on your audience already having those preconceptions to be able to do that for you. You let the audience do connect the racism to the tragedy.
Or anything to it. The question that a lot of people would ask is, what would have happened if this was the flip side?
Oh, forget
Who would
it.
be covering it right now?
Oh my God.
What? Oh my God. I didn't guess, chat. Wow. Okay, so that's what he's saying. Is he thinks that this story isn't getting covered because it's black on white violence. And if it was white on black violence, then the country would be in uproar and there'd be protests on the streets and
everybody.
Where would it be right now? Where would the story be right now? That's the divisiveness of what America's sick of. That's the divisiveness. That father gave a message that's a unifying message. That father gave.
Okay, well, thanks, Patrick. Okay, we knew that you were a piece of shit. Just didn't know how much of a piece of shit you are, but thank you for telling us that you're more of a piece of shit than any of us could have guessed.
Thomas Jur, super chatted $5.54. These people glorify the mafia as a business mindset, by the way.
Wait, you mean Patrick Bet David, Thomas? They when you say they glorify the mafia, I'm not sure if you mean that literally or if you're talking about like Trump's kind of mafia take on governance. But yeah, I haven't watched enough of PBD to know if they glorify the mafia. Yeah, you saw it on a news story. What's he complaining about? You thinks this story's being buried?
Give a message that is
thank you, Thomas, for the super chat.
Example to other fathers that you try to. You're like, oh my God, the standard. But to me, when we think about why America flipped in certain places and why maybe mainstream media has been getting
it's because we didn't talk about black on white violence.
A black eye just as much as the Democratic Party, just as much as the U.S. government, just as much as CIA, just as much as FBI, is because the American people are just sick of it. They're fed up. They want to go back to living a normal life, and they want these divisive messages to slow down and find ways for us to sit down and have a conversation together. Sam, there's probably less than 10% of policies you and I would agree with.
Look, if you want to go back to living a normal life, find a way to reverse time and undo the pandemic, all right? Find the way to reverse time and undo the first Trump administration. Find the way to reverse time and undo the war on terror. You know, I don't know what you consider normal, but I'm guessing it's something more along the lines of your life in the 20th century. And we don't have a time machine for that, Patrick.
But the more and more I listen to you speak and say the things that you say and your approach to it, I sit there and I say, I can't understand this guy, why he believes what he does. But you know what I will say? Tremendous respect for you to come here. You came.
They thought they cooked, chat. They thought they found their commie, and he was going to say the quiet part out loud. He was going to be anti-rich and anti-Trump and anti-American. And they were going to be able to be like, look at this is the other side. Look, they're crazy. Look at how crazy this Sam Seder is. And meanwhile, the whole audience is like, what's wrong with you, PBD? The whole audience is reacting the exact opposite way. So there we go, chat. Now we have a winner, I guess, for the bonus content. And it looks like it's Emma Vigeland on Pod Save America. Everything else is tied at 17%. So if you want something different, something other than that, if you want me to cover another one of these topics, speak now or forever hold your peace. If you've donated or you have donation to do, best to do it now because that's the only thing. You've got Emma Vigeland ahead of everything else. Even if I combine both Walter Matheson, Walter Matheson segments into one, I still only have 34% now. So it's looking like we're going to be doing Emma Vigeland on PSA. And I'm not talking about a prostate screening, chat. I'm talking about the other PSA. Wait, what is it? I think that's what it is. Anyway, Pod Save America. Prostate Save America. Shut up. Okay, I'm being weird, chat, because I've streamed for too long. Let's check this out. We'll have to leave Walter Masterson for another day, but those segments sound interesting too, especially the one where he dresses up like Elon Musk. I don't know, both of them. Supposedly he really cooks George Santos, but I want to see him pretend to be Elon. That one sounds really interesting, but my bucks go towards George Santos. Okay. Yeah, PSA public service announcement. Sure. All right, so we're gonna buff Walter versus George Santos by 20%, 20% plus 17%. 17% equals 37%, right? Emma Vigeland 0 plus 49 equals 49%. So like I said, chat, speak now or forever hold your peace. Looks like we're gonna do this Pod Save America content. I know there's some people that are not that are actively annoyed by Pod Save America, as I am myself sometimes. I want to see Sam's response. M85. There. Okay, so if you go to what is it? It's basically 3 VODs ago, all right? So not yesterday's VOD, because yesterday's VOD is the beginning of this PBD podcast, right? But the VOD before that is me going over Sam Seder's response. So I have done that content. Yeah, good morning to you too, Renato. Have a good night, or good morning sleep, if it is indeed morning where you are. I can't tell where it is, Chad. It's afternoon where I am. Happy to have Vigeland represent the left. She does a good job, not quite as skilled as Sam Seder, but hey, she's the understudy. She's learning, I'm sure. And sometimes she really cooks. Like her performance on Tim Pool was home run status, grand slam. Right? She kicks some ass on there. Other sports terms, touchdown, yes, good field goal, 3-pointer. It was a 3. See, I know Emma likes sports, so I'm trying to use sports metaphors. I'm running out of hat trick. It was a hat trick. She did the hat trick. Why do they call it a hat trick? 3 goals in hockey is a hat trick? I don't understand. Did she say womp womp womp? We're lucky to have her. We are indeed. Okay, so it looks like we're going forward with the Emma Vigeland content. If you got if you donated or you intend to donate, speak now or forever hold your peace. Is that a thing? Ooh, so this is
let's talk about the Democratic.
So now, chat, supposedly this is the most contentious part of their discussion. I had some people say that the overall, like she spent like an hour and 40 minutes or so. It was a whole episode of Pod Save America since the Pod Johns were out. So they brought Emma in to talk to this is Tommy Vitor. This is the man right here, Tommy Vitor, that we got to talk to Emma. And according to the name of this clip, this is the more contentious of the part of the interaction. So I don't know if we're going to get a debate. Pod Save America, they don't seem to even love it. Even when John Lovett obviously disagreed with Hassan on a bunch. You didn't have a lot of like pushback. You didn't have a lot of drama. But so I don't know what to expect from this, but we'll just see. Let's let it roll. Let's see what we got.
Party, because ever since November, the Democratic Party, we've been engaged in some recriminations, some infighting, yes, but also I think a pretty good faith bit of soul searching about who we are and how to run going forward. And
wait, we got hat trick came from cricket? Really? The Obama boys, that's right. Wait, what did somebody say about hat trick? Pulling a rabbit out of the track. Joshua Keller says hat trick came from cricket originally. If someone did something 3 times in a row, so something like combo. When you combo in chat, it's almost like that. They gave him a hat. Oh, they would get a hat. They would get a hat for the trick. Do the hockey guys get a hat? But oh wait, cricket is cricket like hockey? Wait, you got a bat, right? You got a bat, you got a sticky wicket. Do you have is it like a wooden ball that you hit with a bat? Is that how cricket works? I guess I don't understand cricket that well, but it's one of the most popular sports in the world, so I should.
And
strangely enough, chat, where I used to ride my bike every Saturday to go to the market, right? I used to always get on my bike and go buy berries at the market. I would pass by a cricket league involved in a match every Saturday morning. So I got to see a little bit of cricket.
More recently, the debate has been less about policy or ideological lines and more about how hard to fight. So I assume, Emma, you're on
Cricket's like cocaine. That's a Always Sunny reference.
You're on team fight very hard.
Of course.
If so, what are you seeing out there that feels smart tactically, or I don't know, just genuinely inspiring you?
Here's as we talk about tariffs, this is a good way.
So cricket is like baseball. So the idea is right, chat, in baseball, hit the ball, and unless the ball's caught in the air or thrown to first base and the first baseman catches the ball and tags the base, or unless you are tagged out with it, right, get on base, and you're trying to get you the first base and then the second base. If you hit it way the fuck out there, then you can go to second base. If you hit it way what the fuck out there and the outfield's struggling, you can go to third base. Usually that's about as far as you can get unless you hit it out of the park, in which case you get to run all the way to home. But in cricket, it's just you run back and forth, right? There's the pitcher, and then there's I don't know, they call it the batter or the cricketer or something. And they throw it and you hit it, and you can run back and forth until something happens. And the number of times you run back and forth is the points on the board.
Way to just say, Chuck Schumer giving away all of our leverage is a huge reason why we're in this situation with tariffs, because the continuing resolution that was not a continuing resolution, it was a dirty CR in the dirtiest sense, it basically removed Congress's ability to review these tariffs. And so now you have this bipartisan bill with Grassley and I think Cantwell that is supposed to say hey, can we reassert our authority over tariffs? Because Donald Trump just did a really bad thing.
So, what she's pointing out is something that has been truly lost, truly buried, something that's important, right? Something that I had even forgotten about. The continuing resolution that she says is dirty. It's dirty because the deal should be, if you want to pass the continuing resolution, if you want to keep the government running, then the continuing resolution, a clean one, is just one that continues the current level of spending on everything. They didn't do that. They got a little bit of what they wanted in the continuing resolution, including, I guess, the authorizing of the tariffs by the president. And now you've got Chuck Grassley and seven Republican senators joining Maria Cantwell and most, if not all, of the Democratic caucus in the Senate, along with who knows how many people in the House, wanting to claw back some of that, wanting to have to be consulted, to have to kind of give the tariffs the stamp of approval, right? Because they're realizing that Trump can't be trusted with tariffs. He will wreck the economy, and even the Republicans like Grassley don't think that's a good thing.
Well, look, the Democratic leader in the Senate,
even Elon Musk's aware of the problems with that.
It just gave that leverage away. And I think, obviously, in my view, Schumer's time, he's on borrowed time as leader of the Democrats in the Senate. I don't see how the Democrats can continue to have him as leader, especially, after the midterms in 2026. But, there are some bright spots. I think that it was encouraging to see the House all stand together on that
Baseball is based on rounders. I'll have to look that up. I don't think I've ever seen rounders.
Continuing resolution vote.
Mm-hmm.
It is encouraging to see some members of the party speak about billionaires, speak about the oligarchy. It's encouraging to hear. I heard Tim Walz on Molly Jong Fast show talk about how next election cycle people are going to be expecting universal health care as a part of these proposals. Going bold again is really important. And you know, I try not to pigeonhole my politics, right? Because like I'm a DSA member, right? And I'm someone who obviously believes strongly in something like Palestinian liberation, but I can also encourage my listeners to vote for Kamala Harris because that's the best option within our set of circumstances.
Right.
And I can appreciate Bernie Sanders' outside politics and how incredible it is to get people involved, but Elizabeth Warren's inside politics and influencing Biden to appoint Lena Khan, as I keep singing her praises throughout our conversation. But there is more consistency here, I think, than there was in the wake of 2016, where there was a lot of anger within the party. And I think there still is that. But there's also just a universal desire to fight, and it crosses ideological lines.
And that's why Gavin Newsom's not going to win. You're looking for the answer to that question.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and her ability to honestly meld Bernie Sanders' outside movement with the inside game of Elizabeth Warren is one of the most impressive things that I've seen in politics in quite some time. She's getting centrist Democratic lawmakers to say, I will write a check if you primary Chuck Schumer. And that is incredible, given the fact that she came into politics as a Democratic socialist and a rabble-rouser who was going into Nancy Pelosi's office and helping the Sunrise Movement stage protests. But I think that with this kind of insurgent movement of younger progressives in the House, there is a lot of anger, I think, at some of the folks in the Senate who are institutionalists. But I get the most hope from folks in the House, Democrats in the House, and also our governors who, whether it's Pritzker, Whitmer, Walz, what have you, they understand what it's like to respond to Donald Trump as somebody who's in an executive role, not someone who's legislating or negotiating with Republicans or treating our budget as contract law or as if we're doing a merger or something like that. It's somebody who knows how to lead and somebody who knows how to respond to Trump's actions.
What about the governor of Maine, chat? You saw the governor of Maine take on Donald Trump pretty publicly. I wonder what her politics are like.
Not as somebody who's going to, tweak around the edges, but using the bully pulpit to cut through the noise, because I'll shut up in just a second, Tommy, but we are in such a corroded media environment, and especially on the right. They're just eating up this slop on the internet. How do we break through? How do we break through? And having a simple message doesn't mean we're stupid. In fact, it means we're better at politics. And I think Democrats have to stop resting on our laurels and thinking that just because our policies are better than the Republicans, that's true. It doesn't mean it's self-evident to voters, and it doesn't mean they're dumb because they don't get it. It's also because people want a clear, coherent vision and a way to differentiate yourself from the other side. And it's not about converting those Republicans. There were so many people that stayed home and just didn't show up. Those are the folks we need to be activating. And I think they were depressed because of the foreign policy of the administration and that seeing their tax dollars going to this slaughter in Gaza, and also just the fact that they didn't feel like they were being offered anything transformational on the economy, so they rather just stay home and not vote for anybody. And those are the people I think we have to target.
The final question for you, like the flip side of our mostly happy, mostly constructive talk is there are some corners of the internet, mostly Twitter, where it feels
mostly happy, mostly constructive. Like I wasn't aware that there was any butting of heads elsewhere. Like this is the only clip that stood out as being possibly contentious, where they say Emma Vigeland debates Pod Save America's Tommy Vitor about the Democrats' future. They seem pretty copacetic here. There's not a lot of debate or disagreement that I'm hearing so far.
Feels like 2016 never ended. It's like 2016 Groundhog Day. You see, moderates pointing the finger at leftists and blaming them for election losses. You see the kind of more red rose DSA crew angry that liberals are punching left or suggesting that anyone who doesn't.
Yeah, these are both equal, right? The moderates blaming the powerless left wing of the party for the election losses that are clearly their fault versus the leftists that are mad at the moderates for punching left. It's all, both sides did something bad. We just need to come together.
Hold, the kind of like the maximalist policy position is a sellout or a corporate.
The DSA, the red rose emojis need to be okay with the centrist Dems, selling us out, selling off each portion of our coalition. Any marginalized group that we supposedly stood up for yesterday could be under the bus tomorrow. We should be okay with that, right? And then they should, I don't know.
Stooge or whatever. How do you think we get past this? Like, can we heal these divides, or is it just the reality that intra-party fighting always feels and is the worst because it's your friends fighting with your friends?
Are we friends though? I'm sorry. Are these our friends? Are the centrist in the Democratic Party our friends? Is the institution of the Democratic Party our friends? Are they acting in our best interest? No, they're throwing us under the bus. Are they winning at least? Are they keeping the Trumpies at bay? No, they failed to do that too. What?
I think it's a tough question. I do think we're in a better position, as I said earlier, than after 2016. I'm hopeful that folks deploy an intersectional analysis of why the Democrats lost.
But I swear to God, to the people that Tommy just talked about, to the centrists, right? Intersectional analysis is why the Democrats lost, right? We allowed the, we're using words like intersectionality. That's why we lost. We need to just ditch this whole analysis.
And it is very much a lack, in my view, of focus on broad-based social programs with a vision that we haven't seen like since the New Deal, or really since Medicare or Medicaid. These are the kinds of things that we're due. It's time to propose these kinds of broad social programs for people. That's a huge part of it. But I also think that COVID broke a lot of people's brains. We're in an extremely reactionary time period. There's a Me Too backlash where I don't know if I can remember.
There's a Me Too backlash. There's a backlash against BLM. There were in the midst of a lot of backlash. When was the Democratic Party strongest? In the wake of those movements. When is the Democratic Party weakest? When we've got a good portion of the party that thinks that their path back to power, it means disavowing, things like prison reform. Right? Forget about defunding the cops. We haven't talked about that in a long time. Don't advocate for trans rights. Remember that got us in trouble too. We gotta be more like the Republicans if we want to get back into power.
Such a anti-feminist moment. I mean, really, since the tabloids and the way that they
honestly, chat. If these assholes were being quiet and not attacking and not punching left because they were afraid, because we were in the midst of a movement, I want to make the centrists afraid again. I want to make them afraid again. I mean, they're not good. They're never going to be good people. They very much flow with the wind. They very much, are their opinions are very much a function of the the powers that be at the time. But look, the Democratic Party, and the left, at large, not to conflate those two things, because I definitely wouldn't do that, but we're strongest during the moments when these movements were ascendant.
Treated women in the early 2000s, but that seems so small ball compared to the normalization of this kind of thing at the Trump administration level. I think we can heal these divides by having a shared vision of boldness going into 2028. I think a lot of the base is frustrated by the lack of fight in the Democratic Party, which aligns much more with how a lot of us felt back in the day. And you see this bear out in Chuck Schumer's poll numbers. They want Democrats to be fighting, and they don't want to constantly be cutting deals. They don't want to have to meet these fascists halfway, because it is the bitch slap theory of politics, and it's all Donald Trump knows. Even if
we heavily increased our cop budgets after George Floyd, yeah, and look where it got us, right? If disavowing these movements was politically efficacious, then that should have been a successful tactic. It didn't matter. Kamala Harris was burdened by the baggage of movements that she never stood for, regardless of what she was actually saying, regardless of what her politics were before these movements and what her politics turned into after these movements, right? What I'm saying is the shit that's regarded by this centrist Democratic establishment as extreme is also what's politically successful. And you start to lose that power to your movements, including the electoral movement, which is, putting into place, candidates who are way, more establishment than, these movements would pretend. But, you have more success in the wake of these movements than you do when everybody tries to be like, oh, I gotta disavow that. Oh no, we don't really want to pull the budgets from the police. Actually, we should be giving more money to the police. We should be militarizing the police more heavily.
If you don't win the fight, you've got to show that you can fight them, because
so what I'm saying, chat, is the establishment is pointing left at you and saying you're the liability, you're the weakness, you're why we're losing, and meanwhile they're the weakness. They're the weakness. They got no real beliefs. They don't stand for anything. That's the weakness, right? And when the American people see it, and they are leading our, the electoral part of the left. They are leading. They are the standard bearers. They are the candidates, right? With very few exceptions. And they are losing. They are the weakness. They are the Achilles heel.
Otherwise they're going to walk all over you. And I think that the base is behind that as a broad vision for how the party should move. Anti-oligarchy, and also fighting, right? And we didn't have that in the wake of 2016. There was just arguing. And it was a lot of Bernie supporters saying, hey, we were right the whole time. These were the kinds of politics that we should pursue. But as I said earlier, I guess I'm somebody that's taken some grief on the internet from even my side, because I was somebody who saw a lot of value in Elizabeth Warren's politics and antitrust and going about making people's lives better within the set of circumstances that are given to us, right? And so I can say, yes, I support decommodifying housing. I support a universal healthcare program. I support free college for all, and a foreign policy that is a lot more humane than what we've been seeing. But I can also understand that we have to have the requisite dexterity to respond to the far right fascist elements that we're with right now. So we can't all be perfect allies. We have to come together, and perhaps through that process of coming together and fighting Donald Trump, we will come out the other end with a more cohesive vision of how to move forward. But I do think that this anti-oligarchy stuff can't just be for the benefit of electoral politics. This has to translate into the Democrats taking on campaign finance reform.
Totally agree.
And also pairing that with broad-based social programs that tax the rich. We have to tax the rich. We have to return to higher marginal tax.
I'm going to quote Chapo. I'm going to quote Mr. Chapo. When Mr. Chapo spoke to the Hillary Clinton contingent of the party, right? This was at a moment where Bernie Sanders and his movement looked to be ascendant. And what they said was to the Hillary people out there, right? We clown on you a lot. We know that you think that we don't like you, but we can and we will work together with you. But you need to bend the knee. Now that was recast as like, you know, Chapo Trap House being sexist, right? You know, telling like, you know, I don't know, women to bend the knee or something like that. No, that's a Game of Thrones reference. That's a fucking Game of Thrones reference. And I stand by that. I stand by that 100%. Right? The only success that you're going to see that's meaningful from left electoral politics is going to be when the establishment and the gerontocracy is thrown out of power, either leaves willingly or is defeated in primaries, right? That is when success will come, right? And we can work with them, right? We can form a coalition, but it is they who needs to bend the knee, because when that doesn't happen, chat, and you get Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden shoved down your throats, there are bad consequences to that. There are bad consequences. That is not me saying that in a swing state that voting against the worst candidate is not still an efficacious tool. But God damn it, I'm sick of ending up there. I don't want to have to make that choice anymore. All right, I know I'm never going to get a candidate electorally that I wholeheartedly agree with every single thing that they say. I know that that's never going to happen. But I am sick of having to hold my nose every time I go to the polls.
Tax rates.
I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it's practical, which is always the argument that they made. Chat, I mentioned this yesterday, all right? The thing that defeated Bernie in 2016 in the primary, the thing that defeated Bernie was not that more people legitimately wanted Hillary Clinton and felt like she would have better policies. The portion of the electorate that defeated Bernie were people that said, I like Bernie, I agree with Bernie, but Bernie's too far left. And if you're running against Donald Trump, you can't risk it. You got to go with somebody safe like Hillary Clinton. Hey, she's got this. She's got this. So as much as I'd love to turn the page on neoliberalism and open up a new day in politics, I don't think it's realistic. I think our chances are better with her. Same thing with Biden, right? If you had everybody that agreed with Bernie's politics, that wanted Bernie Sanders to be their president, actually vote for him in the primary, then you would have won those primaries and you would have won the elections. And you would have won the next election, even if Bernie, it's thinking about this theoretically, Bernie running in 2020 and defeating an incumbent Trump, you would have been more likely to win with whoever runs next, right? We gotta stop accepting this narrative that the shit candidates that are inauthentic and that believe in nothing. Yes, I'm talking about you, Gavin Newsom. Yes, I'm talking about you, Pete Buttigieg. We gotta stop believing that these are a safer choice. They are not. They are never a safer choice. They are doomed. And as long as we, put in our lot with them, we are doomed too.
Even saying we need to go to what it was like in the post-World War II era where we were at our most industrious and the country was growing. I'll settle for pre-Reagan numbers, but really these billionaires are out of control, and governments, what they do, they redistribute wealth. It's just a question of how we choose to redistribute this wealth. And we are at such catastrophic levels of income and wealth inequality that, frankly, many people in our body politic are not making sane choices about who they're electing for president. So how do we make sure that we cut off some of these reactionary elements, make sure that people's basic needs are met, and we are past due for a broad-based social program like a Medicare for All or something that helps people in that manner?
Yeah, I'm with you. Like a shared vision of boldness, candidates that look like they're fighting. Barack Obama ran on.
How about candidates who are fighting? I mean, come on. Let's stop worrying about optics so much. That's a problem with you, political flack. right? That's all you can see sometimes is optics. It's almost like you don't believe it that there's anything beyond optics. Optics did not win a 5-day work week. Optics did not end child labor, okay? It was people with true belief in their hearts that achieved all of the things that have made life better than it was during the Gilded Age.
You know, not taking PAC money and a whole bunch of efforts to clean up Washington in the wake of the Jack Abramoff scandals of 2006, which old heads might remember. I totally agree with you that economic inequality
Oh my God, wow.
is completely out of control. And
I remember the name.
figuring out some just clear, simple formulation for how you're going to get it in line, whether it's a billionaire's tax, whether it's Elizabeth Warren, 2% of assets, whatever it might be. And then I do think, like, for the next 4 years, we just have to go about coalition building where we're all mindful of the need to build the biggest possible tent. Like the
He doesn't get it.
coalition to end the war in Gaza in the Trump era has to include like the isolationist Rand Paul Republican types and then the far left, and those of us who care about the people in Gaza can't be, purists. We can't say that you have to say the word genocide.
Like if you're not careful, Tom, you're going to end up with Jackson Hinkle in that coalition too, and that will validate the Ethan Kleins of the world, saying that your pro-Palestinian movement is got like an anti-Semitic tinge to it. Like right there are, and I know that he knows that, but I'm just saying that when you start to say Rand Paul, like I don't know, is that guy an anti-Semite? That doesn't mean that that you oppose a bill that Rand Paul is voting for because Rand Paul is voting for it. But I just don't know how much you can do, fist bumping Rand Paul. And if you're not careful, you're gonna end up fist bumping a Nazi, because there's a ton of them out there on the right. There's a ton of them out there saying free Palestine. Candace Owens, hello.
Genocide to be a part of this coalition. You can't
And I shouldn't have to explain this to Tommy Vitor. Come on.
say you have to believe exactly what I believe, because that's just bad politics, right? The lesson from
That's
around the world.
hard for me, but yeah, I'm trying.
I know.
Look, I mean, you mentioned Obama. I was 14, right? And in 2008, that was what Obama's candidacy is why I cared about politics. It's literally what got me interested. And it was truly his opposition to the Iraq War. And I think that sometimes there's this consensus in Washington that there are people that don't vote on foreign policy. And I don't think that's true anymore, especially when you can see children whose brains are falling out of their head and their fathers wailing over their carcass on your phone. Like, this had an effect of really muddying the waters of the morality of the two political parties that can get elected in this bipartisan system. And I think...
Look, all I will say on the positive, though, is I'm glad to see Pod Save America starting to take a more unambiguous stand against what's going on in Gaza, right? I wish that other liberal, moderate liberal news outlets would do the same. I wish you'd see that shit from Midas Touch on down. But
I think that the Democrats really are doing a disservice if they don't reckon with how they damage their brand with young people by supporting this.
Look, no, I'm
not just young people.
Not arguing that. I've been opposed to this war from the very beginning. I'm talking about like the way we talk about issues, the way we...
Oh my God, Tommy, don't make me fact check you on that.
Decide how...
Don't make me see what you had to say after October 7th.
Who can be part of a coalition or a movement, and just making sure it's as broad as possible, because authoritarian movements everywhere, they do well when the opposition, the left usually, is divided. That's how they succeed, because they rarely get 50% of the vote. They're like winning with pluralities at like 43, 44%, sort of Trumpian numbers. And I think it's just a good lesson to learn. But we covered a lot of ground, Emma. Thank you so much for doing the show today. It was great talking.
And again, to the centrists out there, we can have common cause. We can work together. And all it takes is you bending the knee to the future. All right? Which, whether it's called the Democratic Party, whether it's under the auspices of some other party, a more explicitly democratically socialist party, is not Hillary, and it is not Biden, and it is not Elizabeth Warren. All right, we got to do better. We got to do better. Anyway, chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you to my Patreons again. As soon as I could get my computer, which should be pretty. I've apparently my friend got an HDMI cable that I can plug in. I think that's all I need to be able to. I should be able to bring my main computer up pretty soon. Although I might wait until I get into an apartment just to not like test the electrical system here in the hotel. But I think I should be able to run a desktop. It shouldn't be that much of a problem. Yeah, thank you to my Patreon. Sorry I can't shout you out like I normally do. I just don't have the logins that I should have. Wait, thank you to Donald Duck for coming through. Good to see you. Good to see you as always, my friend. Everybody, I gotta acknowledge Donald in the chat. So anyway, I gotta get some lunch, and you probably gotta get some sleep. I will see you once again tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Good night, good night.